Okay. So in the last class, we completed supply, composite supply and mixed supply. Related to that, few definitions are there. Quickly we will complete that. So kindly look into page number 17. Look into page number 17. In that we have meaning of goods and meaning of services. So goods means what? Generally goods means any kind of movable property, and it includes actionable claims also. So immovable property will not come under goods, only movable property will come under goods, immovable property will not come, and actionable claims also is included. Actionable claims means what? Already we have seen. Actionable claims means any instrument which satisfies 4 conditions. What are the 4 conditions? You have right to receive a benefit or recover a debt, and that right is transferable from one person to another person, and that right is legally enforceable, and the holder of that right is entitled to receive the benefit or recover the debt. And even it includes standing trees, crops, grass, etc., which are attached to earth but agreed to be severed. Severed means what? Cut under the contract of supply. Means I have a plantations like tea plantation, coffee plantations, etc. At the time when I enter into contract with you, it was immovable in nature, and at the time of delivery I will cut it and deliver it to you. So therefore, even though at the time of entering into contract it is immovable, but at the time of delivery it will become movable. So therefore, it will be coming under goods only. So goods means any kind of movable property. Goods includes 2. What are they? Actionable claims, growing crops, things attached to a farming part of land agreed to be severed before contract of supply or under contract of supply. It excludes what? Goods excludes money and securities. So money and securities are not treated as goods. Reason being, there is no point in calling money as goods, because usually money we will exchange from one form to another form. For example, so 500 rupee note will be converted to 100 rupee notes, 500 rupee notes. That does not mean I am selling a 500 rupee note or you are selling me 100 rupee notes. That's why money is neither goods. And even securities. Securities is excluded from the meaning of goods because securities are covered under securities transaction tax at present. So securities transaction tax is not subsumed into GST. Due to that reason, securities also excluded from the meaning of goods. Is it clear, pa? So goods means what? Any kind of movable property, and goods is defined under section 2. All the definitions will be section 2 only. So no need to remember the clause, etc. and all. Just try to remember section 2. If you are able to remember, you remember section 2 clause 52. And section 2 clause 52 means, goods means what? Any kind of movable property. It includes what? 2 things: actionable claims, growing crops or things attached to or forming part of land agreed to be severed under a contract of supply. It excludes 2 things. What are they? Money and securities. And money is being defined. Money means what? Money means Indian currency or foreign currency, and it includes any instrument recognized by RBI, and it excludes currency held for numismatic value. Okay. So means like Indian currency or foreign currency, both will be coming under the meaning of money. And it includes what? Any instrument recognized by RBI. What are the examples of instrument recognized by RBI? Check, promissory note, bill of exchange. These are some instruments recognized by RBI. And money excludes currency held for numismatic value, which means that it is not in circulation as on today, but it is used as a hobby to preserve it. So old coins, old currency notes, etc. will be coming under currency held for numismatic value. Okay. Then, so you can see that meaning of actionable claim: right to receive a benefit or recover a debt, legally enforceable, can be transferred from one person to another person, holder of such right is entitled to receive benefit or recover debt. Okay. So this 4, and all actionable claims will not be coming under money definition. Actually, there are some actionable claims which may come under money definition. Just now whatever we have seen, bill of exchange, promissory note and bearer check will come under money definition as well, but it will also come under actionable claim. So there is a confusion here. If it is coming under actionable claim, it is included, but if it is coming under money definition, So then it will be excluded from the meaning of goods. Then how to understand? That's where we apply a rule of harmonious interpretation, which says that those actionable claims which are covered under the meaning of money. So what are those actionable claims covered under the meaning of money? Bill of exchange, promissory note and bearer check, neither treat as goods nor treat as services, whereas others will be treated as goods. In that also only 6 specified actionable claims are covered under supply and others are not a supply. What are those actionable claims covered under supply? HC block, horse racing, casinos, betting, lottery, online money, gaming and gambling. Then service definition you see. Goods definition, along with the goods definition we have understood what is the meaning of actionable claims, what is the meaning of money, etc. Service definition you see, service means what? Anything other than goods. That's where yesterday I told you, sale of business. Business is not goods. Why business is not goods? Because business is not movable property. As business is not goods, it will be coming under services. Same way, anything other than goods. For example, I am constructing or I am making an immovable structure, everything will be coming under services, because services means anything other than goods, and it excludes what? Look into goods excludes, service excludes, both are same. Look into the goods excludes what? Goods excludes what? Money and securities. Even service also excludes money and securities, and service includes what? Transaction in money for a separate consideration. Transaction in money for a separate consideration means, example, $1 is 85 rupees. You are giving me $100, but I am not giving you 85 into 100, 8,500. Instead, 8,500 minus 2% I deducted and remaining amount I transferred to you. Why the 2% I deducted? That is a fee, conversion fee I am charging. So therefore, is it purely transaction in money without consideration or transaction in money for consideration? Transaction in money for consideration. The 2% is a consideration for me, that will be treated as service. Transaction in money for a separate consideration. Okay. Example, currency conversion fee. Then next, generally transaction in securities is neither goods nor services, but facilitating or arranging transaction in securities. What does it mean? Stockbroker services. So stockbroker is not selling the securities, he is arranging the sale of securities. Or depository services, who maintain our shares in demat form. These are all examples of facilitating or arranging transaction in securities, that will also come under service. So what we need to understand is that money is neither goods nor services. But what if that money, transaction in money, is for a separate consideration? Then it will be treated as service. Same way, securities is neither goods nor services. But what if it is facilitating or arranging transaction in securities? Then it will come under services. Okay. Then next, meaning of consideration. Generally consideration means what? Something in return, quid pro quo, something in return. Should that be monetary or non-monetary? It can be monetary or it can be non-monetary. Suppose if it is non-monetary, it can be in the form of goods or it can be in the form of services. And monetary means what? Any payment received or receivable. But consideration excludes two things here. Subsidy from CGST. That is the reason why while doing the valuation, subsidy from CGST we have not considered in the value. So subsidy directly into the price, but subsidy is from CGST, we did not take it in the value. Correct or not? So reason being, subsidy from CGST not treated as consideration. And same way, refundable security deposit. Whenever you have a immovable property that you are giving on rent, so usually you will collect 6 months rent or 10 months rent as a advance na security deposit. Whether that is refundable or non-refundable. Usually when we give the property on rent, we collect 6 months rent or 10 months rent as advance, security deposit. Is it actually refundable or non-refundable? Refundable. So can we treat it as consideration? No, we should not treat it as consideration. Are you getting this? So what are the two things which will not be treated as consideration? Subsidy from CGRSG and refundable security deposits. Then consideration can be received from recipient or any other person. What we need to see is presence of consideration. Example, I am providing services to the subsidiary company, but money is paid by the holding company. Possible? I am providing services to subsidiary company, but money is paid by the holding company. Whether consideration is present or not in the transaction? Yes. So not necessary that I need to get the consideration from my recipient. So my recipient is who? Subsidiary. But who paid? Holding company paid. It's okay. Consideration is present or not in the transaction is what we need to see. Is it clear? So what is the example that you need to write for this? So services to subsidiary company, write down. Services to subsidiary company. Services to subsidiary company. But amount received from holding company. Services to subsidiary company, but amount received from holding company. But amount received from holding company. Then next, consideration should be in respect of, in response to, or for the inducement of supply of goods or services or both. What does it mean? It is like I am telling that I will announce a batch, this much is the fees for that. So that is an example of in respect of. I am going to provide the service, to avail this service this much money you need to pay, like that I am declaring na, that is called as in respect of, that fees is in respect of the service. Sometimes what will happen is that there will be gifts given by the producer to the cinema actor for acting in that movie, and the movie becomes super hit. So then the producer will give car or something else like watch, Rolex watch, etc. and all to the actors. So now this will be coming under what? Is it in response to acting in the movie? Yes. Actually it is not in respect of. Why it is not in respect of? To act in the movie there will be a remuneration. But because of acting in the movie becomes super hit, the producer makes super profit, the producer will be giving a gift to the actor or music director or director. So these are all examples of gift in response to acting in the movie. Suppose if they have not acted in the movie, will they get the gift? Because you watch the movie you will get a gift? No. So only for acting in the movie they will be getting, which means that will come under in response to. You understood? Sir, then that be the case, all gifts which are given will be in response to providing the service, sir. Depends on that. Don't generalize. I am not generalizing. I am telling you, first they are acting in the movie, because of acting in the movie they got this gift. Suppose normally when we give gifts to the others, for example, it is your birthday function, I have given some gift to you. That does not mean it is a consideration, because what is that you are doing to me for that gift? You are not doing anything na. So gifts received at the time of marriage or gifts for any birthday functions or parties, etc., that will not come under consideration. But in this case, because of acting in a movie when they have got that, that will come under consideration in response to. Is it clear? Then inducement of means we will be giving some money to a person to sign the contract. After signing the contract they will anyhow receive the money. For example, this guy Hardik Pandya has got very good craze in the youth, okay. So in the youth, that too in North India and all, he is having very good craze. So in North, not all areas, certain areas he has a very good fan following. And Mumbai Indians team wanted to capitalize that fan following. Rohit Sharma was not having that much of fan following amongst the youth. Reason being, Rohit Sharma is a class player. He is not a mass player. So, and he is not having. And they got envy. Mumbai Indians team got envy about Dhoni being popularized. So one old farmer who is strawberry farmer, who is having this much of popularity, Mumbai Indians team could not digest that fact. So therefore, they wanted some superhero. So then only people will talk about Mumbai Indians, like how CSK. So it is like CSK minus Dhoni equals to negative NPV, correct or not? What? So no, we are not fans of CSK. Actually, we are fans of Dhoni, because of which we speak about CSK. Like that, so Mumbai Indians team wanted a superhero like that. So therefore, they roped in this guy. But for this, Hardik Pandya said, no, I will not come. Already I am there in existing team, so I don't have to come to you. Then they said, okay, we will give you some money. We will offer you something. So sign the contract. So because of which he signed the contract, and under that he has put lot of condition that you should make me captain, etc. and all, and that is called as inducing a person to sign the contract. After signing the contract, anyhow he will get a remuneration, that is in respect of, but to make him sign the contract, some amount has been paid na. So because Neeta Ambani likes Hardik Pandya a lot, and because of which some amount has been given to Hardik Pandya, that will be coming under inducement of. Is it clear here? That is in respect of, in response to, or for the inducement of supply of goods or services. And thereafter people trolled him, etc. and all, that's a different story. And activity without consideration or consideration without activity is not a supply under 7(1)(a). Activity without consideration, right now what I am doing, okay. So I am taking class, but I am not getting any consideration. Of course, I am getting some consideration called as love and affection, but that is what, pa? No, at least let me feel like that, pa, okay. Whether it is true or false is next. So therefore, but that is not measurable, na? That is not measurable, that cannot be monetized. Can I say what is the value of your love and affection? Precious it is, okay. So because if you think you can take a person to greatest heights, and if you think you can throw that person to the ashes also, correct or not? So therefore we cannot measure as to what is the value of it. So that is where, activity without any consideration. But you may argue, sir, you will be getting admissions in final na, sir. So that can be taken as consideration. See, always remember, consideration should be certain. Uncertain things will not be called as consideration, okay. So there are many ifs and buts here. So because of that reason, consideration, if it is remote or probable, that will not be called as consideration. Consideration should be immediate, and consideration should be certain, and it should be, considered in the contract. I should tell you this much you need to pay. If I tell I will take classes for you freely, but you have to pay me 5,000 rupees the moment you qualify CA, like that. Today if I made you sign the contract, then it is consideration, because you agree to pay it at a future point of time. But there is no consideration at all here. That's why activity without consideration is not a supply under 7(1)(a). Same is the case of consideration without activity. What is an example of consideration without activity? Donations. In case when we are getting the donation, that to unconditional donation, what is the activity that we need to do in return? Nothing. For example, you go to a temple, and in a temple, when you are giving some donation, is there any obligation on the temple to do something in return to you? No. So it's like you go to the temple and you put money to the god. That does mean that you are paying him this as a money, so that whatever you are asking he need to do to you. Nothing of that sort, na? That is not the logic there, okay. So therefore that will be treated as donation, unconditional donation, that will not be consideration. But some people will be there, what they do is that they will say, okay, I will donate this money, but you need to put my name in the board, okay. Then it will be called as conditional donation. Conditional donation is treated as consideration, because against that donation I have an obligation to do something to you, therefore it will be called as consideration in response to supply of service. Is it clear? So therefore donations we will divide into two: conditional donation and unconditional donation. Conditional donation means what, pa? I have an obligation to do something in return against that donation. That is called as conditional donation. Is conditional donation treated as consideration? Yes. And will it become supply under 7(1)(a)? Yes. What about unconditional donation? I am getting that money, but I don't have any obligation to do anything to you against that money received. Then it is unconditional donation. Unconditional donation is not treated as consideration. As it is not treated as consideration, consequently it is not a supply. Understood, everyone? Now here there is one issue. I am not having any obligation to do something to you, but I displayed your name as donor, okay. It is like you gave me donation. You are not asking me to or compelling me to put your name, but as a gratitude I displayed your name, donor list, like that I have displayed. Now, will it become conditional donation or unconditional donation? Unconditional donation only. But the circular says if the display of name gives business advantage to the donor, for example, instead of mentioning your individual name, I mentioned so your business name, then I am giving you a business advantage, so automatically it will come under deemed to be conditional donation. Deemed. Actually it is not conditional donation, but they are telling it is deemed to be conditional donation and it will be treated as consideration. You see that part below. Display of donor name in the premises out of gratitude but not as a compulsion. Now, if donor name is displayed anywhere in the premises against the donation, if the individual name is displayed, it is not a supply. For example, donated by Tarun Raj, it is not a supply. Donated by Tarun's Brainery, it will become supply. How? Display of name gives a business advantage to the donor. You understood or not? So that is this. Display of name gives business advantage to the donor, then it will become supply under 7(1)(a). Then sir, the moment if the business name is displayed, mostly there will be a business advantage, definitely yes. But certain times we don't know the business name versus the trade name. The business name may be different than the trade name. For example, donated by Fangs Technologies Private Limited, that is the legal name of the company, but its brand name is Vivo. Vivo is the brand name of the company. So therefore, donated by Fangs Technologies Private Limited, just we mention the legal name, that is not a business advantage. But when you mention donated by Fangs Technologies, in brackets you mention their trade name Vivo or brand name Vivo, then everyone knows Vivo na, therefore it will be coming under business advantage. Sometimes the company name itself will be the brand name also. For example, donated by India Cements Limited. India Cements Limited is the company name, even its brand name is also India Cements only, so therefore there will be a business advantage, no doubt. Are you getting this? So case to case basis we need to decide and we need to answer this. And how it will be treated? It will be treated as sponsorship services. Actually yes, you are giving me money and I am displaying your business name, which means that I am mentioning you as sponsorer. Are you getting this? Now in that case, sponsorship services, who will pay GST? Actually we have that in RCM. Sponsorship service, if the recipient is body corporate or firm, it will come under RCM, that we will discuss today in liability to pay GST chapter. Okay. So but just remember it will be treated as sponsorship service. Now look into this illustration, have a look into that. The temple of ancestral deity of Mr. Aman Goyal and his family is located at Beri, Haryana. The temple is run by the charitable organization registered under section 12AA of Income Tax Act 1961. The family has got unshakable faith in their ancestral deity. Mr. Aman is a big entrepreneur having flourishing business of tiles in Gurugram. Upon the birth of their first child, he donated 10 lakhs to the said temple for construction of the sitting hall in the temple. On the main door of the sitting hall, a nameplate stating donated by Aman Goyal upon birth of his first child. Now tell me, is there any business advantage? No, there is no business advantage to the donor, due to that reason that money received will not be treated as consideration and it will not be supplied in the hands of the temple, correct or not? What if they mention it as donated by Aman Goyal, proprietor, Goyal Industries, like that if it is mentioned? Then there is a business advantage that will be treated as consideration and it will become supply under 7(1)(a). Consideration is there, activity is display of name, so it will come under supply 7(1)(a). Okay. Even if you see ICI building on the top you see one donor name is displayed. So Chennai ICI building if you go, so you will not be seeing as to what is there on the top of the building etc. and all. So you see that name will be displayed there. So actually that person is a chartered accountant who gave that land to ICI for construction of the building. At the time he donated, maybe at the time he don't know what is the worth of property in Nungambakam, so he donated that and there ICI has constructed, because actually Nungambakam was once upon a time a village. It was a village and thereafter because of the Chennai becoming expansion, So under that has become the center of the city today, okay. But it has been donated by one individual to ICI for setting up their branch over there, okay. So therefore what that branch is doing, so they are displaying that person's name on the top of the building. Now is it display of individual name? Of course display of individual name only, that will not be treated as consideration. Is it clear? Means what is not treated as consideration? The money received or the property received is not treated as consideration in the hands of ICI. Next. CA logo. Huh? It's okay, that's all. See, actually that name is displayed, not his firm name. They are not displaying like ABC and Co, like that they did not display. What they are displaying is the individual name. But that individual, every individual chartered accountant will have a firm name. Firm name is different from individual name. Sometimes the firm name and individual name will coincide also. But definitely there will be a small distinction. And Co will be there. You understood? And Co will be there, or and associates will be there, like that. That is called as a business name, okay. Suppose sometimes what happens, the individual itself will have a business, like our friend has said, so donated by Sachin Tendulkar, no issue. Donated by Sachin Tendulkar, cricketer, business advantage is there. Are you understanding? Because Sachin Tendulkar, there are a number of Sachin Tendulkars in India. But when we are zeroing on about a very particular person, means Sachin Tendulkar per se is a registered individual. He is having a brand name called as Sachin Tendulkar. So that itself is the business. You understood? Next, meaning of person. Person is defined under GST to include central government and state government in addition to the regular meaning of person under GST. What is the regular meaning of person under GST? Income tax, individual, HUF, firm including LLP, AOP, BOI, company, body corporate, cooperative society, local authority, trust, artificial juridical person. In addition to that, central government and state government is also person. So that's where we will get person under GST. Is it clear? Next, meaning of business. But remember, almost all activities will come under business. Almost. By seeing it itself, we can understand that it is business. Except personal activities. Except personal activities, all other activities will be treated as business. Can you remember this? If you don't know this definition also, you can apply this general logic and determine. Okay. So just write down there. Except personal activities, all other activities are treated as business. Except personal activities, except personal activities, except personal activities, all other activities treated as business. Except personal activities, all other activities treated as business. Now, what they are telling in the definition, just one time we will hear, okay, you just hear it once. So there are some activities, general meaning of business is given. So total, they are talking about 8 activities per. Trade means what? Sale of goods. Commerce means what? Service sector, like warehousing, insurance, banking, transportation, that will come under commerce. Manufacture means what? Conversion of raw material into finished goods. These 3, trade, commerce, manufacture. Then profession. Profession means what? You got a qualification, you got a skill by way of qualification. See, profession, occasion, adventure, these 3 involves a skill. You got the skill. That skill if you got by way of qualification, then it will be called as profession. Like chartered accountant, cost accountant, advocate, engineer, doctor. This is by way of qualification. So then it will be called as profession. If you get a skill by way of experience, then it will be called as vocation. Example, magician, and then actor. So these are all, or artist, these are all examples of vocation. Then if you are having a skill but you are not using it for your living but trying to explore it as a passion, then it will be called as adventure. A chartered accountant acting in the movie and earning some money. Being a chartered accountant is his profession. And the moment when he started acting in the movie and earned some money, that will be coming under adventure. Okay. Then next, a doctor performing a magic show. So that being a doctor is profession. Performing magic show will come under adventure. What if that person's job itself is performing magic show? Then it will come under occasion. Occasion. Okay. Then wager. Wager means what? Betting activities and any other similar activity. So tell me, what is the general meaning of business? Trade, commerce, manufacture, profession, occasion, adventure, wager, or any other similar activity. Now, its incidental or ancillary is also covered under business. For example, a chartered accountant is giving seminar and earns some money by way of giving seminars. So that will come under incidental or ancillary to his profession. If he authors a book and gets a royalty income by way of authoring the book, that will be coming under incidental or ancillary. What is the difference between incidental or ancillary versus adventure? Simple. If I am doing some work, extension to my profession, if I do anything, that is incidental or ancillary. Altogether a different skill I do, that is called as adventure. That's what, coming back to the chartered accountant acting in movie. Acting in movie, is it extension to his profession? No. So that's why that will be coming under adventure. Whereas when he is trying to do that book writing, etc., seminars, so that is extension to his profession, that will come under incidental or ancillary. Is it clear? Then next, irrespective of the volume or frequency. For example, one person started a restaurant and first day itself, so he has shut down the restaurant because people who ate food in his restaurant got diarrhea, vomiting, etc. and all. So therefore he shut down the restaurant that day. Now, but one day he did the business na, so then also he will be called as doing a business. So therefore business does not mean how many days you are continuously doing, that is irrelevant. So irrespective of the volume or frequency, whether or not for a pecuniary benefit. Pecuniary benefit means what? You just write down there, profit motive. Pecuniary benefit means profit motive. Pecuniary benefit means profit motive. So whether there is profit motive or not, it will be treated as business. For example, a temple which is engaged in sale of dairies, calendars, or prasadam, food preparation, all these things actually not for profit motive. They are doing it for non-profit motive only. But even then it will be coming under business, because business definition clearly says whether or not you are doing it for a profit motive or non-profit motive, the moment you sell, it will be coming under a trade and it will be falling under business. Understood here? This is the general meaning of business. There are certain activities which will always be treated as business, whether it fits into the general meaning of business or not. What is that? Number one, entry tickets. So for example, entry ticket to theme park, water park, or museum, etc. all entry tickets will be treated as business. Okay. Next, number two, holding an office accepted by him in the course or furtherance of his trade, profession, or occasion. Just remember this example. There is a chartered accountant who has become president of ICI or vice president of ICI, etc. For becoming the president of ICI, they will receive some money that will be coming under, see, being a chartered accountant is his profession, but he is holding an office now. What is the office name that he is holding? President ICI. For holding that office, they receive some money na, that will be coming under, so business. Then supply of goods or service in connection with commencement or closure of business. There is a restaurant and that restaurant purchased the ACs and now they shut down the restaurant. Now what they will do? They will sell the ACs. Is sale of AC by the restaurant, is restaurant's business? No. But that sale of AC will be treated as business only, even though their business is different from the sale of ACs. Are you getting this? Next, provision of facilities or benefits by a club, association, or society to its members. Example, there is an apartment owners association. That apartment owners association will be providing common facilities to its members and will be collecting maintenance charges. Will they do these services to outsiders or only to their members? Only to their members. So it will be coming under business. Even though they are not doing it for all, they are doing it to only their members, then also it will be a business activity only. Then any activity of a race club including betting transactions. So all activities of race club and betting activities will come under business. Race club means horse race club, or it can be motor race club, etc. Then all activities of government also will come under business, but in that only 4 activities are covered under supply. What are they? Transportation of goods or passengers, then Department of Post, airport or port services, and services to business entities. Then, but even though we have this definition, you don't have to by heart this definition at all. You just need to understand once, because in exam, whenever they give a situation, easily you will identify whether it is business or not. I told you one point. What is that? If it is not a personal activity, you treat it as business. Okay. Next, meaning of related already we have completed, and this illustration. Look into meaning of various supplies. We have taxable supply, exempted supply, non-taxable and zero rated. In that, zero rated already we know. Can you tell me what is the meaning of zero rated supply? Export of goods or services or supply of goods or services to SEZ is known as zero rated supply. Already I told you why is it called as zero rated. Reason? Tax rate is zero. No, the tax burden will become zero. That's why it will be called as zero rated. If the tax rate is zero, what is it called as? Nil rated. Nil rated. The difference between nil rated and zero rated is that nil rated means the tax rate is zero. But zero rated means there is some rate, but the moment when you export it or supply to SEZ, the burden will become zero because we will get the refund. So it will be called as zero rated. Next, what is the meaning of non-taxable supplies? Already I told you, not leviable to tax. What are the 2 supplies which are not at all leviable to tax? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. Then, even this point also I discussed. What is the meaning of exempted supplies? What are treated as exempted? 3. Notified as exempted, nil rated, non-taxable. These 3 will come under exempted. Goods or service which attracts nil rate, wholly exempt from tax, and includes non-taxable supply. So what are taxable supplies? The balancing figure, which is leviable to tax. And this chart already we discussed. So supply of goods or services chargeable to GST will be taxable supplies, and not chargeable to GST. GST not payable. Why not payable? Maybe it is non-taxable or nil rated or notified for non-payment. These 3 will be treated as exempted supplies. Now tell me whether taxable supplies includes exempted supplies? No. Why it will not include? Because exempted supply includes non-taxable supplies. That's why taxable supplies do not include exempted supply. Any reference when we are making to taxable supplies, which means it is excluding exempted supplies. That's why yesterday in composite supply, mixed supply, when I was telling 2 or more taxable supplies, means if we have an exempted supply, definitely it will not come under composite supply. So taxable supplies does not include exempted supplies. Now tell me whether all these 4 will come in aggregate turnover. Yes, whenever we see aggregate turnover, actually what are the places where we come across aggregate turnover? Mainly in registration chapter we come across aggregate turnover. Whenever aggregate turnover of a person exceeds the threshold limit, that person is required to get registered. Even in composition scheme also will come across, whenever the previous year aggregate turnover does not exceed 150 lakhs or 75 lakhs, current year the person can opt for composition scheme. So like this, some places we come across aggregate turnover. What is the meaning of aggregate turnover? It includes taxable supplies, exempted supplies, non-taxable supplies, and zero rated supplies. All these 4 will be coming in aggregate turnover. You can see there. Aggregate turnover means aggregate value of taxable, exempted, exports and interstate supplies. Sir, taxable covered, exempted includes non-taxable, zero rated only exports is there. Why supply to SEZ is not there? Because supply to SEZ will come under interstate supplies. I have given that in the footnote, you can see. So exempted supplies includes non-taxable or nil rated supplies, and interstate supplies include supplies to SEZ unit or developer. Even though it is zero rated, but it should be included in aggregate turnover. But aggregate turnover definition excludes what? So total 6 points you need to remember for aggregate turnover. Very, very important definition. You need to remember 6 points. What are the 4 things that will come in aggregate turnover? 4 plus 2 minus. What are the 4 plus? Taxable turnover, exempted turnover, non-taxable turnover, zero rated turnover. Those 4 classifications is there now, you remember like that. Okay. Taxable turnover, exempted turnover, non-taxable turnover, zero rated turnover. Computed state-wise or all India basis? All India basis. Okay. 2 minus. What are the two things which are excluded from aggregate turnover? Inward supplies under RCM. Turnover means outward supply or inward supply. Generally turnover means sales or purchase. Sales. Which means in sales, why purchases will come? It should not come. Agreed or not? That's why they are telling inward supply under RCM don't include. Why? First of all, this discussion will come. My inward supply under RCM, I have to pay tax. Even though I have to pay tax, it should not be added in my turnover. Actually, it should be added in whose turnover? My supplier's turnover. For example, I am your supplier, you are my recipient, my outward supply is covered under RCM, so on which you will pay GST, but this transaction should be included in whose turnover? Supplier turnover or recipient turnover? Supplier turnover, that's why it should not be included in the recipient's turnover. Is it clear? So aggregate turnover excludes inward supply covered under. You understood now what is inward supply, what is outward supply? Inward supply means what? Purchases. Outward supply means what? Sales. So inward supply should not come in turnover. Even taxes also should not come in turnover. Which taxes? CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST also should not come in aggregate turnover. Is it clear? That is GST group. In GST group we have 5. What are they? CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST and compensations cess. Okay. Understood the meaning of aggregate turnover, everyone? Super. And this classification already we have seen, and look into this meaning of job work and meaning of works contract. Yesterday I told you carrying out process on the goods belonging to other person. What is the name of it? Called as job work. And one illustration also we have seen that Corel printed, got the paper, on that paper I did the printing. So you gave me paper, on the paper I did the printing. Now actually that work is called as job work. Why job work? You are giving me material on which I do the process. That is called as job work. Understood? Then what is works contract? A contract involving both transfer of property in goods as well as provision of service against a single consideration or lump sum consideration. Example, if you see construction activity, I told you already in construction activity, they will provide you the material, cement, bricks, etc. and they will also be providing you construction service against a single consideration, a lump sum consideration. Agreed or not? So that will be coming under works contract. But a very important point is that works contract should be in relation to movable property or immovable property. Immovable property, underline that. Works contract should be in relation to immovable property. Suppose if it is in relation to movable property, it will not come under works contract. I will give you an example. You purchased a mobile and that mobile screen is broken and I am having a repair shop. You are bringing that mobile to me, I replace the screen, so screen replacement is goods. I will also provide the service of replacing the screen, correct? Even though it involves both goods element and service element, is it in relation to movable property or immovable property? Movable property, that's why it will not come under works contract. Is it clear? Yeah, 2 elements should be there in works contract. What are the 2 elements? Goods element and service element. What is that goods element in my example? That screen is the goods element. Number 2, what is the service element in my example? Replacement of the screen. But why is it not called as works contract? Read there. A contract involving transfer of property in goods. Goods element is there, as well as supply of service. Service element is also there. What is the goods element? Screen. What is the service element? Replacement of screen. But is it in relation to immovable property? No. That's why it is not called as works contract. Are you getting this? Then what is the name of this, sir? This is a normal supply. Composite or mixed supply you need to see. 2 or more supplies are there, na? One goods element and one service element. You tell me, is it composite supply or mixed supply? Naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Why naturally bundled? The one who is selling the screen will only do the replacement of the screen. So therefore, if you buy the screen outside, will they do the replacement? No. Which means that it is naturally bundled. All are taxable. correct? Then what is the principal supply? Replacement of screen is the principal supplier or screen is the principal supplier? Replacement of screen. Screen is not the principal supplier. Actually, they collect more money for replacing the screen. So that is the principal supply. So the entire activity will be treated as supply of service. Next. Why it is not called as job work? You only tell why it is not called as job work, because you are not giving me the screen on which I do the replacement. If you are buying the screen and giving me that screen, if I just to do the replacement, then it will be called as job work. Carrying out process on the goods belonging to other person. But I am only purchasing the screen, I am only replacing it and giving, that's why it will not come under job work. Okay. Distinct persons already we completed, and consequences of distinct person. Whenever there is a stock transfer or branch transfer, we need to check whether it is interstate stock transfer or intrastate stock transfer. If it is interstate stock transfer, then it will become supply under 7(1)(c). Why? Interstate, why it will become always transaction between distinct person? Yesterday I told you, interstate means two different states. In the other state, whether you have a registered establishment or unregistered establishment, always it is your distinct person. So therefore it will become transaction between distinct persons, supply 7(1)(c), agreed or not. But within the state, you should check whether there is a registered premises or not. Suppose within the state there is a separate registration, then only it will become supply under 7(1)(c). What if there is no separate registration? Then it is not a supply, because within the state, when you have multiple establishments, when it will be treated as distinct person? Only if you have obtained separate registration for that. Understood? Then meaning of recipient. Generally, who will be called as recipient? If the consideration is payable, the one who is liable to pay the consideration. If consideration is not payable, the one to whom the goods and services are provided will be the recipient. Example, carefully listen. Coming back to this, I am entering into contract with A Limited to provide the services to B Limited. I am entering into contract with A Limited to provide the services to B Limited. Now who is my recipient? A Limited or B Limited? I entered into contract with A Limited to provide the services to B Limited. A Limited or B Limited? A Limited. Why A Limited? The one who is liable to pay the consideration. Here with whom I entered into contract? So naturally they only should pay me money, correct or not? So they will be treated as my recipient and I need to raise invoice to them. Is it clear? Then next, what if consideration is not there? The one to whom I deliver the goods or the one to whom I deliver the services? Simple definition. Consideration is payable, person who is liable to pay the consideration is the recipient. Consideration not payable if it is goods, the one to whom we are providing the goods or the one to whom we are providing the services, they will be called as recipient. Now, let us move on to the circulars related to supply. First, we have a circular on movement of conveyances. So this movement of conveyances point already tested long back, somewhere in 2019 like that they have tested. Thereafter, they have not at all tested this concept in any exam, but recently in May 24 for CA final, they have tested this concept in the MCQs. Okay. So therefore, definitely there is a possibility that for this September exam, they can check this, because they know that students, see what ICI will do is that they will be taking some areas which usually students will not be focusing at all. So they know that students will read these areas. From this we should not ask. If we ask, they will be able to write and qualify. So therefore we should ask from some areas which they neglect. They will see this and all will not be asked. That is very, very important. You understood? Actually, you will know easily, you will know what are important in your syllabus. When you are reading, you feel like you are not able to understand that. Important. Okay. When you read, you will feel, your mind will tell, no, this and all will not be asked. You ignore like that. Important. important. When you are reading, you feel like sleeping. So automatically, you will feel like sleeping. How much ever you slept also, again you feel like sleeping when you are reading. Definitely important. You understood? These three areas are very, very important for exam. So therefore, your mind only will tell what is important, you prepare that, okay. Like this, these circulars, usually what students will do, when I am telling in the class also, they will not be focusing, and even they will not read it also and go for exam. That's why on the circulars only they will coin the questions, okay. So concentrate, simple here. So I am explaining with the help of an example. Look into this example. Ford Limited is having a factory in Tamil Nadu. They are sending a lorry to Ford Limited factory in Gujarat. That lorry has some goods and spare parts. These goods are for further supply, but these spare parts are for consumption in Gujarat factory. Understood? Now, whether GST payable on the goods, yes or no? No, in all these cases there is no consideration. So we need to apply 7(1)(c). Ford Limited Tamil Nadu and Ford Limited Gujarat are treated as, wow, very good, distinct persons. Now, goods between distinct persons, supply under 7(1)(c) or not a supply? 7(1)(c). So GST payable or not payable? Payable. Okay. Now, what about the lorry? Is lorry goods or not? Is lorry goods or not? No, lorry is not movable. Lorry is movable or not movable? Then what is the meaning of goods? Anything which is movable is goods only. Correct, yaar? Oh, lorry immovable, appa. Then how it will travel? Lorry is movable. So therefore it will be coming under goods. Then GST will be payable on lorry. But actually this lorry is not for further supply, sale. This lorry will load the goods, unload it there, again it will return. So literally no need to pay GST on the lorry. What if the lorry itself is goods for further supply? Example, Ashok Leyland from its factory send the lorry to its branch or depot to sell the lorry to the customer. Possible or not? So lorries usually from the factory to the depot they will be sending for the purpose of resale by the lorry manufacturer, Eicher Motors, Ashok Leyland, etc. and all. Then in that case that lorry itself is goods because it is for further supply. But in this context, this lorry is for further supply or it will just load and unload the goods. Load and unload the goods. So no need to pay GST on the lorry. Is it clear? So what is the first point that you need to remember? No GST on conveyances. No GST on conveyances carrying goods or people between distinct persons. Clear? Once again repeat please. No GST on conveyances carrying goods or people between distinct persons. One more time please. No GST on conveyances carrying goods or people between the distinct persons. Understood? Next. Suppose if the conveyance is taken from one place to another place for repairs, whether GST payable on the conveyance? No. So second point. First point, no GST on conveyances carrying goods or people between the distinct persons. Second point, no GST on conveyance for repairs, sent for repairs. Conveyance is sent for repairs. Then after repairs they are sending the conveyance. Again whether GST payable on the conveyance? No. No GST on conveyance. So second point itself. Conveyance which is sent for repairs or returned from repairs, there is no GST on conveyance. However, concentrate. However, GST payable on the repair service provided by one distinct person to another distinct person. Now, in this example, which distinct person is providing repair service? Maharashtra branch is providing services to the other branch, Tamil Nadu. Therefore, that repair service will become supply. Is it clear? So, GST payable on the repair service. Okay. Now, tell me first point. No GST on conveyance carrying goods or people between distinct person. Super. Second point, no GST on conveyance sent for repairs or returned after repairs. However, GST payable on repair service. Clear? Next, third point. Whenever the spare parts are sent from one distinct person to another distinct person for consumption in the distinct person, then also there is no GST, because these spare parts, are they going to further sell or consume within the distinct person? Consume within the distinct person. That's why there is no GST. So third point, what is the third point? Spare parts sent to the distinct person. For what purpose? Further sale or consumption? Consumption is treated as supply or not treated as supply? Not treated as supply. So all those points I just gave it in the paragraph. See that. Movement of conveyance for transporting goods or persons between distinct persons do not constitute supply. That's the first point. Also, movement of conveyance for repairs or after repairs do not constitute supply. Second point. Third, movement of spare parts, tools, etc. between distinct persons not for further supply but for consumption in the distinct person also do not constitute supply. These 3 points you remember, okay? And whenever you get any question related to this, just these 3 points you remember and you write that, okay? Can you? Next. Now look into the next one, print job. Now you are having one book in your hand, correct? In that book, what is the goods element? Paper, ink, super. What is the service element? Printing and binding, correct? Now, what will be treated as the principal supply in this? What will be treated as the principal supply in this? Printing, paper and ink, printing. Suppose if the paper and ink, so it's like printing is not proper. Printing and all was not proper. Yesterday, I have seen one student buy the book. He again went outside, so to exchange the book. Maybe the print was not good. So, but paper and ink is there, na? Retain the book. No. So, you will buy the book not for the paper and ink, but you will buy the book for the print content inside the book. Correct or not? Will you buy old book? No. You will buy the latest book. Suppose if this book is in Chinese or Japanese, will you buy? No. So, which means what is important here? Print. Therefore, what is the predominant element in this? Printing. Therefore, it is treated as supply of service. Is it clear? Sir, what is the difference between this and whatever you have already said yesterday, that paper is received and we are doing the printing? What is the difference between that and this? In that case, you gave me the paper, I just did the printing, so it is always supply of service, the confusion is not there. Are you getting this? Whereas, in this case, I am buying the paper, I am buying the ink, I am only doing the printing and I collected money. So, therefore, entire amount should be included in the value. Pa, are you understanding? Please respond, Pa. That is, in the last example what I said, you gave me paper, you are my recipient, you gave me paper, I did only the printing. What is the name of it? Job work, supply of service, no doubt. But in this example, what is happening? I am only buying the paper, I am only buying the ink, I am only doing the printing and I gave it to you. So now the confusion starts. Is it supply of goods or supply of service? What is that they are telling? You see what is the predominant element. Based on the predominant element, you classify. Classification based on principal supply. So therefore, printing constitutes principal supply. It will be treated as supply of services. Are you understanding this? Now one more example. You are ordering for tissue papers where your restaurant logo should be printed on the tissue paper. Now I buy the tissue paper, I print your restaurant logo and I will give you the tissue papers. You will keep it in the restaurant for your customers to wipe their face, etc. Now in this case, what is the goods element? tissue paper. What is the service element? Printing of logo. You tell me what constitutes predominant element? Printing, definitely not. Just because restaurant name is printed, you will use it for some other purpose or what? No. Whatever purpose for which you use the tissue paper, for that purpose only you will be using. So therefore, just because restaurant name is printed, you will not fold and preserve it safely. No. So therefore, tissue paper is a predominant element. It will be coming under supply of goods. So if paper constitutes principal supply, then it will be treated as supply of goods. Is it clear? Why is it not called as job work? Why is it not called as job work? He is only purchasing the material, he is only doing the process and he is giving, that's why it is not a job work. Then next area, here we need to understand the taxability of renting first. So there is a concept called as tenancy premium, but to understand tenancy premium we should know about the renting of immobile property related exemption, so please concentrate. Generally, renting of immobile property is divided into two, residential property and commercial property. How do you know whether it is a residential property or commercial property? At the time of construction itself, we will get a approval, and in that approval, we will mention as to what is the type of property we are constructing. So it is a commercial property. Don't see anything. Commercial property renting will always be taxable. Is it clear? Commercial property renting will always be taxable. Whereas residential property, we have some points. Residential property divided into two. Residential property for residential purpose, residential property for commercial purpose. Residential property for residential purpose again divided into two, to registered person to unregistered person. If it is to unregistered person, it is exempted. If it is to registered person, then it will be taxable. Okay. So here immobile property, if it is a commercial property, first point, always taxable. If it is residential property for residential purpose to unregistered person, exempted. Clear? Residential property, residential purpose to registered person, but the registered person is a individual for their family stay, then also it will be exempted. Example, chartered accountant, registered, who takes the residential property on rent for his family stay, taxable or exempted? Exempted. What if he takes that house and converts into his office? What purpose? Commercial purpose. So residential property for commercial purpose will be taxable. You understood? So now what you need to remember, or how you need to remember, I will tell you. Actually this chart you quickly go through once without the objective of remembering it. Just listen to it once. I will tell you how to remember. Okay. Just go through this once. Vinod. Yes. Okay. Now listen, pa. First you remember what is exempted. So balancing figure is taxable. Okay. Tell me what are exempted for renting of immobile property. Residential property for residential purpose to unregistered person is exempted. Super. Next, residential property, residential purpose to a registered individual for his family stay. Ayya, for his family stay. For his family stay, not someone's family stay. You understood? For his family stay. I will tell you why. No, I am not meaning in any negative sense. Okay. So what I mean is that, for example, I have an employee. I told to my employee, don't worry, I will provide you the accommodation. Now I am taking the accommodation on rent, not for my family, but for my employee's family. Now tell me whether it is taxable or exempted. Taxable. So for that person's individual family, only it is exempted. Okay. Come again, what are the two exemptions? Residential property, residential purpose to unregistered person. Next, residential property, residential purpose, registered individual for his family stay is exempted. All other cases it will be taxable. Correct? Correct. So now you should not remember what are taxable. You should remember what are exempted. So the balancing figure is taxable. Okay? Yeah? Next. Wherever it is taxable, whether it will be FCM or RCM, how to remember that? Listen. Only in one case it is RCM. In all other cases it will be FCM. What is that one case it will be RCM? If the recipient is registered person, then it is RCM, otherwise it will be FCM. Correct? Could you see that? That to what property? Commercial property or residential property? Residential property. Residential property to registered person will be coming under RCM, otherwise it will be FCM. Okay. So this part you write down in your book somewhere, or you put a sticky note and you write down, so that you will try to simply remember, like simplify this and remember, because this chart you may not be able to recollect properly in exam and you will get confused. The problem is, if you don't know the answer, you will feel like the exam got over soon. Okay. If you don't know, it is actually a blessing. The paper will get over in hardly 1.5 or 2 hours and you will come out and you feel like relaxed. Okay. If you know also, you will write on time and you will come out. But the problem is in the middle. You learnt, but you will scratch your head. You will look into others. You will look into the invigilator and you will not understand what is it. You will get pretty much confused. So that is the confused state where it will eat away your time. When it eats away your time, you will feel like you have not attempted for 100 marks. You know what is the success strategy to success? Attempting for 100 marks. If you are able to attempt for 100 marks every paper, attempting does not mean writing the question number and coming. That is not attempting. Attempting, I mean you are really writing. So then it means that you will definitely clear. Actually, you write for 60 marks and you expect you should get 50 marks. How is it possible? You have to write for 100 marks and you expect 50 to 60, it is possible. But when your writing itself is for 80 marks, 70 marks, 60 marks, how can you expect so good marks to come? Because ICAI will never give full marks unless otherwise you are exceptionally good. You understood? So therefore, the target is attempting 100 marks. But to attempt 100 marks, we need to manage the time. Means we should not spend too much time thinking in the exam hall. That's why as simple as you can, try to simplify and remember in your mind. Okay. So what is that first you need to remember? Exemption. So when is it exempted? Right now we are talking about what? Renting of immovable property. Renting of immovable property. In that renting of immovable property, you need to remember when is it exempted, so that the balancing figure will be taxable, and when it will come under RCM, so that the balancing figure will be FCM. So tell me, when is it exempted? Two exemptions. Residential property for residential purpose to unregistered person. residential property for residential purpose to unregistered person. Number 2, residential property for residential purpose to registered individual, not registered person, registered individual for his family stay. Huh? That's what I said. If he is not staying, if he is in the sense his family is not staying, his family is not staying, then it will not be coming under exemption. Okay, it will be taxable. So he should stay. He in the sense, you don't think individual, he in the sense, he along with his family, that is the meaning. Okay, sir, why are we talking about he only, why not she? See, he includes sheep. Okay, usually in law nowhere they will give, he or she like that, because in the law he includes she, male includes female. Okay, then RCM when? RCM when? Only one case pa, residential property to registered person, any purpose, correct? Let it be residential purpose or let it be commercial purpose, residential property to registered person will be coming under RCM. Okay, you finished making note of this? Now answer this. You don't have to write, just answer without seeing your book. These two you can remember, yes or no? So tell me once again, what are exempted? Residential property, residential purpose, unregistered person. Super. Next, residential property, residential purpose, registered individual for family stay. Okay, then when it will be RCM? Residential property to registered person. Now see this. Yes, pa. So actually that's what, if he is living along with his family, then only it is exempted. Sir, what if he is not living, sir? It's like his father and mother listening to his wife, he sent his father and mother to separate house, sir. What kind of a moron, okay. And so I'm not telling you, pa, generally, whatever example you said. So therefore, sent parents to some other home, sir. Now in that case, that rent will be exempted or not. Actually speaking, department will not know what you are doing, whether you have one family, two families, three families, etc. Till the time the rental agreement is in your name, till the time the rental agreement is in your name, they will think that it is your family only. You understood? So it is all about the rental agreement. So the rental agreement is in your name and for your purpose. So then no doubt it is for your family's sake and it will be exempted. Okay, even if it is father and mother in a separate house, but that rental agreement will be in the name of that person only, na? Okay. So type of the property and purpose of the property. Next, to whom? To whom? Based on this, you need to tell me whether it will be taxable or exempted, and FCM or RCM. Don't write, just listen. Already it is there, but that only I am just bifurcating. So you should remember this and apply this into this illustration. Okay. So FCM or RCM. So don't worry, all these notes I will share it in the, because I am writing in the same notes, everything. So what I will do is that I will just convert it into PDF and I will share it with you in the Telegram group, and even we are recording this and we will edit it and we will upload it in the YouTube. There also we will give in the description in the Google Drive, don't worry about it. But whatever I am asking you to write, you write. Thinking that I am anyhow giving, don't keep quiet, okay. Whatever I am asking you, write that. Remaining things you just listen. Type of the property, residential, purpose, commercial, to whom, to registered person, taxable or exempted? Very good, taxable. Why taxable? Because it is not covered under those two exemptions. Those two exemptions are for residential purpose, so it is not covered there. That's why it will be coming under taxable. Is it FCM or RCM? Why RCM? Because it is residential to registered person, therefore it will be coming under RCM. Then residential for commercial purpose and to unregistered person, taxable or exempted? But unregistered person we have exempted, that is residential, but this is commercial, so it will be taxable. FCM or RCM? Why? Recipient is not registered, therefore it will be FCM. Then residential unregistered person, exempted. As it is exempted, we don't have to bother about whether it is FCM or RCM. Then residential registered person, so that is firm, exempted or taxable? Taxable, because for individual only we have the exemption, for others we don't have. Firm, because where there is family for firm, company, etc. and all, so therefore there won't be a concept of family. The family concept is only to the individual. So, and whether it is FCM or RCM? Why RCM? Residential property to registered person will be coming under RCM. Then next, residential registered person, individual for his business, taxable. And whether it is FCM or RCM? RCM. Residential registered person, individual for his family stay. For his family stay. What is your answer? Exempted. And whether it is FCM or RCM does not arise, as it is exempted. Residential registered person, individual for his employees family stay, taxable? Yes. And will it be coming under RCM or FCM? RCM, not FCM, because the moment it is a residential property for residential purpose, it will be RCM. Are you getting this? So any combination they can ask pa. If you remember like this, no, you will never be able to learn this. So you should remember this only, and this is application. You got it? This is the heart. This you need to remember, and this you just apply that, so you will arrive at the answers. This table you don't have to remember. This is the application. Now you got the clarity about this chart? Yes or no? Can I proceed? Now we are moving on to tenancy premium. What is tenancy premium? Whenever there is a lock-in contract means I enter into contract with you, you are the property owner, I enter into contract with you that you have to give your property on rent to me for a fixed period. And in between this period, you should not ask me to vacate the property. I also will not give notice for vacating the property. Usually this type of properties will be taken because I will be incurring some cost in renovation of that building. Because when you give me your property, that may not be suitable to my business. For example, I am running a restaurant or I am running a showroom, etc. I will modify the interiors according to my business. I will put the POP and I will put the ACs, cassette ACs. I will make it as good infrastructure because I will be getting lot of customers. If you see showrooms and all, car showrooms and two-wheeler showrooms, so they will keep the showroom in a sophisticated manner. Have you observed that? So why? Because it should be pleasant for the customers when they are coming and visiting it. So for which they do lot of interior. Now it so happens that I spend some 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs for the interior and you will ask me to vacate the property. Then this 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs is lost for me, agreed or not? So due to that reason, there will be a lock-in contract wherein for 3 years you should not ask me to vacate the property. I will not vacate the property. You understood? Now I got the tenancy right for 3 years. I got the tenancy right for 3 years. Now, my business did not go well. What I will do, I will give this tenancy right to another tenant because I cannot withdraw from the rental agreement. Why? Because there is a lock-in contract for 3 years. But I will transfer this to some other tenant, and that some other tenant, I will collect a premium from him because of the renovation I did in the building. Agreed or not? He will, if he is coming, he also should spend the money. Now that is relieved for him. So I will collect some premium from him for the cost that I have incurred in this building. That premium what I am collecting is known as tenancy premium. You understood? So when tenancy premium will rise? Whenever I transfer the tenancy right to another tenant, I will be getting a tenancy premium. I myself is a tenant. I am transferring the tenancy right to another tenant, for which I will get a tenancy premium, and that tenancy premium will always be taxable in my hands. Is it clear or not? Now, say I got some 8 lakhs as a tenancy premium. So this 8 lakhs will be taxable in my hands. Is it clear? Now you will ask me that I am not allowing you to give it to another tenant, but you are giving it to another tenant and you earned a tenancy premium. Out of that 40% you should pay me, like that you are asking me in the contract. Now how much tenancy premium I got? 8 lakhs. Out of this 8 lakhs, what is 40%? 3,20,000. That 3,20,000 you are getting. Now what is the taxability of that 3,20,000 in your hands? Who are you? Who are you? Owner, property owner. What is the taxability of the 3,20,000 in your hands? Whatever is the treatment of rent, that is the treatment of this share of tenancy premium. So when the rent is taxable, this tenancy premium received by you is also taxable. When the rent is exempted, this tenancy premium received by you is also exempted. But whatever tenancy premium that I received will always be taxable. You can see that in the next page, a chart related to this. There is a property owner who enters into lock-in agreement with tenant A, and tenant A has paid the security deposit and rent. So this security deposit is not treated as consideration, whereas this rent will be taxable based on the above chart. Agreed or not? Why security deposit is not treated as consideration? Because security deposit is refundable in nature, that's why it is not treated as consideration. But the rent will be taxable as per the above chart. Sometimes it is taxable and sometimes it is exempted. Now what happened? Tenant A transferred the tenancy right to tenant B, for which tenant B paid a tenancy premium of 80,000 rupees. What about this 80,000 in the hands of tenant A? Answer. Always taxable, irrespective of the type of property or nature of property. Understood or not? Now out of this 80,000, he shares 32,000 with the property owner. What is the taxability of this 32,000? If the rent of this property is taxable, this 32,000 is also taxable in the hands of property owner. If the rent of this property is exempted, when the rent of this property is exempted? Only in 2 cases. If it is a residential property for residential purpose to an unregistered person, or residential property for residential purpose to a registered individual for his family stay. Usually for that type of properties, there won't be tenancy premium concept. Is it clear? For residential properties, why we will be having lock-in contract, tenancy premium, etc. and all that will not arise. But the provision they are telling, so 99% of the cases, this tenancy premium received by the property owner will be taxable. Now sir, is there a double taxation? No. Property owner will pay GST on 32 and will be recovering it from tenant A. Tenant A will take the ITC. Again, tenant A will pay GST on 80,000 and this 32,000 related ITC he will set off, which means literally GST will be payable only on 80,000 only. So because property owner will pay GST on 32,000 plus 12%, for example, let's take 12%. Now that 12% is recovered from tenant A, so tenant A will take ITC of that 12% on 32,000, correct or not? Then again tenant A will pay GST on 80,000, so from that GST this 12% on 32 will be deducted, so net GST only they will pay. So there is no double taxation. Is it clear? What if property owner is not paying GST on 32? Then on entire 80,000, tenant A only will pay GST. You got it? Because there is no ITC available to tenant A. Now, what if tenant A is unregistered person? What if tenant A is unregistered person? Even though the service is taxable, but if they are unregistered, they are not required to pay GST. This is one aspect which you should remember, okay? First you should know whether the transaction is supply or not. The next aspect that you should know is it taxable or exempted. The third aspect you should know as to who will pay GST, that is FCM or RCM. The fourth aspect that you should know is that whether they are registered or not registered. Even though all these three are yes, but they are unregistered, they are not required to pay GST. For example, I am not registered, but the supply that I make is taxable. Should I pay GST or not required to pay GST? Not required to pay GST. You understood? So what are the four aspects we need to see in every transaction? Supply or not a supply. Second, taxable or exempted. Third, FCM or RCM. Four, registered or not. If everything is positive, it is supply, it is taxable and it is covered under either FCM or RCM and the person is registered, then only they will pay GST, otherwise they are not required to pay GST. Is that clear? Now, so if tenant A is not registered, they will not pay GST. Are you understanding the concept of tenancy premium? So I have just given it in 4 simple points. You see that in the previous page. Tenancy premium arises in a situation where there is a lock-in rental agreement. Tenancy premium means the amount collected by the tenant for transfer of tenancy right to another tenant or renouncement of tenancy right to the property owner. Sometimes the property owner will come forward and say, boss, I want to give this property to some other person, you please vacate. Then we will say there is a lock-in contract, how can I vacate? For which the property owner will say, okay, how much ever cost you incurred in the property, I will pay you. You please vacate the property. That is also tenancy premium. Is it clear? For 3-year lock-in contract, the property owner is getting a better offer. So some other tenant is coming and telling, you are already giving that property for 1 lakh, I will give you 1.5 lakh. Make them to vacate the property. Now this 1.5 lakh, whatever this owner is getting, he is interested in that 1.5 lakh. So he is coming and asking me to vacate the property, but I will not agree to vacate the property now. Why? Because there is a lock-in contract. Then he will say, fine, whatever is the cost that you incurred in the property, I will pay you. Some 10 lakhs he is giving me to vacate the property. This 10 lakhs is also tenancy premium, okay. So 2 cases tenancy premium will come. One on account of transfer of tenancy right, another on account of renouncement of tenancy right. What is renouncement of tenancy right? Surrendering the tenancy right. Tenancy premium received by tenant will always be taxable irrespective of the nature of the property, whereas tenancy premium received by the owner will be taxable or not? Yes. When it will be taxable? If the rent with respect to such property is taxable. Clear? So tell me these 4 points related to tenancy premium. Come on, first, don't see. First, when tenancy premium will arise? What type of contract? Lock-in contract. What are the 2 situations where the tenancy premium will come? Transfer of tenancy right or renouncement of tenancy right to the property owner. And whatever tenancy premium received by tenant, always taxable. What about the tenancy premium received by the property owner from tenant? taxable if the rent of that property is taxable. Then next, look into the next area, taxability of interest income. In our yesterday's discussion related to value of supply, I told you one point. Interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration will be included in the value and chargeable to GST, correct or not? Now, what about interest on account of loans, advances, deposits? It will be always exempted. See this. So, interest income will come across in two places in GST. Entire GST, we will come across interest income in two places. One is interest on account of loans, advances, deposits. Whenever I am giving you loan, I will recover the interest. Whenever I am giving you advance, I will recover the interest. Whenever I am depositing money in bank, I will get the interest. So, this interest on loans, advances, deposits is exempted. No need to pay GST. However, interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration, that is, you have to pay me money, you did not pay on time, so I am collecting some interest from you. That interest will be taxable and included in the value for payment of GST. Am I right? Now, there is a del creditor agent. Who is a del creditor agent? Del creditor agent is a person who will first make payment to his principal and later on recover the money from his buyers. For example, there is a principal, I am the del creditor agent, you are the buyer. Now what I will do compared to a normal agent, first I will pay money to the principal and then I will recover the money from you. And because of this, I will be incurring the bad debts loss. You understood? So that's what you would have studied somewhere in foundation in consignment chapter, that a del creditor agent will suffer the risk of bad debts. Why they suffer the risk of bad debts? Because first they will make the payment and later on they will be recovering it from the recipient, that is buyers. So now, as I am giving you a credit facility, I will be collecting some interest from you in addition to the sale price. Again I am repeating, carefully listen. I am a del creditor agent, there is one principal, you are my buyer. First I will be paying money to my principal, later on I will recover money from you, you are my agent, you are my buyer. As an agent I will recover the money from you, but I will also collect some interest from you because I am giving you a credit facility. What is the treatment of this interest? What will be my argument? I will say this interest will be like interest on loans, advances, deposits, therefore it is exempted. But what department will argue? No, this interest is collected because there is a delay in receipt of consideration, therefore this interest will be taxable. Now you tell me which will be correct. Actually both are correct. That's where CBIC gave a clarity here. What they are telling, check who raised the invoice. If del creditor agent raised the invoice to the buyer, then you tell me who is your supplier. Del creditor agent principal, your buyer your buyer. I raised invoice to you in my name. Now who is your supplier? Del creditor agent or principal? I am only raising invoice na, means I am your supplier, yes or no? Now whenever you give me interest, that will come under delay on account of receipt of consideration, so this interest will be taxable. Super. Suppose if my principal is raising invoice to you, I am not raising invoice, my principal is raising invoice to you. Now who is your supplier? Del creditor agent or principal? Principal, then whatever interest that I am collecting will be on account of giving you a finance facility and that interest will be exempted. You understood? So see there, interest earned by del creditor agent, invoice raised by principal to buyer. Who is your supplier? Principal. Then whatever interest that I collected will be exempted because interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. Suppose if invoice is raised by del creditor agent to the buyer, then who is your supplier? Del creditor agent. Then whatever interest that is collected will come under interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. It should be included in the value and taxable accordingly. Got it? Next, look into the next one, taxability of hire purchase transaction. In hire purchase, we need to understand there are two types of hire purchase. Hire purchase transaction and hire purchase financing. What is the difference between these two? Listen carefully. You go to a mobile shop, you want to buy an iPhone, and you identify one financier there, like Bajaj Finance, and you are asking them that you want to buy an iPhone. They will give you the finance, you will pay to Bajaj Finance the EMIs. Now, how many parties are involved in this transaction? 3 or 2 or 3. Who are those 3 parties? Seller, buyer, financier, Bajaj Finance, correct? This is called as hire purchase financing. Got it? In this hire purchase financing, the financier will recover EMI. In that EMI there is an interest, na? That interest will be exempted. Clear pa? In the EMI there will be an interest, that interest will be exempted. Why interest will be exempted? On account of loans, advances, deposits. Whereas sometimes the seller is only giving you the finance facility. There is no financier. The seller is only giving you the finance facility. Means the seller will only recover EMIs. In that EMIs, whether the interest will be taxable or exempted? Taxable, because that interest is on account of delay in receipt of consideration. Clear or not? Now, which one is hire purchase transaction? Which one is hire purchase financing? Only 2 parties, seller and buyer. It is hire purchase transaction. Hire purchase transaction, only 2 parties, hire vendor and hire purchaser. But in hire purchase financing, how many parties are there? 3 parties. Who are they? Hire vendor, financier and hire purchaser. Now, in which case interest is taxable, which case interest is exempted? Hire purchase transaction interest is, hire purchase financing interest is. Now look into this example. Machinery cash price is 40,000. Payable installments of 4,000 each for 12 months. What is the hire purchase price? Do the calculation. 4,000 into 12, 48,000. That is a hire purchase price. Cash price 40. So the difference is known as interest. Now, if it is hire purchase transaction, that 8,000 will be taxable, correct? But how that 8,000 will be taxable? Yesterday I told you, interest is taxable on what basis? Accrual basis or receipt basis? Receipt basis. How this 8,000 will be recovered from the customer? At a time or in installments? Over how many months? Means each month we need to see how much is the interest, and that month whenever it is actually received they need to pay GST on that. Is it clear? Means this 8,000 we need to spread over 12 months. Every month whatever is the interest, on that we need to pay GST. So interest chargeable to GST on receipt basis, that is for a period of 12 months. Then next, suppose if it is hire purchase financing, how many parties are there? 3 parties, hire vendor, financier and purchaser. What is the treatment of the interest in that case? Exempted. Interest on loans, advances, deposits. So you tell me which financing, like which hire purchase you should go for? Hire purchase transaction or hire purchase financing? Financing, because there is no GST burden. That's why if you see at present, we don't have hire purchase transaction. Everywhere we have hire purchase financing. The same logic is even applicable in case of credit cards converted into EMI versus consumer durable loan. For example, you have a credit card. You buy anything using that credit card and convert into EMI. In that there is an interest now, that interest will be taxable. Why that interest is taxable? Because generally credit card interest will be taxable. Instead, you take a loan on that particular asset. For example, you want to buy the mobile phone. Usually what people will do, they swipe the credit card, convert into EMI. That EMI interest is taxable. Instead, if they take a durable loan, consumer durable loan, then in that case, that interest will be exempted. That's what I have given. Interest involved in credit card is not exempted and treated like interest involved in hire purchase transaction. So consequently, it will be taxable. Now, we are moving on to another circular related to priority sector lending certificate. But to understand this priority sector lending certificate, first we will see the illustration and then we will see what is that it means. So RBI is the bank in India which will be providing the license to various banks to operate in India, correct? So this is the head bank or the government bank or regulatory bank, anyway you can call. So RBI only will give license to every bank. So now they are giving a license to Lena Dena Bank to operate it as a bank. What is the difference between a bank and a financial institution? Where it differs? Both of them will give loans. Both of them will be collecting the interest and other services. But a slight difference is there between bank and a financial institution. Accepting deposits. Financial institution will not accept deposits, but a bank will be accepting deposits. Now, as bank is accepting deposits means they are playing with whose money? Public money. They don't have the capital. They don't have the capital. They have the deposits which is used for giving the loans. So there is an obligation on them that they should give a percentage of their public deposits as loan to the priority sector, which is usually neglected sector by the bank. What is the priority sector which is neglected by the bank? To whom they will not at all give loans? Very good. Agriculture and farmers. Then education loans, correct? MSME loans, startup loans, housing loans. These are all some examples where it is a risky sector for them, so the banks will not be giving. So RBI puts a mandate on them that a percentage of the public deposit they should give loan to the public sector. So that is called as priority sector lending. You got it? Now, so RBI gives a condition, license with a condition that 30% of the deposit should be granted as loans to the priority sector. What is the priority sector? Housing loan, education loan, MSME, startup, etc. Now for Lena Dena Bank, what is the deposits for the financial year 2021? See there, how much they collected public deposits? 100 crores. Out of that, how much they should give as loan to priority sector? How much? 30 crores. But how much they have already given as loan to the priority sector? 20 crores. What is the shortfall? 10 crores. What will happen if they are not giving this 10 crore loan to priority sector? Their license will be cancelled. You understood this version? Now see the other side of the story. There is another bank which is HDFC Bank. To them also they have given license with the same condition. And what is the deposits of HDFC Bank for the financial year 2021? 1000 crores. How much loan they need to give to the priority sector? 300 crores. How much loan they have given to the priority sector? 380 crores. Now, what is the excess that they have achieved? 80 crores. Now, you understood this side of the story? Now, listen. What they are telling, Lena Dena Bank can transfer 10 crores to HDFC Bank so that indirectly Lena Dena Bank has given loan to the priority sector. You got it? Lena Dena Bank can transfer how much pa? 10 crores to whom? HDFC Bank, for which HDFC Bank will allot priority sector lending certificate. To whom? To Lena Dena Bank. Now what is the direct loan given by Lena Dena Bank to priority sector? 20. What is the indirect loan given by Lena Dena Bank to the priority sector? 10. So therefore, what is that revised loan to priority sector? 30. So they achieved the target. Now, what is the existing loan given by this HDFC Bank to priority sector? 380. In that 380, they allotted 10 crore worth of priority sector loan to whom? Lena Dena Bank. So what is their revised loan to priority sector? 370 crores. Even then they have achieved. You understood or not? Now, in this process, concentrate. In this process, one bank is transferring the priority sector lending certificate to another bank. Which bank is transferring? HDFC is transferring it to Lena Dena Bank, for which HDFC gets 10 crores. For which HDFC gets 10 crores. This transaction is called as transaction in securities. No, this is not called as transaction in securities. Why is it not called as transaction in securities? Because this priority sector lending certificate is not traded in the stock market, As it is not traded in the stock market, it will not be called as securities. And then what is it called as? It is called as license, transfer of license, treated as goods and chargeable to GST. Is it clear? So one point you need to remember. What is that? Priority sector lending certificates, there is no exemption and they are treated as goods and it will be chargeable to GST. Is it clear? This RCM point you don't have to remember because goods related RCM provisions is not applicable for your exam. So you don't have to remember that. Just remember priority sector lending certificates are treated as goods and it will be taxable. We don't have any exemption with respect to that. Understood or not? So in this case, this is treated as goods, not treated as securities, and GST will be payable by Lena Dena Bank because RCM, and it will be always treated as deemed interstate supply. Reason being, this transaction will happen through the portal of RBI. So there is no information about seller, buyer, etc. and all. That's why always it will be deemed interstate supply chargeable to IGST. Then next, 7th point. When an agent will be called as agent acting on behalf of principal? You tell me here, when an agent will be called as agent acting on behalf of principal? Simple, one line answer actually. If the agent is raising invoice in his name, he is called as agent acting on behalf of principal, correct or not? Means I am representing my principal. When I will represent my principal? When I raise the invoice in my name. See, I am hiding my principal. Where is principal? On my back. You don't know who is my principal, which means I only raised invoice in my name, means I am acting on behalf of principal. So what? I am raising invoice to you, that is one supply. Now, for my principal, when he is sending the goods to me, that is also supply. Where it will come under supply? 7(1)(c). Principal agent transaction. Got it? Say this. So first principal is sending the goods to the agent. Agent is sending the goods to the buyer. Now, who raised invoice to the buyer? Principal is raising invoice to the buyer. Is agent acting on behalf of principal or not acting on behalf of principal? Not acting on behalf of principal. Therefore, there is only one supply between. There is only one supply between principal and the buyer. Suppose if agent is raising invoice in the name of the agent to the buyer, then there is one supply by agent to buyer 7(1)(a), correct? And there is another supply between principal to agent 7(1)(c). Same way purchase transaction also. So remember, in both sale transaction and purchase transaction, in case of sale transaction, if the invoice is raised by the agent in his name, in case of purchase transaction, if the invoice is in the name of the agent, then the agent is acting on behalf of principal. Whenever agent is acting on behalf of principal, between principal and agent, it will become supply under 7(1)(c). Next, look into the 8th point, whether the activity of bus body building is supply of goods or supply of services. So I will tell you the bus body building job. So already this is the chassis, engine, tires, everything is available. What I will do, I will buy the metal structure, like I will buy the plates, sheets and metal pipes, and I will bring it into a structure like this. And that structure I will keep on the vehicle. Now, in this structure, what is the goods element? Metal pipe, sheets is the goods element. What is the service element? Fabrication. To bring it into structure, I need to do the fabrication, welding, I need to attach, and then installation, correct? You tell me which is the predominant element. Welding and fabricating or the metal pipes and sheets? Welding and fabricating, that only will take lot of time. So therefore, it will be treated as supply of service. They are telling determine on the basis of principal supply. So what is the principal supply? Usually here service. Then rethreading of tires. In rethreading of tires, what will happen? I will get a old tire. To that old tire, I will fix this grip so that it will become a rethreaded tire. Now you tell me, if I am buying the old tire from you and doing the rethreading, then It will be supply of goods or supply of services. I purchase a old tire, I did the rethreading, then I am selling it to you. Supply of goods or supply of service? Goods. I purchase the tire, I purchase the old tire from you. If I do the process on the goods belonging to others, it is service, correct? If the old tire belongs to you, if I do only rethreading, it is supply of service. If I got the old tire from you, means I purchased the old tire, I am only doing the rethreading and giving it to you, then it will be supply of goods. Then, whether artwork sent by artists to galleries is treated as supply on the date when it is sent to the gallery. Example, I am making one artwork, I am sending it to the art gallery for display it in the art gallery. Now, when will I receive money? After that art gallery being sold to one customer, that time, till that time I will not get money. So therefore the law says, even though you are sending the artwork to the gallery today, but whenever you are going to get the money, at that time only consideration is certain, correct? I told you one point, that only when the consideration is certain, then only consideration is present. So when the consideration is certain in this case, only when the art gallery sells the artwork to the buyer. So until that point of time, my consideration is not certain. So therefore, it will be treated as supply on which date? When I am sending it to the art gallery is making sale to the buyer. Art gallery is making sale to the buyer, that is this. It is only when the buyer selects a particular artwork displayed at the gallery that the actual supply takes place and applicable GST will be payable. Then perquisites, already I discussed about perquisites. What is the answer for perquisites? Covered under supply or not covered under supply? Why not covered under supply? Because perquisites will be treated as salary. When do you know that it is a perquisite? If it is covered under the offer document. Good. Then whether sale of land, developed land will come under sale of land and is excluded from supply. What is developed land means? I will be buying a agricultural land or industrial land. I will do the leveling. I will cut it into plots. I will lay down the road, water pipes, electricity, etc. Then I will sell it as plot of land. Have you seen plots and all? In outskirts you would have seen plots. But whether that plots, from the beginning it will be like that only? No. A builder will develop it accordingly. So they will remove all the scrap, they will level it, and they will lay down the roads, they will divide it into plots of 2400 square feet or 1200 square feet like that, and then these plots will be sold. Now is sale of developed plot also sale of land or not? First, sale of developed plot is also sale of land or not? Land only na they are selling. Sale of land, what is your answer? Covered under supply or not covered under supply? Not covered under supply. So therefore it is excluded from supply. Suppose if I am collecting some amount towards development charges, that is land value 2000 per square feet, but I am collecting from you 2500 rupees per square feet, where 2000 rupees is for the land, 500 rupees is for the development. What is your answer? So chargeable to GST or not? Which portion is chargeable to GST? That 500 rupees will be chargeable to GST. Got it? Read it once. Mark it as very, very important. Such sale of land is excluded from supply. However, any service provided for development of land like leveling, laying of drainage lines as may be received by the developers shall attract GST at the rate applicable to such services. Then there is something called as no claim bonus received from the insurance company. What is this no claim bonus means? When you take a motor vehicle insurance, next year when you renew the insurance, you will get a deduction from the premium. For example, you have to pay a premium of 6,000, you don't have to pay 6,000, you need to pay only 4,000. You got a deduction of 2,000. What is the 2,000 called as? no claim bonus. Why you got the 2000 as reduction? Because last year you did not claim anything from the insurance company. As last year you did not claim anything from the insurance company, you are getting this 2000 rupees. Are you not claiming because you get this 2000? Are you not claiming because you will get this 2000? Or you are not claiming and because of that you got this 2000? Which is first? For the sake of 2000, you did not claim. No, that is wrong. You did not claim, so you got this 2000, which means this 2000 is not a consideration. You understood? For the sake of this 2000, if you are not claiming, then it will be treated as consideration. But you are not doing that. You did not claim because there is no accident. So because of which they are giving you a deduction. So that should not be treated as consideration. That is the circular. Point number 14 is extension to this. Now, whether GST payable on 6,000 or 4,000. Insurance renewal premium is 6,000. You got a no claim bonus 2,000 reduction. Now GST payable on 6,000 or 4,000. Is it like a pre-supply discount or post-supply discount? Pre-supply discount. At the time of paying premium itself, you know that 2,000 rupees will be less. Yesterday we discussed now pre-supply discount. Is it allowed as a reduction? Yes. So 6,000 minus 2,000 on 4,000 only GST payable. See this. As per section 15(3)(a), any discount which is given before or at the time of supply is not included in the value. So if the no claim bonus is shown in invoice, it is not included in the value. Then next one. Whenever you are holding the shares of a subsidiary company, whenever you are holding the shares of a subsidiary company and you again purchase some shares of that subsidiary company, is it a related party transaction and chargeable to GST? You understood my question? For example, X Limited is a holding company, Y Limited is a subsidiary company. Are they related? Now, holding company purchases some 10% shares from Y Limited without consideration. Is it transaction between related parties and treated as supply under 7(1)(c)? No. Why it is no? First of all, securities are neither goods nor services. Yes, it is a transaction between related parties, but the transaction should be first goods or services. As it is neither goods nor services, it will not be coming under supply. Understood here? So we have discussed all the circulars related to supply and the key points related to supply we have completed. Now we will take a break and then we will continue with some more aspects related to value of supply, etc. and exemptions. Today I am starting with exemptions chapter. Okay, we will start. Kindly look into page number 33. Kindly look into page number 33. Actually, you will have in the exam question number 1, which is a 10 marks question. So, how the paper is going to be like? In MCQ there will be 15 marks and then in descriptive it will be 35 marks. In the 35 marks there is one compulsory question. That compulsory question is going to be for 10 marks. So, that compulsory question for 10 marks you will have always on the computation of net GST payable. So, in that computation of net GST payable, lot of students will be finding it difficult in answering that. So, how to present it in the exam and how to analyze the transactions we need to understand now. Okay. So, first step is that we need to see with respect to our outward supplies. For that outward supplies, so we have to deduce as to how to arrive at the answer. So, for that I just gave you this chart. You see the transaction first. In the transaction, check whether the transaction is supply or not a supply. For example, they have given one point. A company provided food to its employees and charged 20,000 rupees from the employees. Okay. Provided food to the employees and charged 20,000 from the employees. Is it supply or not a supply? Answer. Is it supply or not a supply? Company provided food to the employees and charged 20,000 from the employees. Is it supply or not a supply? Supply. Is it excluded from supply? Is it covered anywhere under employee, employer, in the course of employment anywhere? No. So therefore it will be covered under supply. Correct? And 7(1)(a). Once it becomes supply, check whether it will be taxable or exempted. We don't have any exemption with respect to that. So therefore it will be taxable. Are you getting this? So first you need to check whether it is supply or not a supply. What if it is not a supply? GST not payable. So how you will write the note? How you will write the note? The said activity is not a supply, consequently GST not payable. Remember, writing the note is very crucial in presentation. So for writing the note, how to write the note I am teaching you now. Suppose if you see that the activity is not a supply, what is that you will write? The given transaction or the given activity do not constitute supply as per section 7. Therefore GST is payable or not payable? Not payable. Suppose if it is supply but it is exempted, what will you write? Even though the said activity is supply, but it is covered under the exemptions. How do you know that it is covered under the exemption? There is a notification, that is notification 12/2017, which deals with the list of exemptions. So you need to mention the said activity is covered under notification 12/2017, therefore it is exempted and GST not payable. Come on, tell me. The said activity, even though supply, but it is covered under notification 12/2017 and it is exempted. Therefore GST not payable. Understood? Then suppose if it is not covered under exemption notification, then what is the balancing figure? That it will be taxable. Suppose if it is taxable, again you need to check who is liable to pay GST. Is it FCM or RCM? So for that, reverse charge mechanism, what are the transactions which are covered under reverse charge mechanism? What is forward charge mechanism? What is reverse charge mechanism? Forward charge mechanism means who will pay GST to government? Supplier. Reverse charge mechanism means who will pay GST to government? Recipient. So suppose if it is covered under RCM, how do you know it is covered under RCM? You need to refer to this notification 13/2017. So what is it you will write? The said activity is supply and it is not covered under the exemption, therefore it is taxable. Also, as it is covered under notification 13/2017, GST is payable by the recipient. You got it? Suppose if it is not covered under RCM, what you will write? FCM. So GST payable by the supplier. Again you need to check, whenever it is RCM, always GST payable and the recipient is compulsorily required to get registered. Is it clear, pa? Everywhere, wherever recipient is liable to pay GST under RCM, they need to compulsorily get registered. But that compulsory registration is not there for FCM. So therefore, if it is not RCM, then it will be FCM. So liability to pay GST is on the supplier. Then again you need to check last, is the supplier registered or not? If the supplier is registered, they will actually pay GST. If the supplier is not registered, what you will write? Even though the said activity is supply and it is taxable, however GST not payable because the supplier is not registered. Understood here? Clear? So what are the 4 factors that you need to check in every question? First factor, supply or not. Next, taxable or exempted. Suppose if it is not a supply, GST payable or not payable? Not payable. Suppose if it is supply but it is exempted, GST payable or not payable? Not payable. And suppose if it is supply and taxable, what is the third aspect that you need to check? FCM or RCM. If it is RCM, recipient will pay GST to government and they need to compulsorily register. Suppose if it is FCM, again you check whether the person is registered or unregistered. Suppose if the person is unregistered, are they required to pay GST or not required to pay GST? Not required to pay GST. Is that clear? So mark this chart as very, very important. Again, we will do one RTP question. Not now, later. After completion of entire portion, one RTP question we do. At the time when we do the RTP question, I will apply these points and I will teach you. Okay. Just mark this chart as important. So 4 aspects that we need to check in every question. First aspect, whether it is supply or not. Second, is it taxable or exempted? Third, is it FCM or RCM? And finally, whether the person is registered or unregistered. Then in composite supply and mixed supply, there are 2 circulars. Let's complete those 2 circulars also. Yesterday we have not discussed. Look into page number 35. Page number 35. Generally, in case of servicing of cars, if you observe parts and replacement of parts like that, separately they will give the bill. How much is the part value? How much is the labor charges for replacement of the part? Actually, it is composite supply or mixed supply. But you are giving your car for servicing. They are replacing a part. And they are also charging an amount for replacement of part, that is labor charges for replacement of part. Is it naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled. Yesterday already I told you. Both are taxable. And the principal supply is what? Part. If the part is not replaced, they will not be charging labor charges for replacement. But we have a circular which says that even though it is composite supply, but treat it like individual supplies and you apply respective rate for respective supply. Means for part you apply the rate applicable to part and for labor charges you apply the rate applicable to labor charges. Is it clear? Actually this is an exception to composite supply. Already we studied composite supply, mixed supply. But in this circular we are getting an exception. Please read note number 1, page number 35. In case of servicing of cars, test of composite supply should not be applied. But is it for servicing of vehicles or servicing of cars? Cars. What about servicing of 2-wheelers? This circular is not applicable. Parts replaced and labor charges for replacement are treated as individual supplies if the amount is shown separately for each. Then another one. Generally, there are some theatres wherein you will be purchasing the ticket. As a part of ticket itself, you will get the complimentary popcorn and coke. So because the ticket price in the theatre will be 1,500, 2,000, 2,500 rupees, like that the ticket cost. So like we have in Bengaluru a theatre called as PVR Director's Cut, like that one theatre is there, and PVR Select, like that. These are premium theatres wherein so there will be a recliner sofa, and in that recliner sofa you can push back and you can see the cinema. So that much luxurious theatre it will be. Ticket price is 1,500 rupees only per person. Now as a part of the ticket they give the popcorn and coke free. Now is it composite supply or not? Theatre and popcorn, coke. So naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? In that case, naturally bundled. What is the principal supply? Theatre. Even though coke and popcorn taxable at 5%. Which coke? Not the tin, the bottle, cup. They will fill and give 5%. So popcorn and coke 5%. Theatre will be 28%. As it is naturally bundled, this popcorn and coke also will be taxable at what rate? 28%. Is it clear? What if you go to a normal theatre by buying the ticket, thereafter you go to the counter over there to buy the popcorn and coke? What will be the rate of GST on that popcorn and coke? 5%. 5%. See, I am giving an example of popcorn and coke. That does not mean only popcorn and coke, even all other food items. What are the other food items they will be selling? Puff, cake, brownie, beverages, etc. and all they will be selling. Now, everything the same 5% rate will be applicable. You understood? Third case. At the time of booking the ticket in Book My Show itself, you will order for food also. Then in that case, what is the rate applicable for food? Still 5%. Still it is 5% only, because you are going to pay separately. These are not naturally bundled. Why not naturally bundled? Only theatre you can book, or you can book the seat along with the purchase of food also. So it is not naturally bundled. So therefore it will be treated as individual supplies. So theatre will be taxable at 28% and food will be taxable at 5%. Is that clear? But when we will apply composite supply concept in theatre and food? When the food is naturally bundled with the theatre, means the food is given as a complimentary for the ticket. Okay, see this. Food and beverages purchased in a theatre are taxable as individual supplies, and if the same is purchased along with the ticket as a combo, then composite supply attracts. In such case, food and beverages taxable at the rate applicable to entry to cinema hall. Is that clear? So that's an amendment. Mark as very important. Note 2 that can be tested in September exam. Then you go to value of supply. In that value of supply, few things we have not discussed. Page number 50. In this, all these notes and all we have seen. Illustration 1, illustration 2 also we have seen. Look into illustration 3. This also I discussed, but in a different manner. Have a look into this. ABC Limited supplier, page number 52. ABC Limited is a supplier who is making supply of goods to Mr. X, a recipient. The invoice is for 1 lakh plus 12,000. But actually, ABC Limited has received some design services from XYZ design service provider, for which XYZ raised the invoice to ABC for 40,000 plus 4,800. But ABC Limited is asking Mr. X to make payment to the design supplier, that is 44,800. Again, I am repeating, concentrate. ABC Limited is a supplier. They received design services. Actually, for this design service, who should make the payment? ABC Limited. But who made the payment? Mr. X. Whether 15 to be attracted or not attracted? Attracted. Why? Any amount that the supplier is liable to pay, if it is incurred by the recipient, it is an indirect benefit to the supplier. So we need to add. How much we need to add in this example? How much we need to add? How much is the transaction value? 1 lakh. Super. 1 lakh is the transaction value. Correct? Then for that 1 lakh, we need to add how much? 44,800 or 40,000? Unfortunately, we need to add 44,800. Sir, GST is there, that also should be added. Everything should be added. Any amount that supplier is liable to pay which is incurred by the recipient, we need to add. So which means there is a double taxation. Tax on tax. Yes, tax on tax will come. How tax on tax will come? In 1 lakh there is no tax, but in 44,800 there is tax. Again on this 1,44,800, we will calculate GST, means there is a GST on GST, yes or no? Why is it like this, sir? This is like a punishment for, making the recipient to pay that money. You understood? This is a punishment for making the recipient to pay the money. So this punishment is in turn on the recipient only. It's not on the supplier, because supplier, if he pay GST also, in turn he will recover it from the recipient. So see this, price involved in the transaction 1 lakh, liability of supplier met by the recipient 44,800. On this 1,44,800, GST will be payable 17,376. Got it? Next, this taxability of interest income, subsidy, this and all we have discussed. This circular also we have discussed in the supply chapter itself. No claim bonus allowed as reduction or not? No claim bonus, no claim bonus, allowed as reduction or not? Yes. That is actually related to valuation, that already covered there. There is one more circular here related to low value UPI transactions, concentrate. Usually when you make payments with small vendors and all, when you say I will pay through credit card, they will say no, please make GPay or cash. They will not allow credit card or debit card. Why? Because there will be something called as processing charges. These processing charges they have to bear. But sir, what if it is GPay? Even in GPay also there is a processing charges na. Actually that processing charges will not be transferred to the vendor. For example, I am a trader. I will keep one GPay sticker. When you scan for 500 rupees, I will get entire 500 rupees. But sir, there is a processing charge. Yes. That processing charge, that acquiring bank, which is that acquiring bank? So whichever bank is providing me the UPI facility like GPay or PhonePe or Razorpay, etc., they will not be collecting any processing charge from me because they will get that processing fees from the Ministry of Information Technology and Electronics, Government of India. So why government is giving the processing fees to them? In order to promote UPI transactions in India, government is giving that processing fee to the acquiring bank. So who is the acquiring bank here? Who is the acquiring bank? The one who is providing UPI. Who are the people who provide UPI in India? Google Pay, Paytm, PhonePe, Razorpay, even banks also will do UPI. Banking app also we can go and do UPI. Almost all banks, ICICI, HDFC, Axis, correct or not? All these people are called as acquiring banks. Why they will not charge processing fees? Because they get an incentive from the government. Now, up to what amount they will be receiving incentive? Means what is the transaction amounts up to which they will get incentives? 2000. For 1 lakh transactions and all they will get incentive? No. For small transactions. What is that small transactions? Up to 2000 for low value transactions. Now, how this incentive received by this acquiring bank should be treated as? This incentive received by the acquiring bank should be treated as subsidy from central government or state government. Subsidy from central government or state government, what is the treatment? Include in the value and chargeable to GST or not include in the value? Not include in the value. Understood this circular pa? So, there is a acquiring bank, there is a customer, and acquiring bank provide the services to the customer by way of facilitating RuPay debit card or UPI transaction to the customer, for which customer pays no consideration. Here who is the customer to the acquiring bank? Who is the customer to the acquiring bank? Vendor or trader is the customer. Customer means you don't understand you. You are not the customer to the acquiring bank. Who is the customer to the acquiring bank? That is vendor or trader or the supplier is the customer. So they will not pay any consideration. Why they will not pay any consideration? Because Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India will give them the incentive for promoting UPI transactions. This incentive will be given for low value UPI transactions that will not be treated as consideration because it is like a subsidy from central government or state government. Even it will not be chargeable to GST. Is it clear pa? Then next, look into one more circular related to molds and dies, page number 55. So related to this, one example we have already discussed. So I am just giving you one more clarity. Maruti Suzuki is a original equipment manufacturer. They want to buy the car door from IR India Private Limited. For the car doors, who is the supplier, who is the recipient? For car doors, who is the supplier, who is the recipient? IR India Private Limited is the supplier and Maruti Suzuki is the recipient. Now, how the car doors are made by this IR India Private Limited, car doors are made using the molds and dies supplied by Maruti Suzuki. Got it? So as per contract, who should give the molds and dies? Maruti Suzuki, that is recipient should give the molds and dies. Using that molds and dies, the IR India manufactured the car doors, supplier. Now whether the molds and dies to be included in the value or not to be included in the value? Not to be included in the value. Why not to be included in the value? Is it the liability of the supplier incurred by recipient? No. First of all, as per the contract, the recipient only should give the molds and dies, and they gave it. So we don't have to include it in the value. Suppose, see the second situation. See the second situation. Suppose, as per the contract, the molds and dies should be purchased by IR India Private Limited, but given by Maruti Suzuki. Then, will 15(2)(b) comes into picture? Yes. Why 15(2)(b) comes into picture? Actually, who should buy the molds and dies? Supplier. But who supplied it? Recipient. Means liability of the supplier incurred by the recipient. Should it be included in the value or not? Yes. So therefore, value of molds and dies to be included. But how to include the value of molds and dies in the car doors? Because using the molds and die, they make 100 car doors. What we need to do? Apportion the total cost of molds and dies divided by number of car doors. We need to apportion and include. So amortized cost of molds and dies to be included in the value of car doors. Are you understanding this part? First point is related to valuation. I just gave it in the below one table in a simplified manner. Two cases, as per contract, recipient should provide the molds and dies to supplier. OEM is the recipient, CM is the supplier. Okay. As per contract, recipient should give the molds and dies. Or as per contract, supplier should purchase the molds and dies but given by the recipient. Is it clear? Now, in this case, first case and second case, when OEM is sending the molds and dies to the component manufacturer on free of cost basis, is it supply or not a supply? Not a supply. Why it is not a supply? For that molds and dies which is given by recipient to supplier is without consideration. Will it come in 7(1)(a)? No. Will it come in 7(1)(b), 7(1)(a)? No. 7(1)(c), why won't it come under disposal of business asset on which ITC avail? Because that molds and dies, once it is used, it will be returned back to the factory. So which means that it is not permanent transfer or disposal of business asset. So it is not a supply. And whether the components supplied by component manufacturer to OEM, molds and dies to be included in the value or not required to be included in the value? Not required to be included in the value if as per contract they only should provide the molds and dies. Here you need to understand who is OEM and who is CM. That's where the confusion will always be. So OEM is recipient. OEM means original equipment manufacturer. CM means component manufacturer. Component manufacturer is the supplier. Okay. Now listen carefully. So component supplied by supplier to recipient, whether the molds and dies to be included in the value or not in the first situation? No. But in the second situation, it should be included in the value. Got it? You did not understand, na? Understood? Really? So when the molds and dies will be included, when the molds and dies not included? Can you tell me in simple way? When the molds and dies are to be supplied by recipient and supplied by recipient. What is your answer? Not included. Super. When the molds and dies are to be purchased by supplier but given by the recipient, include in the value. Super. Okay. Now, who will take ITC? Suppose as per contract, if molds and dies are required to be supplied by the recipient and if they buy the molds and dies, definitely they can take ITC, no issue, because it is used in their business. However, if the molds and dies are to be purchased by supplier but purchased by the recipient, they should not avail ITC. Why they should not avail ITC? Because as per contract they are not required to purchase. Who should buy? Other person. If these people purchases, they will not take ITC with respect to that. So that is 2 points you need to remember, one for valuation, another for input tax credit. That's it. So we completed all the portions related to value of supply and supply, including the circulars and all special points. Beyond this, you don't have to refer anything. Now we are moving on to the next chapter, that is exemptions under GST. Kindly look into page number 117. Page number 117. But till the time we complete this chapter, you just listen. You don't have to make an effort to remember this. You just listen. And even one day before the exam also, as many number of times as you can revise, you revise this and go for the exam. Don't make an effort to remember this, because you will never get a question as to what are all the various exemptions under GST. Like that you will not get a question. They will give you a situation. Based on that situation, you need to check whether it is exempted or not. If it is exempted, then you will write it as exempted. If it is not, you will write it as taxable. You read the question, it appears that somewhere we heard this, exempted. You read the question, you don't know anything about this. Taxable, you understood. So balancing figure is taxable. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to discuss the exemption sector wise. First look into agriculture related exemptions. See the first one, agriculture related exemptions. In this agriculture related exemptions, we have only 4 exemptions. Remaining and all will be taxable. Okay. See the first one. Any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce is exempted. What does it mean? You are carrying out agriculture or you have agricultural produce. I am providing some service to you. Now that service is exempted. Can you give me some examples? You are doing agriculture or you are having agricultural produce. I provide some service to you. For that I get some money. That service is exempted. Example, warehousing of agricultural produce. Super pa. Next. Supply of labor. Supply of labor in relation to agricultural produce. I am a labor agency. I will provide the manpower to you, labor, agricultural labor for doing the agriculture. And supply of fertilizers. Super. And but supply of fertilizers basically sale of goods. Sale of goods. So I am talking about the services, because goods related exemptions we are not talking, we are talking about the services related exemptions. Then when someone said there, sir, transportation of agricultural produce, correct, but for transportation we have a separate exemptions. So therefore that you don't bring here, okay, because we have a separate exemption. Anything else? Soil testing, seed testing, renting of agriculture machinery, renting of agricultural land, these are all examples of service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce. Is it clear? Now, what is the meaning of agriculture? That we need to know first. So what is the first exemption? Any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce. First, slowly only I will explain. Patiently you listen, because when you read it on your own, you will not be able to remember this. Only in the class, when you listen, it gets registered in our brain. Okay. So carefully listen. So what is the first exemption? Any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce is exempted. Now what is the meaning of agriculture? You tell me what is generally agriculture means? Cultivation of plants. Not only cultivation of plants, they are telling even rearing of life forms of animals is also agriculture. Rearing of life forms of animals for what purpose, sir? For food. What is that rearing of life forms of animals for food? Poultry, fisheries, etc. will come under rearing of life forms of animals for food. Rearing of life forms of animals for fiber. What is that? Sheep farming, silkworm farming will be coming under rearing of life forms of animals for what purpose? Fiber, fiber. Okay. Then next, rearing of life forms of animals for fuel. Fuel. Example, cattle rearing. Cattle we will be rearing, taking care of cattle, and we use that cattle for pulling the ploughing equipments, correct? or transporting the agricultural produce. So as fuel we will be using. So this will be coming under agriculture. So what is agriculture? You can see the meaning of agriculture. Next page, cultivation of plants and rearing of all life forms of animals except horses. Why except horses? Because horse is no way connected to agriculture. Because we will not use horse for food, we will not use horse for fiber, we will not use horse for fuel in agriculture. We will not use horses for ploughing, we cannot use horse for ploughing and all, because horse will just run away. So cattle will walk slowly so that the ploughing will be properly done. So horses and all cannot be used. Raw material or any other similar products. So once again, tell me what is the meaning of agriculture. Mark it as important. You should remember the definition of agriculture. What is the meaning of agriculture? Cultivation of plants and rearing of life forms of animals. For what? Food, fiber, fuel, raw material or any other similar produce. And in that animals we need to exclude horses. And what is that raw material? Example for raw material is honeybee farming. Example of food is poultry fisheries. Example for fiber is sheep farming or sericulture, silkworm. Example for fuel is cattle farming. Example for raw material is honeybee farming. So honeybees we will do farming for the purpose of generation of honey. So that is this. Poultry, fisheries, cattle rearing, sericulture, honeybee farming. These are the examples there. What about other animals? Definitely that will not be allowed for rearing. We are talking about rearing. Rearing means what? Generally rearing means what? Taking care of for reproduction. Taking care of for reproduction is known as rearing. Whether other animals are allowed for rearing, lion rearing, tiger rearing, no, that and all not allowed for rearing because they are endangered species. So you can see that above, animals are life forms divided into two. Endangered, not allowed for rearing, they do not fall under agriculture. Other than endangered means allowed for rearing, but in that other than horses everything is covered under agriculture, but horses do not fall under agriculture. Is it clear? Next, look into the meaning of agricultural produce. What is agricultural produce means? The primary produce out of agriculture. I am doing agriculture and therefore some output will be there. The primary produce out of agriculture is called as agricultural produce, on which no processing is done or some processing as is usually done by a cultivator, which do not alter its essential characteristics but makes it marketable for the primary market. Example, paddy. Paddy is the primary produce out of agriculture. Is it agricultural produce? Yes. Paddy to rice, who will do? Paddy to rice, who will do? Generally rice mills. So therefore whether rice will come under agricultural produce? No. Why rice is not an agricultural produce? So usually it is not done by the cultivator or producer. That's why it is not an agricultural produce. Are you understanding this? Then what about coconut, tender coconut? Is it agricultural produce? Yes. But that tender coconut, we sun dry it for some days and peel off the husk and we will get the coconut. Is that coconut still agricultural produce? Yes, because there is no new product that is coming into existence and this will be usually done by the cultivator. That coconut, they sun dry it for some more days and peel off the shell, so there will be copra. Is that copra still agricultural produce? Yes. That copra, if you extract the oil, coconut oil, now is coconut oil agricultural produce? No, because that process is not usually done by the cultivators, and even if it is done by cultivators, it will change the essential characteristics. Is it clear? Now tell me, is sugarcane agricultural produce? Jaggery? No. Tea? No. No. Tea leaves? Yes. Coffee? Coffee berries? Coffee beans? Yes. And What about this gram, whole gram, channa, Kabuli channa, black channa, etc. Is it agricultural produce? Green peas is agricultural produce? Yes. But it will be processed into dals, tur dal, okay, or urid dal, moong dal, etc. Is that dals coming under agricultural produce? No. It will not be coming under agricultural produce because it will be processed. Is it clear? Now tell me what is agricultural produce? Primary produce out of agriculture on which no processing is done, or some processing as is usually done by the cultivator, which does not alter its essential characteristics. You understood? So paddy is an agricultural produce, but rice is not an agricultural produce. Now first point we completed. Look into the second point. Artificial insemination of livestock, that is through artificial process injections, they will give injections to the hen in order to lay down the eggs. So this is known as artificial insemination. So whether this will be covered under agriculture service directly, no. That's why they have given a separate exemption that artificial insemination of livestock is exempted. Third point, is rice agricultural produce? No. Even though rice is not agricultural produce, but 4 activities in relation to rice is exempted. What are they? Loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing of rice is exempted. Understood? So what are the 4 activities of rice that is exempted? Loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing of rice. And fourth point, service by way of storage of cereals and pulses and minor forest produce. Why don't it get covered under first point? Why is it not covered under first point? Because in first point, storage of agricultural produce is exempted na. Why there it is not covered? Cereals and pulses means what? Processed. Processed. All the dals which we use at our home are processed. So is it agricultural produce? Is it directly from agriculture are we getting it? No. So therefore it is not agricultural produce. Minor forest produce. What are examples of minor forest produce? Some Ayurvedic herbs, bamboo, forest honey. These are all examples of minor forest produce. Is someone going there to do cultivation or naturally it will come? Naturally it will come. So that's why it is not agricultural produce, but its storage is exempted. Okay? So tell me what are the 4 points? Any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce is exempted. Number 2, artificial insemination of livestock. Number 3, in relation to rice, loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing is exempted. Fourth point, storage or warehousing of cereals and pulses and minor forest produce is exempted. Okay. Now, so what about storage and warehousing of fruits and vegetables? Storage and warehousing of fruits and vegetables. What is your answer for that? Huh? Exempted. Okay. Why is it exempted? Because it will come under agricultural produce. Super. So means in the first point itself it is covered. Okay. Now wait. Actually this I gave it in my main book, resource book, but it's okay. You don't have to get this and all. If you answer this, that is sufficient. Okay. So just for practice purpose we are seeing this. So these situations, hope it is visible to you in the screen. If not, also here what I am telling. Service by way of breeding of fish. Why? Breeding of fish, rearing of life forms of animals, fisheries pa, it will come under agriculture. Okay, then service of rearing of horses, taxable because it is not agriculture. Supply of farm labor, Is it in relation to agriculture? So it is exempted. Job work in relation to agriculture. Why? Any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce. Leasing of vacant land for storage of agricultural produce. Exempted because it is service in relation to agricultural produce. Loading and unloading of agricultural produce. Any service in relation to agricultural produce exempted. Farmer education and training exempted. Farmer education for what? Writing CA exam. Then for farming is for agriculture only. So therefore it is service in relation to agriculture and it is exempted. Seed testing. Service in relation to agriculture exempted. Loading, unloading, packaging of paddy exempted because it will come under, paddy will come under agricultural produce. So any service in relation to agricultural produce exempted. Renting of agro machinery exempted. Agro machinery for what purpose? Agriculture. So exempted. Cultivation of ornamental flowers exempted. Cultivation of plants. They did not tell plants for what purpose. Cultivation of plants. That plants can be food related plants or ornamental flowers or cultivation of ganja, etc. also. Everything, every cultivation is exempted. You understood or not? Because it will come under agriculture. Okay. Weed. Ganja means weed. Okay. Then, so, I am not telling that we are consuming it. I am telling people are doing it. Okay. Next. So, renting of agro machinery cultivation, processing of tomato ketchup because tomato ketchup is not agricultural produce. Plantation of rubber cultivation. The moment it is cultivation, don't see whether it is a food related or non-food. All cultivations will be covered under agriculture. Then processing of potato chips. Potato chips is not agricultural produce, so taxable. Then soil testing in relation to agriculture. Testing of plant sample again in relation to agriculture. Loading, unloading, packing of rice. Why? Actually rice is not an agricultural produce, but for rice we have separately exemption. Third point, correct? Loading, unloading, packaging or storage of rice is exempted. Storage of jaggery. Why? Jaggery is not an agricultural produce and we don't have a separate exemption for that also, therefore it will be. Then storage of natural rubber. Why? Natural rubber is the primary produce out of agriculture. Natural rubber means rubber milk. So there will be rubber plantation, they will put the cover to that and they will collect the rubber milk. That rubber milk is the natural rubber, which is actually primary produce out of agriculture. So storage of agricultural produce is exempted. Then next, food grade waxing of apples. Why? No, it is exempted. Why I will tell you. Is apple after waxing also apple or it will become pineapple? So after waxing it is apple only, na? So it is not becoming some other product. Apple, red apple, red only, na it is. So why it will become pineapple here? So therefore waxing is to protect the apple from pilferage, that is from fungus or any other kind of things. So protecting the apple, they do food grade waxing. It is allowed, it is legal. Food grade waxing means edible wax. This edible wax is taken from the honeycomb. From honeycomb they take the wax and they put it on the apple in order to maintain its quality. So that is service in relation to agricultural produce, therefore it is exempted. Then dehusking of paddy to rice, taxable, because paddy to rice, so who will do the process? Not by the cultivator, due to that reason it will be taxable. Artificial insemination of horses, taxable. What if it is artificial insemination of cattle? Exempted. Fumigation of warehouse to keep biscuits. Okay. What if it is fumigation of warehouse to keep agricultural produce? then also it is taxable, because we are not providing service to agricultural produce. We are providing service to a warehouse where they keep the agricultural produce, but we are not providing service to agricultural produce. Are you understanding this? So we are providing service to a warehouse. In that warehouse they are keeping the agricultural produce. That is irrelevant. We are providing service to the warehouse. So therefore service to warehouse where we have in this exemption, it is not there. So if we are providing service to directly agricultural produce, then only it will be coming under exemption. Got it? Then next, commission from acting as agent to sell tomatoes and onions. Is tomatoes and onions agricultural produce? So any service in relation to agricultural produce is there, it will come under exemption. Is it clear here? Then continue with this second one, banking and other financial services. In that banking and other financial services, the first exemption already we know, generally interest on loans, advances or deposits is exempted. So that point you remember, interest on loans, advances, deposits is exempted. What if it is credit card interest? Taxable. So interest in case of credit cards will be taxable under FCM. So just you remember, taxable or exempted. FCM, RCM we will see later. Okay, right now you don't break your head as to which case FCM, which case RCM, etc. That is actually our next discussion, liability to pay GST. There we will learn what are all RCM. So the balancing figure will be FCM. We'll try to make it simple. First we are learning exemptions. Balancing figure is taxable. And then we will learn what are covered under RCM. So the balancing figure will be, okay, right now what are exempted. That is only your focus should be. So remaining and all will be taxable. What is the first exemption for banking? Interest on loans, advances, deposits other than interest involved in credit card. Okay. Then second exemption you see. So there is a basic savings deposit account holders under Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, under PMJDY scheme. For people, banks were asked to open a zero balance accounts for giving the LPG subsidy and some other benefits. So under that Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, they have opened the basic savings deposit accounts. For those account holders, if bank provide any service, that is exempted. Okay, bank is providing service to which account holders? Normal savings account, normal current account. They are providing services to which account holders? Basic saving deposit account holders. And that basic savings deposit is under which scheme of government? PMJDY scheme. Okay. So therefore, for those account holders, if bank provide any service, that will be exempted. Then third point you see, whenever there is a foreign exchange transactions between banks and forex dealers, it is exempted. Means one bank selling foreign exchange to another bank, or one bank selling foreign exchange to another forex dealer. So between banks and forex dealers, if there is any foreign exchange transaction, that foreign exchange transactions will be exempted. Then when it will be taxable? If it is between banks or forex dealers and the customers, then only it will be taxable, otherwise it is exempted. So come on, tell me what are the three exemptions so far. Number one, interest on loans, advances, deposits other than interest involved in credit card. Number two, basic savings account holders, any service provided by the bank is exempted. Third, forex transactions between banks and forex dealers. Okay. The next point, fourth point, that is processing fee will be collected by the banks for card transactions. For UPI transactions, they will not collect. Why for UPI transactions they will not collect? Already I told you, because they will get an incentive. But for card transactions, they will collect the processing fee. That processing fee collected by the bank for card transaction is exempted from GST, provided the card transaction does not exceed 2000 rupees. Okay, pa? So you are making a card transaction. How much is the card transaction? Up to 2000. For that, banks will be collecting some processing fees from the vendors. Correct? This processing fee will be there. but the GST on processing fee will be exempted. Okay, what you need to remember, GST on processing fees for a transaction up to 2000 is exempted. This is for which transactions? Card transactions. Why not for UPI transactions? For UPI transactions up to 2000 rupees, they will not collect any processing fees. Okay. Then next. So these are the points that you need to remember, 4 points that you need to remember with respect to banking services. Okay. Clear? And so whenever you are getting some questions, say this. There are some more points related to this. We will discuss that here. Say this. Answer this. Interest received on various loans, including home loan. Why? Interest on loans, advances, deposits is exempted. Administrative charges and folio charges collected, because it is other than interest. Other than interest, any other charge will be taxable here. NEFT charge, RTGS charge, debit card charge, credit card charge, like that, any charge or charge will be taxable. You understood? Then, value of sale and purchase of forward contract. Not a supply. Why not a supply? Forward contracts will come under securities. Sale of securities neither goods nor services. Therefore, it is not a supply. You understood? So remember, forward contracts, future contracts and option contracts, these are all called as derivatives. These derivatives will come under securities. So as securities are neither goods nor services, it will not come under supply. Okay. Next. Charges for credit card and debit card facility is extended. Taxable, because it is other than interest, na. Next. Charges for ATM card transaction. Taxable. Commission receipt for demand draft, transfer and check collection. Taxable. Margin earned on reverse repo transactions. Reverse repo transactions means between repo and reverse repo are the short term money market instruments between RBI and the banks. Okay. So somewhere in FM you should have studied that. So types of financing, there it will be coming, but it's okay. You remember, repos and reverse repos are the instruments between RBI and the banks. The margin is nothing but the interest. So therefore, margin means interest earned on reverse repo. What is your answer? Exempted. Why it is exempted? Interest on loans, advances, deposits. Interest involved in credit card EMI. Generally, interest is exempted, but interest involved in credit cards will be taxable. Then, penal interest for non-payment of EMI of a loan. Exempt. Why? Sir, loan EMI interest is exempted. So, penal interest is also interest. Why? Interest includes penal interest also. What is penal interest? Non-payment of interest, they will levy additional interest, that is called as penal interest. Same treatment of interest. Generally, interest on loans, advances, deposits exempted, na. So, penal interest is also exempted. Then documentation charges for two-wheeler loan. Why taxable? Other than interest. Not covered under these points. Am I right? Then processing fee for housing loan. Taxable. Okay. Then commission earned by business facilitator from a rural area branch. Actually, this business facilitator and business correspondent concept we will be coming across in RCM. That's why I have not given it here. But remember now, business facilitators, if you want you can write here. Actually, it's a repetition. It's there in RCM also. That's why I have not given it here. If you want you can write down in these notes. So, point number 5 or in the notes you write down, services provided by business facilitators or agent of business facilitators or business correspondents or agents of business correspondent with respect to rural area branch is exempted. With respect to rural area branch is exempted. So who are all exempted pa? Business facilitators, agent of business facilitators, business correspondents, agent of business correspondents with respect to rural area branch is exempted. Let me give you who are these people about. So when you go to any village, there won't be a ATM. But how to withdraw the cash over there? They have appointed some people who are living in that village, like some traders will be there, na? merchants, provision stores. They will be called as business facilitators. Bank will appoint them as the business facilitators. What they will do is that they will do money remittance. They will pay in cash and they will collect your account details and they will send a SMS from their mobile number, which means that automatically money gets debited from your bank account. So it is like, so I went to one village and I wanted to withdraw 5,000 rupees. So because I thought ATM will be there, GPay will be there, etc. and all. Only after going to that village I understood, okay, only in cities we are able to see all these facilities, internet not working there. So first internet should work to make a GPay, na? Internet not working. Okay, but ATM also not there. Then I have to go to the nearest town, which is like a 2-hour journey from that village. So then I asked one person, I went for a marriage function. I asked one person over there, I want to withdraw some cash. He showed me one shop, one provision store. I didn't understand. And when I went to that provision store, I said, I want ATM center. He said, which bank, sir? Any bank, okay, you tell me. And for that he said, how much money you need? 5,000 rupees. He gave me 5,000 rupees cash. And he asked me, which bank? You tell me the account number. I didn't understand. Then I said, okay, this is my account number, HDFC Bank account number. I got a message, OTP to withdraw 5,000 rupees to your account. Immediately I shared him the OTP and 5,000 rupees got debited to my bank account and I got 5,000 rupees in hand. Amazing facility it is. And I asked him, what is this model? So that's where he explained me about business facilitator concept. He told me that, sir, we are appointed as agent by the bank. So any person, any bank, we will be able to do that and we will get 50 rupees in this transaction, 1%. So 50 rupees for 5,000 rupees, they are getting how much? 50 rupees for this transaction. See how much the bank is saving. If they need to put one ATM center, rent cost, then equipment cost, AC cost. If it is AC, every Tom, Dick and Harry will come and sleep. So therefore, one security guard, you understood or not? This much cost is required. Now, the bank is not having any of these costs. Just 50 rupees per transaction they paid. They are able to get some benefit. Moreover, see the benefit to the trader also. He don't have to go to the bank in the town to deposit the cash with him. Now, automatically, cash rotated into account form. So, in his account, 5,050 rupees will be credited. You understood? And for making payments, he need to make some payments to his vendors, na? He will just give the check and the payments will be done. So, the banking system is going to the rural places also. That is what business facilitator model. Now, these business facilitator will in turn appoint some agents also. Sir, is business facilitator model only in rural area? No, we have in urban area also. I saw in Chennai, I saw one movable ATM, like in one vehicle, there is a ATM. That vehicle will go to different places and they will park in different places. You can go to that vehicle, withdraw the money also. That is also business facilitator model, wherein they will be paid a commission to do this money remittance. So business facilitators are there in urban area also, rural area also. But if they earn commission from rural area, it is, from urban area it will be, got it? Not only business facilitators but also agents of business facilitators. Then sir, who are business correspondents? Business correspondents are like branch managers. Like branch managers means whatever work a branch manager will do, that work will be done by the business correspondent. Means they will go to different people and give the application for opening the account of the bank accounts, then loan processing, check collection, check deposits, and then giving this gold jewel loan. They will take the gold from you, they will see how much it is valued, they will go to the bank, they will deposit there, and they will bring you the cash and give it to you. So these are all the activities which will be done by business correspondents. Again they get a commission, that commission is exempted provided they are working in rural area. What if they are working in urban area? Then it will be taxable. Got it? So tell me what is exempted? 4 people. Who are those 4 people? BF, business facilitator, agent of BF. Okay. BC, business correspondent, agent of BC. Where they should be working? Rural area, and the commission is exempted. Now tell me what is the answer for this? Commission earned by business facilitator from rural area branch, taxable or exempted? Then minimum balance charges collected from savings and current account holders. What if processing fee collected by a bank from its basic savings account holders under PMJDY scheme? Exempted. Very good. Because PMJDY scheme, any service is exempted. Foreign exchange transaction between Yes Bank and ABC Limited, an exporter, taxable. Between banks, between forex dealers only it will be exempted. Between a bank and a customer will be taxable. Okay. So we completed 2 sectors. What are the 2 sectors? Agriculture and banking. Look into healthcare services. In case of healthcare services, we have only 2 exemptions now. Only 2 exemptions. First exemption, healthcare service provided by a clinical establishment or by an authorized medical practitioner or paramedics, including ambulance service, is exempted. What is that? First point, healthcare service provided in a clinical establishment by authorized medical practitioner or paramedics, including ambulance service, is exempted. Now we need to understand the meaning of each and every term. What is the meaning of healthcare services? You can see there what will come under healthcare services. Pre-treatment. Pre-treatment. Before treatment, what things they will do? Diagnosis. That's what? X-ray, scan, blood test or any other test. Correct? That is called as pre-treatment. Treatment means surgery or any operation. Post-treatment. What they will do post-treatment? Keep the patient in observation. All these 3 will come under healthcare services. So what will come under healthcare services? Diagnosis, treatment and care. Post-treatment, that is care. Diagnosis, treatment, care. For what? For what? Any disease, illness, injury, pregnancy, okay, including transportation in an ambulance. Now here also there is transportation in ambulance, here also there is ambulance service. What is the difference between this ambulance and this ambulance? This ambulance is part of healthcare. This ambulance is not part of healthcare. It is like, I want an ambulance to go from one hospital to another hospital. You understood? I want an ambulance to go from my home to the hospital, but it's not the hospital ambulance, a private ambulance. Can I book a private ambulance also? Yes. So for transporting the patient from one hospital to another hospital as a part of healthcare service will be coming under ambulance as a part of healthcare. But normally when I want to transport the patient from his home to the hospital through a private ambulance, that is not part of healthcare service, because that ambulance provider is not doing the healthcare. You understood? Hospital ambulance will be called as part of healthcare and it is exempted. private ambulance will be coming under not as a part of healthcare, even then it is exempted. You understood? What about transportation of passenger in ambulance? Ambulance going there to the hospital, drop the patient, anyhow they have to return empty. So they boarded 4 or 5 people and collected some 500 rupees and they have brought. Taxable or exempted? Because it is not transportation of patient. Only transportation of patient is exempted. Okay. Yes, sir. You only tell. Transportation of dead body. Yesterday itself I said. Now what is transportation of dead body? Exempted or not a supplier? Not a supply. Okay. Next, transportation in ambulance, but does not include cosmetic, plastic and hair transplantation. Why? This is no way connected to healthcare. Cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery, hair transplantation, even though done in the hospital, but that is not for the health of the person, it is for beautification of the person, so that will not be coming under healthcare services. However, if these three are carried out to restore body parts affected due to congenital defects, by birth itself there is an issue. For example, baby born with cleft lip, broken lip, they will attach the lip by carrying out a cosmetic surgery. Baby born with nostrils being closed, so like 7th month, 6th month itself, premature babies will be there, nostrils will not be open, then they will take breathe from mouth, so they will carry out a surgery and remove the skin layer so that the nose will be open. So all these surgeries will be coming under by birth itself they have a defect. Or developmental abnormalities, during the time they grow, so there will be some issues for which to rectify, like limb issue, hands issue, shoulder issue, like that. So they carry out some plastic surgery, that. Or injury or trauma, they met with a fire accident, completely the skin is burned, so they carry out a cosmetic surgery, then also it will be healthcare service. So generally, cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery, hair transplantation is not a healthcare service. However, if it is carried out to restore the body parts due to any accident or injury or by birth congenital defects or during the growth stage, then it will be coming under healthcare service. Are you getting this? So tell me what is the meaning of healthcare. Mark this definition as important. So far you remember agriculture definition, na? Then again this definition also you mark as important. Tell me what is healthcare. Come on, don't see the book, try. Healthcare means what? Pre-treatment, that is diagnosis, treatment, care, post-treatment care. For what? Any disease, illness, injury, etc., pregnancy. Then includes transportation of like patient in an ambulance. Next, what does it exclude? Cosmetic, plastic, hair transplantation. But when these three will come under healthcare service? To restore the body parts. To restore the body parts due to any accident or by birth defects, etc. Got it? Then, look into the next definition, provided in a clinical establishment. You tell me what is clinical establishment means? Hospital, clinic, super specialty or multi-speciality hospital, any place where the healthcare is provided is called as a clinical establishment. Authorized medical practitioner. Who is authorized medical practitioner in India? Requisite qualification and requisite license. Two things should be there. First, qualification should be there, even license also should be there. Okay. Then next, paramedics. Who will be called as paramedics? Not an authorized medical practitioner, but will be working in the hospital. Who are they? Nurse, lab technician, physiotherapist. Correct? So these people, even compounder who is working, carrying out the stretcher, taking the patient. So these people are also coming under paramedics. And any money collected by them is also exempted, including ambulance service. Already I told you this. So now, what is the first point that you need to remember as exemption? Healthcare service provided by a clinical establishment or authorized medical practitioner or paramedics, including ambulance service. Then second exemption you need to remember is healthcare service in relation to animals or birds. First point we saw in relation to human beings. Next point in relation to animals or birds. In short, that is called as veterinary clinic services. So all veterinary clinic services is also exempted. Understood? Vets. For animals and birds, they do not treatment. They are also covered. These are the only two exemptions. Apart from this, any other service will be taxable. Now we have some special points in that regard. Whether room charges as a part of healthcare service is always exempted? No. Room charges divided into two. ICU charges. ICU charges means for carrying out the surgery, the patient will be taken to ICU, intensive care unit. So this ICU or CCU or NICU, these are all basically to provide the surgery or operation. That is always exempted, whatever may be the charges for that. However, normal room charges will be there, that normal room charges will be exempted if per day the amount does not exceed 5,000. If per day the amount exceeds 5,000, then entirely it will be taxable. In exemptions, you remember, wherever we come across monetary limit, except Incubatee services, if it exceeds the monetary limit, entirely it will be taxable. Okay, like here, if it exceeds 5,000, entirely it will be taxable. Only in one place we have a different provision. There I will tell you. That is Incubatee services. Apart from that, every other place, wherever you see the monetary limit in the exemption chapter, if you cross that monetary limit, entirely it will be taxable, not the difference is taxable. For example, here the room charge is 7,500 per day. Now, 2,500 is taxable or entire 7,500 is taxable? Entire 7,500. The next point you see, services provided by consulting doctors to hospitals is also exempted. What is that? Usually, some doctors will not provide service directly to the patient. They provide service to the hospital and hospital will collect the money from the patient. Hospital collecting money from the patient is exempted under clinical establishment. Thereafter, they will in turn pay money to the doctor. Now, for example, 500 rupees consulting fees here collected by hospital, that is exempted. Now, hospital will give 300 rupees to the doctor, that 300 rupees collected by doctor is also exempted. What if the doctor is an employee? Not a supply, employee to employer in the course of employment is excluded from supply. So, it is not a supply, okay. Don't forget the basics. Then, the abnormality, disease or ailment of infertility is treated using ART procedures such as IVF. So, we have this IVF treatment, in vitro fertilization for people who are not blessed with kids, fertility treatments. Is fertility treatment also healthcare service? Yes or no? See, what is the issue there? They are infertile, which means they are not able to give birth. So, that has been treated. So, any treatment will be coming under healthcare service. So, this is also a treatment, therefore, it will come under healthcare service. It is clarified that service by way of IVF are also covered under the definition of healthcare. And the healthcare service can be in any recognized system of medicine. What are the various recognized system of medicines in India? Allopathy, homeopathy, Siddha, Unani, then Ayurvedic. These are all some recognized system of medicines. Sir, but how do we know in exam? Don't worry, they will give in the question itself that it is not a recognized system of medicine. So far, we have two systems of medicines which are not recognized but being practiced. One is Reiki healing treatment, another is pranic healing treatment. Reiki healing treatment is like a black magic kind of, okay, black magic. So, they do so through this, what is that they do, lemon and all they will put and they will try to ensure that, and even in this places and all here, they will take a neem tree branch and they will hit on your head so that all the diseases will run away. I don't know how scientific it is, okay. So, this is called as Reiki healing treatment. Pranic healing treatment also the same way, that you will be surrounded with bad energy, and what that pranic healer will do, will catch the bad energy and destroy it, so that you will be surrounded with only good energy, so you will not get any diseases. So, therefore, this will not be covered under recognized system of medicine, but others and all are covered, only these two. Then next, Services provided by rehabilitation professionals. Basically, there are some rehab professionals who will not be doctors, but they are psychology experts who will provide the treatment for mental illness. So today, lot of people have mental illness. To cure that mental illness, we have rehab professionals. Where these rehab professionals will be working? They will be working in medical establishments. So to carry out the psychological disorders, etc. and all, they will be working in medical establishments. But whether it is a government operated medical establishment or a private medical establishment, their service is fully exempted. Is it clear? They will also be working in educational institutions, because nowadays students are getting depressed, attempting suicide, etc. and all. So to carry out with that mental illness, because when they fail in exam, they feel like, okay, this is the end of the life. Actually, we should show them intermediate students and final students. So CS students, if we show them, they will understand. Okay, if not May, September, if not September, January. So therefore, why should they be bothered? And so these people who are in the educational institution provide the counseling to the students as to how to handle the pressure, etc. Again, let it be government or private, it is exempted. However, if they are working in the rehab centers means drug addicts. So whenever people are addicted to alcohol or drugs, etc. and all, then they will be taken to the rehab center and they will be provided the counseling. But remember, if it is a private rehab center, it will be taxable. Only when it is a government or trust operated rehab center, it is exempted. So rehab professionals working in medical establishments or education institutions, always exempted. If they are working in rehab centers, if it is a government or trust operated rehab center, it is exempted. If it is a private rehab center, then it will be taxable. Then hospital supplying food to inpatients, what is your answer? Exempted, because it's a part of healthcare service, therefore it is exempted. What if they supply food to outpatients? That is taxable, because they are not part of healthcare service. Then hospital give their premise on rent to an outdoor caterer, taxable or exempted? Taxable, because that is not a healthcare service. Now the outdoor caterer selling food to the outpatients, taxable or exempted? Taxable. For example, there is a hospital which is giving the place on rent to a canteen. That rent is taxable, we don't have any exemption for rent. And that canteen selling food to the outpatients is also taxable, we don't have any exemption there. And sale of medicine by hospital to inpatient, where it will come? Part of healthcare service, therefore it is exempted. If they sell medicines to outpatients, then it will be taxable. Now, let's see some situations, answer this. Okay, see this. First one, testing with transmission of medical samples between laboratories. What is your answer? Exempted. Why it is exempted? Diagnosis. It will come under diagnosis. Therefore, it is exempted. Understood? You have to write the explanation in exam properly. What is that? Healthcare service includes diagnosis, and this transmission of medical samples between the laboratories will fall under diagnosis. Therefore, it is healthcare service and it is exempted. Okay. Then medicines consumed as a part of healthcare service, exempted, because medicines, sale of medicines to the inpatients as a part of healthcare service, exempted. Reiki healing treatment, such therapy is not a recognized system of medicine, taxable, because it is not a recognized system of medicine. Plastic surgery, one such surgery was conducted to repair the cleft lip of a newborn baby. Generally plastic surgery taxable, but this is an exception. Air ambulance service to transport critically ill patients. Air ambulance service means airways. Let it be air ambulance or road ambulance or sea ambulance, ambulance only na, therefore it will be exempted. Preventive healthcare service. Preventive healthcare means diagnosis. Preventive healthcare means diagnosis, that is exempted. Treatment along with facilities provided such as TV, AC, room rent and mail to patient as a part of package, exempted. All these are part of healthcare services. Yes, sir, anything as a part of healthcare service is exempted. So, this room rent, meal, AC, TV and all, are they giving it to some other person? No, to the patient. To the patient means it's a part of healthcare service. So, it is exempted. Cosmetic surgery of a film star. Why taxable? Normally, cosmetic surgery will be taxable. Hair transplant service due to injury in a fire accident. Generally, hair transplant taxable, but when it is to restore anatomy of body parts due to accident, it will come under exemption. Then, genetic affinity examination for determining biological father. Why it is taxable? It is not a healthcare service. To find which seed belongs to which tree and all, we will not call it as healthcare service. Then, palliative care for terminally ill patients. So, basically this palliative care means certain diseases cannot be cured, like cancer. So, then in that case, till the time that person dies, the treatment will be provided at his home itself. Then it will be called as palliative care. Will it come under healthcare service? Yes, where? Care. Treatment, diagnosis or post-treatment. So, post-treatment will be coming under care. Then, alternative medical treatment by way of yoga. Is yoga a recognized system of medicine? Yes. Therefore, it is exempted. Good Health Medical Center also operates a cord blood bank which provides service in relation to preservation of stem cells. Did we discuss as exempted? Do we know anything about it? So, taxable. Okay. Then, hair transplant service. Nothing even, so taxable. Naturopathy treatment. Such treatment is recognized system of medicine. Exempted. Plastic surgery to restore anatomy of a child affected due to accident. Exempted. Pranic healing treatment. Such treatment is not a recognized system of medicine. Taxable. Mortuary services. Not a supply. Very good. So, because mortuary service will come under transportation of deceased and it will not be a supply. Look into the next one, entry tickets. Yes. Not a supply means not a supply. Nil rated supply is also supply. First it will become supply, the rate is nil, then it is nil rated supply. But not a supply means it will not come anywhere. It will not come under taxable supply, exempted supply, anywhere it will come. Okay. Then entry tickets, look into that entry tickets. There are few entry tickets which are exempted irrespective of the ticket price. Concentrate please. There are few entry tickets which are exempted irrespective of the ticket price. What are they? You remember, so total 6 entry tickets here. 6 entry tickets. First 3 related to animals. What are the 3 tickets related to animals? Wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve and zoo. These 3 entry tickets are exempted irrespective of entry fee, whatever may be the amount. Next 3 related to places. What are those places? Museum, national park, entry to protected monuments. Tell me what are the 6 entry tickets always exempted. Don't see the amount, always exempted. Tiger reserve, wildlife sanctuary, zoo, museum, national park and protected monuments. Protected monuments like Taj Mahal, Charminar or Qutub Minar or Red Fort. These are all examples of protected monuments. Then ticket price does not exceed 500 is exempted. So, for these tickets, if the ticket price does not exceed 500 is exempted. What are they? Remember, total 9 points. First 4 related to performance. What is that performance? Dance, theatrical performance, concert or musical performance. So, dance, music. Dance, okay. Music itself we have 2 points, concert and musical performance. If it is on a particular person, then it will be called as concert. When it is a band or a troupe is performing, then it will be called as musical performance. Both are covered here. Then theatrical performance means what will come? Stage shows, all stage shows, dramas, even stand-up comedy is also coming under theatrical performance. So all that events will be coming under theatrical performance when it is exempted, if the ticket price does not exceed 500. Okay, what are the first four performance related pa? Dance, musical performance, concert and theatrical performance. Next four events, circus, award function, pageant and sporting event. Circus you can understand, award function you can understand. What is pageant means? Beauty show. And sporting event, so any sporting event, let it be recognized sporting event or unrecognized sporting event. Then finally planetarium. So planetarium wherein they will be showing about that what is that universe, planets, etc. and all. So that is planetarium, and there also ticket price does not exceed 500 is exempted. So try 9 tickets. Dance, musical performance, concert, theatrical performance, circus, award function, pageant, 2 more, sporting event and planetarium. Okay, these 9 entry tickets are exempted if the ticket price does not exceed. What if it exceeds 500? Entirely it will be taxable. Okay, and we don't have much discussion about it, no need to apply, just we need to remember this. Then look into the next one, insurance services. In insurance services we have 7 points. First one, remember National Pension System, NPS, National Pension System Trust, NPS Trust. So this National Pension System is a government operated. So in that National Pension System, any person can contribute money towards the pension, wherein they will be provided with the life insurance as well as the pension service. It is like monthly I will contribute some amount, so that any time death happens to me, some sum assured will be paid to me. Otherwise, whatever money that I have paid will be returned to me in the form of pension. Okay, so then it will be exempted. Monthly I will contribute some money to the national pension, that will be exempted. Second, group life insurance. Group life insurance. What is group life insurance means? It is not an insurance company. So the group of people, they will create an insurance fund and they will contribute monthly some amount towards that insurance fund. In that group, if any person dies, out of that fund some amount will be paid to the family members of that person. This group insurance fund concept we have in almost every place. So all the traders in one area will have a group insurance fund, and all the professionals like ICI benevolent fund, like that one concept is there. All the practicing chartered accountants, they have created this fund wherein monthly some amount will be contributed or randomly some amount will be contributed to that fund. If anything happens to any practicing member, out of that fund money will be paid to their family members. So this is the concept of group insurance fund, but not all group insurance funds are exempted. So which group insurance fund is exempted? Only 5. What are they? See there: Army, Navy, Air Force, Coastal Guard and Central Armed Police Forces. 5. Once again, Army, Navy, Air Force, Coastal Guard, Central Armed Police Forces. These 5 cases. Then next, service of general insurance business. So there is an insurance company which is providing general insurance business, but that is under government notified schemes. How do you know that it is a government notified scheme? Definitely it will be targeted to agriculture and farmers, below poverty line, women and infants and unemployed. So you cannot remember the list because we have a very big list related to that. So that list you can see. say this. This is the list. So a number of points are there. So this we cannot remember literally. That's why I told you, you remember basically this government notified scheme will be targeted to whom? Below poverty line, or agriculture and farmers, or women, or unemployed. Okay, for example, hut insurance. Who will live in hut? Below poverty line. So that hut insurance is exempted. Then cattle insurance, agriculture related. Then scheme for insurance of tribals, tribal below poverty line. Therefore, it will be exempted. Are you getting this here? So rather than remembering this big list, we try to simplify and remember, because if at all the question is asked, out of this only one scheme they will ask, correct? So therefore, you need to easily understand if that is related to agriculture or related to below poverty line or related to women or unemployed, then it will be exempted. Then next, look into the next one. If it is life insurance service under various government schemes. How you know that it is a life insurance service covered under government scheme? Definitely government scheme means it ends with the word Yojana. Pradhana Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. So or this Pradhana Mantri Safal Yojana, like that. A number of insurance schemes are there, but all these are basically ends with the word Yojana, you can see. Janashri Bima Yojana, Aam Aadmi Bima Yojana, Vasishtha Pension Bima Yojana. This Yojana, Bojana, they only will keep. So therefore, whenever you see the words Yojana, it's a government scheme. No doubt that will be exempted. Apart from this extra, one more point you need to remember related to this micro life insurance. What is that micro life insurance means? Usually, rather than collecting a huge amount as premium, a small amounts will be collected, and what does the sum assured should be, so that the micro life insurance is exempted. The maximum sum assured will be 2 lakhs. Okay, so tell me what are the 4 points that we have seen so far. First one, NPS trust. Second, group insurance. Which group insurance? Army, Navy, Air Force, Coastal Guard, Central Armed Police Forces. Then next, we have general insurance under government notified scheme. Then life insurance under government notified scheme, plus micro life insurance where the sum assured does not exceed 2 lakhs. Now, one more point, insurance service provided to government, means government is the insured. There is an insurance company which is providing insurance service to the government. Even government will take the insurance policy on the assets that it owns, on the employees, etc. So that insurance premium paid by the government is exempted. Then 6th point is actually connected to all the 5 points. That is, wherever we saw the insurance as exempted, its reinsurance is also exempted. What is reinsurance means? One company, one insurance company taking insurance from another insurance company is known as reinsurance. For example, I am insurance company A. I am providing insurance service to government in relation to its airport. So for which the premium they will pay me 5 lakhs because I need to provide insurance to the government for its property. What is that property? Airport. Now I have a huge risk. Anything happens to the airport, I need to reconstruct the airport and give. So what I will do, I will pay out of this 5 lakhs premium some 3 lakhs premium to another insurance company and I will take a reinsurance. As my premium is exempted. Why my premium is exempted? Premium received from government is exempted na. So my reinsurance premium is also exempted. That is this. So as the main insurance is exempted, its reinsurance is also exempted. Last point, if there is like how business facilitator or business correspondent is there for banking company, there will be business facilitator and business correspondent for insurance company also. So if they are working in rural area, the commission earned by them will be exempted. So business facilitator or business correspondent to insurance company in rural area. Understood here these 7 points? Then look into the next one, pension services. Pension services, there are only 2 pension schemes which are exempted apart from NPS trust. What are those 2 pension? Remember, Atal Pension Yojana. The moment you see Atal Pension Yojana in the exam, any money collected towards Atal Pension Yojana is exempted. Like how Atal Pension Yojana is created by central government, if state government is operating any pension fund, for that monthly some amount will be collected, that is also exempted. So two pension funds are exempted. What are they? Atal Pension Yojana or state government operated pension. Then services by some specified organizations. These are the specified organizations. If they provide any service, money collected by them is exempted. What are those specified organizations? Already first point we know, NPS trust we know. Then next one, ESIC. What is ESIC? Employee State Insurance Corporation. From whom they will collect money? From whom they will collect money? Employers, for providing the insurance to their employees. This money collected by them will be exempted. Then next, EPFO, Employee Provident Fund Organization. From whom they will collect money? Employer and employee towards the Provident Fund. That is also exempted. Like how EPFO we have CMPFO. What is CMPFO? Coal Mine Provident Fund Organization. For those who are working in the coal mines, they created a separate provident fund. So that normal provident fund also exempted, coal mine provident fund also exempted. Then look into the next one, NCCCD, National Center for Cold Chain Development. Cold chain means what? Cold storage. Cold storage is a place where we keep the agricultural produce. If you want to set up a cold storage, you need to approach this NCCCD. They will give the requisite approvals, etc. and all. Whatever money that is collected by them is exempted. Then next, we have Foreign Diplomatic Mission located in India. Who will be called as Foreign Diplomatic Mission? UN agencies. Can you give me some UN agencies? UNESCO, UNICEF, WHO, World Health Organization. These are some UN agencies. Whatever money that they are collecting is exempted. Then embassies. Russian embassy, US embassy, like that. So embassies will be there in India. So to provide services to any persons who are coming from their country, that embassies is also exempted. Then consulates. Consulates will be providing the visa for us to visit their countries. So the difference between embassy and consulate is that embassy will provide services to foreigners in India, whereas consulates will provide services to Indians who want to visit outside India by way of giving visa, etc. All these three people, outward supply is exempted. Who are the three people covered there? Specified agencies of UN, embassy and consulate. So this is about specified organizations. So the moment you see them in the question, exempted. Okay. Next, charitable and religious service. In that, look into the first point. There is a trust under section 12AA of Income Tax Act or even 12AB of the Income Tax Act. But a trust providing only specified charitable activities, the money earned by them is exempted. In income tax, all charitable activities, they will get the relief, correct? But in GST, there is a list of specified charitable activities. By doing these charitable activities, if they earn money, then only it will be exempted. So what is a list of charitable activities? First point you see, public health, and second, advancement of religion, spirituality or yoga. So first point, public health, anyhow healthcare service is exempted. Even if the trust providing healthcare service, that is also exempted. Second one, advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga. Who will come into this category? All Babas, Swamijis, etc. So all those lazy fellows. So they will be coming into this. Religion, advancement of religion. We have now a number of people to advance the religion. In the name of Babas and Swamijis, they will be telling, you know, you go for this religion, that religion, etc. Hinduism only best, no other religion is best, like that and all they will preach. No, they will be coming under this category. And next one, spirituality. Spirituality, they will tell, you know, you pay some money, I will conduct a workshop, you come and sit, I will show you God, etc. and all people will be doing, okay. So they will be coming under that spirituality. Yoga, Baba Ramdev, many people. So nowadays lot of people are coming into yogas. So these people, but remember they should be trust. They should be trust, okay. And whatever money that they are earning will be completely exempted in the name of advancement of religion, spirituality or yoga. And so don't think that I am commenting about God and all. Why will I comment about God? It's not about God I am commenting. So you can see my attire and you can understand that, you know, I love God and I believe in God, but I don't believe in these idiots who earn money in the name of God, okay. So because they are looting money here, crores and crores of money they are looting. Actually they should be paying GST. If they pay GST, we are all relieved from payment of GST. That many crores they are earning, and let them pay GST. Then educated programs. So what is the first charitable activity? Public health. Second, advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga. Third one, educational programs. To whom? Orphans, physically or mentally traumatized persons, persons over 65 years residing in rural area. So orphans you can understand. Orphanages, some NGOs will go, they will provide the educational programs and they get some money that is exempted. Physically or mentally traumatized persons, for them also there will be some NGOs who will go and spend some time with them, provide them certain assistance, that money earned is also exempted. Prisoners also okay. Persons over 65 years, like aged people, mainly in Kerala we can see that. In Kerala, what they have done is that, so in order to provide the literacy to the old people, so they are conducting the classes for 65 years above, okay, aged 65 years and above. In rural area, they will be providing educational program, because why still we should use only the thumb impression? They should know how to sign their name. So for that reason, the basic English and certain things and all are taught to them. Definitely not advanced professional courses like CA, etc. and all. If we teach them also, in the frustration itself they will die, you know, out of heart attack, okay. So therefore it is not that basic education. But where they should be living? Rural area. Then next activity number 4, environmental preservation. These are the only 4 charitable activities. By doing those charitable activities, if they earn any money, that is exempted. So come again, mark this as important. What are the charitable activities? Because already it got tested in exam once. So what are the 4 charitable activities? Public health, advancement of spirituality, religion, yoga. Number 3, educational programs. To whom? Orphans, physically, mentally traumatized persons, prisoners, or persons over 65 years, where they are living? Rural area. Number 4, environmental preservation. Then second point, services by a old age home. Who is running that old age home? Central government, state government or charitable trust, to its residents aged 60 years or more. So who are considered as old people? Exactly 60 years? Yes, read there properly. Exactly 60 years also covered or more, okay. And against the consideration up to 25,000 per month, how much will be the charges per month? If it exceeds 25,000, fully taxable, okay. Up to 25,000 per month per member, provided the consideration charge is inclusive of everything, boarding, lodging, maintenance, etc. okay. So one friend told that sir, what if the chartered accountant send his parents, etc. and all, that case, rather than sending them to another house and paying the rent, you can do this also, okay, and it is absolutely exempted. Anyhow you are doing a sin, and in that sin you do this also, so that you are saved from GST. I don't know why they gave this exemption, stupid exemption it is. So old age homes which will be collecting up to 25,000 from the children of the parents, Because the children could not take care of the parents, they will be sending the parents to the old age home. That money collected is exempted. What if it is a private old age home? What if it is a government run old age home? What if it is a trust run old age home? Exempted. But how much the amount should be? Up to 25,000 per month. Services by a person by way of conduct of religious ceremony. Who will conduct religious ceremony? Purohit, priest, etc. They will be conducting and they will collect some money. So for conducting the religious ceremony, that money collected by them is exempted. But sir, will they be registered first of all? They are not required to register. That's what they mean to say. Means whatever may be their turnover. Sir, how much turnover, sir? 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs? No, yaar. 50 lakhs to 75 lakhs they are earning. Some priests and all are earning 1.5 crore and all. Okay. So because marriage season is there na. This marriage season, previously it will be only during few months it will be marriage. Now it will be 365 days, every day marriage will be happening. During season, arranged marriage will happen, and during off season, these people will go outside the registrar office and they will put one tent. So because people who could not wait till the arranged marriage time, they will go to the registrar office. When they are coming out, photographs required na. For that, this priest and all will be putting one tent there, and they will also provide the service. Time, nakshatra, etc. and all we will not see. We will get them married. What we need is 15,000 rupees for marriage. Okay. And like this, if they earn, even they will be subject to tax audit also. Okay. But they are not required to pay GST. It's okay. Compared to those people who are advancing religion, spirituality, yoga, without doing anything and speaking shit, they can no pay GST. At least these purohits, they are putting a effort, and therefore let them also be exempted. Then, service by a person by way of conduct of religious ceremony, we have seen. Next point, service by special organization for religious pilgrimage. What are considered as religious pilgrimage? Kailash Manas Sarovar Yatra and Haj Yatra, these two are only considered as religious pilgrimage. Sir, Shirdi sir, that may be religious pilgrimage for you. Or, this, what is that here? Recently also one Ramar temple they constructed. Ayodhya, that also may be religious pilgrimage for you, not for government. For government, only two are considered as religious pilgrimage. What are they? Kailash Manas Sarovar and Haj Yatra. For that, not all. If there is a special organization which is providing the religious pilgrimage, the money collected by them is exempted. So what are the 4 activities we have under religion? So first one, charitable activities. 4 charitable activities. Next, another point, old age home, government or trust, up to 25,000. Third, priest, purohit, etc. Last point, religious pilgrimage. Okay. Then look into the next one. After this, we will take a break, concentrate. Incubator and incubatee services. Who is an incubator? The one who owns a laboratory where research is carried out is known as incubator. The one who carry out the research in that laboratory is known as incubatee. You understood? Example, China is incubator. Wuhan laboratory where scientists created this COVID is incubatee. You understood or not? And therefore, incubator will be paying money to the incubatee for doing the research. Incubatee is basically a scientist or any person who is working in the laboratory. They are not employees. They are providing services to the incubators. How much will be exempted? If the consideration is up to 50 lakhs, then it is exempted. What if it goes beyond 50 lakhs? Not entirely taxable. The excess amount is only taxable. This is the place what I was referring to. In exemption chapter, everywhere if there is a monetary limit, if you cross that monetary limit, entirely it will be taxable. But in this place, if it crosses 50 lakhs, that excess amount only will be taxable. Okay, say this. First 3 terms we will know. Incubate. What is incubate? Place, laboratory. Place where research is carried out. Then incubator, who is incubator? Owner of that place. Incubatee, the one who is working in that laboratory. Any service provided by Incubatee is exempted up to 50 lakhs. But there are two conditions. What are the conditions for exemption? See their first condition. Previous year, their aggregate receipt should not exceed 50 lakhs. And this exemption is available for a period of 3 years from the date of signing the contract. For example, look into below. A Limited is an Incubatee. Year 1, year 2 and year 3. Year 1 gross receipt 60 lakhs, year 2 40 lakhs, year 3 70 lakhs. First year will they get exemption? Yes. Why first year they will get exemption? What is their turnover during previous year? 0. First condition satisfied? Second condition, this exemption is for 3 years. So they will get exemption for the first year. But how much is the exemption for the first year? 50 lakhs. So what is the remaining amount? 10 lakhs. On the 10 lakhs they need to pay GST. Understood for the first year? Now second year gross receipts is 40 lakhs. Will they get any exemption? Why they will not get exemption? Because previous year it exceeds 50 lakhs. So second year they will not get exemption, which means they need to pay GST on entire 40 lakhs. Third year, will they get exemption? Yes, because for third year, what is the previous year? Second year, it does not exceed 50 lakhs. So for third year, they will get the exemption. How much is the exemption? 50 lakhs. So 70 minus 50. So remaining 20 lakhs will be taxable. Are you understanding this? So tell me what is the exemption we have seen? Incubatee, providing services to the incubator is exempted up to 50 lakhs. And two conditions. What are the two conditions? Previous year gross receipt should not exceed 50 lakhs and this exemption is for a period of 3 years from the date of entering into contract. Then what about incubator services? Incubator services will always be exempted provided they are approved by government. Suppose if they are not approved by government, then it will be taxable. Incubator, any amount earned by them is exempted here. Services provided by incubator is always exempted, provided they are approved by government. What if they are not approved by government? Taxable, right there. Services provided by an incubator, somewhere you write down. Services provided by an incubator, services provided by an incubator, services provided by an incubator, services provided by an incubator who is not approved by government, who is not approved by government is what? Taxable. Okay. So we completed up to incubator, incubatee services and we'll take a break. Thereafter we will move on to the other exemptions that we have in the afternoon session. Okay. Okay, we'll start. Look into page 124. You can see education services. So in this education services, see the first exemption. Any service provided by an educational institution to its students, faculty and staff is exempted. So that is the first exemption in this. So what is the meaning of an educational institution? So any service provided by, is it service provided by educational institution or to educational institution? By educational institution. To whom they are providing the services? To students, faculty and staff is exempted. Here, what is the meaning of an educational institution? So, category 1, category 2 and category 3, like that 3 categories of educational institution we have. First category education institution is up to 12th standard or equivalent. So that is, starting point we don't have. Starting point can be anything. It can be pre-KG, it can be LKG, UKG, play school, anywhere it can start. But the ending point of the first category is what? Up to 12th standard or equivalent. Why equivalent is given? Because In states like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, 11th and 12th is part of school. But in some other states, 11th and 12th is not part of school. It will be coming under a separate board called as Board of Intermediate Education or Junior College or PUC, like that they will call. So that's why they said up to 12th standard or equivalent is first category. What is after 12th? Graduation. Either graduation or post graduation or professional qualification. So that is category 2. So obtaining qualification recognized by law. So it will be like universities, colleges, CA, CMA, all these things will be coming into category 2. Then category 3 is approved occasional education. What will be called as approved occasional education? You can see there, course offered by ITI or ITC. ITI means Industrial Training Institute. ITC means Industrial Training Center, affiliated to NCVT, SCVT. Like how for school there is central board and state board, like that for vocational coaching there is NCVT and SCVT, that is National Council for Vocational Training and State Council for Vocational Training, that will be taken. Then modular employable skill course by Ministry of Skill Development or Entrepreneurship. What you need to remember is just 2 points, ITI or ITC, Industrial Training Institute or Industrial Training Center, then modular employable skill course. These two will come under approved vocational education. So what are the 3 education institutions? Come on, category 1, category 2, category 3. Category 1, up to 12th standard. Category 2, qualification recognized by law. And then vocational education, approved vocational education. If any service is provided by them to its students, faculty, staff, it can be called as hostel fees, it can be called as bus fees, or it can be called as book fees or uniform fees, any name they can collect. All those amount collected by them will be exempted. And will a coaching center come under educational institution? No, no. So coaching centers, how much big it may be, it will never be called as a educational institution, okay. And therefore reason simple, they are not giving the qualification, they are providing the training to obtain the qualification, agreed or not. So any fees collected by ICI is exempted, let it be a registration fees or exam fees or coaching fees over there is exempted. But if the same CA coaching is provided by private coaching centers, will it be taxable or exempted? It will be taxable. Are you understanding this? That is the first point. Then second point, service provided to education institution. What is the difference between previous point and this point? Previous point is service provided by education institution, this is service provided to education institution. In this service provided to education institution, we have category 1, 2 and 3. Depending upon that it is exempted, we can try to remember it easily. Transportation of students, faculty and staff, catering, security and housekeeping within the premises. These 3 services for category 1 institution only is exempted, okay. What are the 3 services here? Transportation of students, faculty and staff, catering service, security and housekeeping service, only to category 1 institution is exempted. Whereas supply of online educational journals and periodicals is exempted for all 3 category institutions or only 2. Read there. Supply of online educational journals and periodicals, only category 2. Because online educational journals and periodicals is not required for category 1. For school children will read books, will read journals, novels, etc. No. And vocational education, will they read those journals and novels, etc.? No. If they are able to read, they will be coming into normal education. Why they go for vocational education? You know what are the examples of vocational education? Have you heard of polytechnic colleges, industrial colleges or polytechnic colleges, etc.? That will come under vocational education. So basically they will not read. Then what is the need of providing online educational journals to them? So therefore which category institution it is exempted? Only category 2. Whereas the examination, conduct of examination or admission to the educational institution. All three category institutions it will be exempted. Okay. Now just keep the table with you. I will be giving you some questions, you answer this. I am setting the question paper for a school board, say CBSE question paper I am setting. For setting that question paper, I got some money, taxable or exempted? Why exempted? Conduct of examination. I have a place which I am giving on rent to ICI for the purpose of conducting their exams, CA exams. Whether the rent received by me is taxable or exempted? Exempted. Where is it coming? Conduct of examination for category 2 institution. Then next, suppose one school has approached me to provide the catering to their students. So I prepared the food and I am providing it to the school. Whether the fees collected or money collected by them will be taxable or exempted? Exempted. What if the same catering I am provided to a college? Taxable. Now there is a school which is conducting an annual day function. For that annual day function, I am providing catering services. Taxable or exempted? Exempted. Exempted. Still it is provided to school. Exempted. What if I am providing security services to an annual day function conducted by the school somewhere outside in a hall? Taxable. Why? Because security and housekeeping should be within the premises. Can you see that word? Security and housekeeping should be in the premises, then only it will be exempted. Then there is a college which is providing transportation service to its students. Taxable or exempted? Exempted. We are not talking about service provided to education institution. It is service provided by education institution. Okay. So see this example. There is a school which is providing transportation services to its students. There is a school which is providing transportation services to its students. What is your answer? Exempted. Okay. Now this school asks the person, say Messrs ABC Travels, to provide transportation services to school. What about this? Exempted or taxable? Is it service provided by education institution or to education institution? To education institution, category 1, therefore it will be exempted. Suppose instead of school, what if it is a college? Okay. So what if it is a college here? Same thing, instead of school it is college. First case, college providing transportation service to students. What is your answer? Exempted. Because service provided by education institution, all services will be exempted. Don't check there, there is no classification. Whereas ABC Travels providing transportation service to the college, is it taxable or exempted? Taxable, because transportation service only to category 1 is exempted, but in this case it will be taxable. Is it clear here? Now, what if ABC Travels directly provides services to the students of school? Students of school. Usually for school there will be some private travel also, na? So what about this transportation? Taxable or exempted? Taxable. Only transportation service provided to education institution is given under exemption. What if it is provided to students? Definitely that will be taxable. We don't have any exemption. Are you getting this? So tell me the matrix of that exemption. First point you tell me. Any service provided by educational institution to its students, faculty and staff is exempted. That's the first exemption. Now second exemption, specified services provided to education institution. In that 3 points you need to remember. What is that first one? Transportation, security and housekeeping within premises and catering. To which category institution? Category 1. Then conduct of examination and admission to all 3 category institution. Then next number 3, supply of online educational journals and periodicals to which category institution? Category 2. So that is about this. Then next exemption you see, service provided by education institution by way of conduct of entrance examination against consideration in the form of entrance exam fee is exempted. So basically entrance exam fee collected by education institution is exempted. Why won't this point come under any service provided by education institution? You understood my question? Entrance exam fee collected by education institution is exempted. Why for entrance exam alone they gave a separate exemption? Because anyhow all services provided by education institution to its students, faculty, staff is exempted. Na? In that itself, won't this entrance exam fee get covered? Yes or no? Why? Because entrance exam fee is collected not from the students. Only when they qualify entrance exam, when they get a seat, they will be called as students. Until that point of time, they are not called as students. Due to that reason, this will be not covered under the first point. So separately they gave it in the third point. Is it clear? So entrance exam fee collected, let it be collected from a student or non-student or any person, it will be exempted. Are you getting this? Then next, look into the next one, amount paid to training providers under DDUGKY scheme, Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramina Kausalya Yojana. Under this scheme, so there will be some teachers who will be going to the rural areas and they will be providing certain training to the people in the rural areas. That is called as DDUGKY scheme. They will provide basically some training in occasional courses like tailoring, then candle making, incense sticks making, agarbattis, and then even this leather purse, etc. and all, then paper making, paper plates, like that lot of training will be provided by them. So these people get some money that will be exempted. Okay, what is that scheme name? DDUGKY, Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramina Kausalya Yojana. Okay, then next we have another point. You see that below here, all service provided by education institution to its students is exempted. Further, it is clarified that amount or fee charged from prospective students. It's like there was a question. So prospectus fee collected by the college, taxable or exempted? Prospectus fee collected by the college. Usually when you go and join in college, first you will buy the application, prospectus you will buy. So that prospectus fee collected is taxable or exempted. Actually, it is not services provided to the students because you have not yet joined there. Even then, they are telling it is exempted because you are a prospective student. Same way, when you are leaving the college, you will be paying TC fees or migration certificate fees, like that you will be paying. Whether this fees is also exempted? Yes, because you are a ex-student. So fees collected from prospective student, ex-student, all these three are exempted. Is it clear, pa? Fee collected from prospective student, or ex-student, all these three are covered under this exemption. So even ex-students or prospective student. Okay. Now I have one doubt. There is a school which is giving their premises on rent for marriage. Okay. And they collected some money, rental, taxable or exempted? Why? Not to students, faculty and staff. Don't tell not education services, sir. Where did they say education service provided by education institution is only exempted? For my son, I am paying no extracurricular activities like that. So 12,000 rupees fees I am paying. You know what they are teaching him? Silambam, okay, and then this chess, etc. and all they are teaching. For that 12,000 rupees they are collecting. Library fees I am paying 8,000. He never went to library even once also. So, but I am paying 8,000 rupees library fees because as per this CBSE guidelines, beyond 25,000 you should not collect as fees. But my son is pursuing 4th standard, I am paying 80,000 rupees as fees. And my daughter is studying 2nd standard, for her I am paying 80,000 as fees. 1,60,000 rupees per annum I am paying as fees. In that what and all names are there telling na, composite fee, book fee, exam fee, everything. And they are collecting, they are looting money like anything. This 80,000 rupees, actually if you have, you can complete CA final, CA intermediate also. Individual subjects you can buy from the faculties, you can buy individual subjects. Forget about coaching centers. You can buy individual subjects from the faculties, and you can. Illappa, not intentional. Okay, not in. Yeah, already. Savadigrangappa, mudila. Okay, so there is nothing intentional. I am just telling that 80,000 rupees intermediate and a final coaching can be completed, but that much I am paying for 4th standard, 2nd standard itself. Okay, and different names they are calling it as, and they are collecting. But usually a project like that, craft work and all will be there na. Who should do? Teachers should do. They will be asking us to do, and for that material and all we will buy. But for craft, art and craft fees like that, 6,000 rupees they are collecting. I don't know what art craft they will be teaching, for which 6,000 rupees they are collecting here. And you know, every time when the project work is coming, no, what I will do, I will give that project work to my people who are working in the office. Okay, so really, because I cannot do like solar cap, etc. and all, they will be asking us. But for that they will collect fees and all. By whatever name, if a school or college collect fees, everything will be exempted. Even like ID card also they will collect fees. I mean colleges in the name of ID card. Ayyo, engadichalo ange poi vilude. Sorry. So ID card fees. Then certain times what will happen? If you miss the, attendance, if you miss the college, attendance shortfall will come. For that attendance shortfall also they will collect some fees. Like that, whatever name pa, and everything will be coming under exempted. Okay. Accordingly, if there is a school, please listen, which is giving their premises for marriage of the ex-students, 2 students of the school grown up, and now they want to get married, destination wedding in the school. Okay, now in that case they have taken school premises on rent, because nice, no, it will be here only we studied, here only we are getting married, like that. And only thing, kids and all, if they are not giving birth in school, it is okay. So therefore this rental which is collected by the school will be taxable or exempted? Ex-students does not mean that much big X, you understood? X means maybe like few months. Okay, so they are grown up and they are getting married, so thereafter and all they will not be called as ex-students. Ex-students means maybe within a year. Okay, so therefore ex-students means, don't understand after 10 years, 20 years they are going back to the school and receiving service, called as ex-students. Okay, now that is this point. You understood now this one? So any fees collected from prospective student, and ex-students. Okay, yes pa. If the marriage is conducted for faculty, faculty is taking on rent. Nice question. Okay. So it is like maths sir, English madam. So correct. Then in that case, will it be coming, sir? Logically, it should be exempted. Why? Because see the wording, any service provided by educational institution to its students, faculty and staff. So therefore, When the math sir takes the place on rent for the purpose of marriage, that will be exempted. Okay. Then see this. Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramina Kausalya Yojana, already I told you, under this scheme, some volunteers will go to the rural area and they will train them, for which they will receive some money from government, that will be exempted. Basically, these unemployed youth in the rural area, either they will become employed or they will become self-employed by starting one small scale industry because of this training. Then next. Services provided with respect to training program for which greater than or equals to 75% of the total expenditure is borne by government. It is like, say, this is a very good scheme. Actually, government will be sponsoring the coaching of the students. It's like there are a lot of below poverty line students. They cannot pursue CA coaching, or they cannot go for NEET coaching, etc. and all, because the fees charged by the coaching centers will be high. At the same time, in government we don't have any proper coaching. Will the government school conduct NEET coaching or CA coaching, etc.? No. So for which what government is telling, you go and join any private coaching center, we will pay the fees on behalf of you. Now, fees for NEET coaching is 1 lakh. Student paid 20,000 and government paid 80,000 to the coaching center. Is that fees taxable or exempted? Read this point and tell me. Generally coaching fees taxable pa. Generally coaching fees taxable, but in this case what is the peculiarity? 1 lakh is the coaching fees, 20,000 rupees student paid, 80,000 rupees government paid. Whether this training program is taxable or exempted? If it is exempted, how much is exempted? Entirely exempted. Very good, because more than 75% borne by government. Therefore, entire training program exempted. Not that amount collected from government is exempted, amount collected from student is taxable. The entire 1 lakh will be exempted. What if 30,000 rupees student paid, 70,000 rupees government paid? Then entirely taxable. Got it? You understood? So somewhere you make note there itself. So Akash, like that one coaching center is there here. Akash NEET coaching center, NEET coaching center collected 30,000 from student, 30,000 from student and 70,000 from government. Entire 1 lakh is taxable or exempted? Taxable. Why it is taxable? So greater than or equals to 75% should be borne by the government, but in this case total fees 1 lakh. How much government has borne? 70%. Due to that reason there is no exemption. Okay. Next, under skill development initiative scheme, there is something called as skill development initiative, wherein today lot of skills are not useful because there are many people who will tell that, so we will provide you skills, etc. and all, but practically speaking, is it really useful in the industry or not? Example, coding is now rest in peace. Coding for software people, coding is now rest in peace. You know why? ChatGPT. ChatGPT is there, and if you ask it any code, it will only prepare and give for any language. You have to just copy paste the code and run the program, so you will know whether it is working properly or not. So coders and developers, life is at risk. And same way, previously lot of stenographers used to be there. Stenographers means they used to draft. Now their life also gone. Why it is gone? Again ChatGPT. You ask the ChatGPT to prepare a letter, amazingly it will prepare. to prepare a partnership deed. Superbly it will prepare. You understood or not? Now, what is the point in learning some skills which is not going to be useful in the industry? That's why government created a skill development initiative. What this skill development initiative will do, they will be reviewing the curriculum from time to time as to whether these skills are useful or not useful in the industry. Accordingly, that will be imparted to the students in the polytechnic colleges. For doing this review of curriculum, this skill development initiative, there will be some members, they will get some money, that money received by them is exempted. Is it clear? See this. Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship formed an assessment body. Who will be there in this assessment body? Members who are people from the industry. They will review the curriculum and suggest changes or addition, and that will be imparted to students. So these members will receive some money from the government that will be exempted. Got it? So just remember, skill development initiative, money received from government is exempted. Then next one, any course offered by NSDC. NSDC means National Skill Development Corporation. Under National Skill Development Corporation, there will be sector skill councils, and below that there will be assessment agents or training partners. All these people will be provided skill courses. The fees collected by them will be exempted. You will be seeing some skill centers outside, they will mention Skill India, NSDC, or Banking and Financial Skill Services India, like that. So all these people, fees collected by them is exempted. Who are the three parties here? Actually 4 parties. NSDC, SSC, assessment agent, training partner. Then there are some examination boards whose job is only to conduct the exam and give the rank. Based on the rank, they can go and join in the colleges. For example, NEET, National Board of Examination, is the examination body which will conduct the NEET exam, and they will be giving the rank. Depending upon your rank, you can go and join in a medical college. Means, are those examination bodies giving the qualification? No. Then whatever entrance exam fee collected by them, will it be coming under exemption or not? If you see the point there, any entrance exam fee collected by an educational institution is exempted, correct? Now the question is this examination body an educational institution? For that, CBIC says yes. Yes, CBIC says even though they are conducting only the exam but they are not giving qualification, but you treat that examination bodies as education institution, so entrance exam fee collected by them is exempted. Is it clear, pa? Read it once. Central and state educational boards are treated as educational institution for the limited purpose of providing service by way of conduct of examination to the students. Therefore, National Board of Examination or National Testing Agency is an educational institution in so far it provides service by way of conduct of entrance examination. Then next, are you aware of Anganwadi schools? What they will do? Palwadi schools, yes. What they will do? They will take, they will be providing daycare services to the kids, correct? Basically, they will provide daycare services to the kids. You know why they become so famous? Kids also will like Anganwadi schools, because they will be providing food. Yes, really, midday meals, and you can go and happily you can eat and come. And this Anganwadi schools which are providing the food to their the kids over there, they have outsourced the outdoor catering to you. You provided outdoor catering services to the Anganwadi schools. Taxable, exempted. Why? Because Anganwadi schools come under category 1 institution. For category 1 institution, catering services provided is exempted. Correct? That is this point. Catering service provided to Anganwadi institutions are exempted, as the same fall under preschool education and treated as education institution. Let that fees be, let that money be paid out of government grants or corporate donations, but the service is exempted. So these are the points related to education sector. And IIMs, where IIMs will come? Category 2. IIMs will come under category 2, IITs, IIMs will come under category 2. Usually IIMs will be providing this MBA etc. courses. It is exempted, but sometimes they will provide short term courses. Short term courses means like certification programs. This is for people who are working in the organizations. Whether that certification courses will be taxable or exempted? Taxable. Only qualification. How do you know it is a qualification? For that they are telling, if the program is for less than 1 year, then it will be exempted, taxable. If the program is for a period more than 1 year, then it will be exempted. So that is one point here. You just write down somewhere over there, IIMs, IIM. See this point under education services you write down just one line. If you don't have space, put a sticky note and write, or somewhere in the margin you write down just one line. IIMs, IIMs, IIMs offering courses, IIMs offering courses less than 1 year, IIMs offering courses less than 1 year. What is your answer? Taxable. Offering courses greater than or equals to 1 year, then it will be exempted. That will come under qualification. So there is a concept of 1 year MBA. Really, 1 year MBA is there. In that 1 year MBA, what they will do is that you should have a experience, like job experience you should have. And if you want to go into top management, keep this in mind. In future, CAs are going to be more in number. If you want to stand out of the crowd, definitely you need a management degree. The moment you are touching the top management, either CEO or COO or any other position, even CFO, if you are going into the top management, you should have an MBA degree. That is must. And otherwise shareholders will not agree for your appointment, because top management appointment usually shareholders and board of directors approval is required. In that case they will not agree if you are a mere CA. So that's where lot of organizations what they will do, after you qualify CA you go into the job na, then if you are really good they will sponsor your MBA. You don't have to do. They will sponsor your MBA, where in 1 year you will go to the IIMs, you will do that 1 year MBA, the entire fees including the hostel fees will be borne by the employer. Thereafter you will come back to the organization and they will give you the position to lead the company as president or vice president or CEO, etc. That's how it happens. So in this case, this 1 year MBA is mainly for those who are working class, because they cannot spend 2 years and all na. So that's why they have created this concept. That will be exempted. However, there is some short term courses, like the moment you are a rank holder in CA, there is a program called as MDP program, which will be conducted by ICI in partnership with IIMs or International School of Business. Recently International School of Business they have partnered with, wherein it is like hardly few days, like around 15 days they will be providing some management program. This will be taxable or exempted? Taxable, because the duration is only 15 days, 3 months, etc. That will be taxable. Are you understanding this? Now, look into these points and you need to answer whether it will be taxable or exempted. Tuition fees collected by school, what is your answer? Why? Any service provided by education institution to its students, faculty, staff. Exam fees collected by school, same reason. Annual function and trip charges collected by school, same reason. Placement service provided by college to corporates, why taxable? It is not to students faculty and staff. It is to others. That's why it will be taxable. Then next one, renting of auditorium by a school for conference. Taxable. Why? Again, to whom they are giving it on rent? For conduct of examination? No. So for others, other than students, faculty and staff, therefore it will be taxable. Renting of hall by a school for marriage function, already we discussed, taxable. Franchisee fees collected by school from XYZ Limited, taxable. Why these 3 points are taxable? Because it is from other than students, faculty and staff. Fee collected by play school tiny tots, exempted, because I told you school starting point we don't have anything. Okay, so today it is pre-KG, play school, etc. And maybe in future, as soon as the mother become pregnant, they will send mother also to the school. Because the baby from the womb itself will start learning IIT, JEE, etc. coaching. So we don't know how the future is going to be. So starting point they did not give, but the ending will be up to 12th standard. So play school, etc. will be exempted. Fee collected by higher secondary school Vidya Bhavan, exempted. Fee collected by Focus Education, a coaching center providing NEET exam coaching. It's a coaching center, therefore it will be taxable. Service provided by IIM Ahmedabad, executive management program for 6 months, taxable. Service provided by Anant Academy for examination of CPA USA. Why? No, it is not service provided to educational institution. It is service provided by. First of all, this Anant Academy is not an educational institution. Why it is not an educational institution? But sir, CPA USA they are doing now, sir. Is CPA USA qualification recognized in India? No. ACCA, CFA, CPA, these are some qualifications which are not recognized in India. Then sir, lot of people are doing ACCA. That's what they will do, ACCA, and they wanted to go abroad and settle. In India, there is no job potential for ACCA. Given a chance, CA versus ACCA, so employer will choose CA only. They will not choose ACCA. But outside India, the situation is different. So there, so BCom or ACCA, they will prefer ACCA. Don't compare CA and ACCA. You cannot compare it also. But ACCA is equal to an accountant, not a chartered accountant. So accountant, yes, lot of people, lot of employers outside India, they will choose ACCA as a candidate for accountant. That's the reason why in India they will do, and they will go and settle abroad for that reason. But still in India, government has not recognized ACCA as a qualification. So therefore, whenever in exam you will come across ACCA, CPA, CFA like these courses, the answer will be taxable. Running a boarding school. Boarding school means what? Not play school. Boarding school means school with hostel. School with hostel. Whether it will be taxable or exempted? It is provided to students only. Then conducting private tuitions. Why? Not an educational institution. Home tuition at student's house, taxable. Conducting modular employable skill course approved by NCVT, exempted, because it's an approved occasional education. Renting of premises by a college for running a canteen, providing food to students. So college gave its premise on rent for a canteen. Now rent collected, taxable or exempted? Taxable. Taxable. Please listen carefully. College is not providing food to the students. College is giving their premises on rent to a canteen. That canteen is selling food to the students. But from college point of view, if you see, are they providing the service to the students, faculty and staff? No. Therefore, that rent received will be taxable. What if college itself is supplying food to the students? Then it will be coming under exemption. Okay. Next, training program offered by a school to its teachers to improve their knowledge. Why? Students, faculty, staff, anything. Okay. So therefore service is provided to faculty or staff. So money collected by from them is exempted. Understood here? Yes, sir. That's why we are taking it as taxable. Had it mentioned, no, had it, I never said as exemption, I said as taxable only, na? So you told exempted upper this one, renting of hall by school for marriage function. Taxable here, this is taxable. Everyone said exempted, we'll punish them, okay. So actually it is taxable because renting of hall by a school for a marriage function is taxable. Actually our friend only started. He only said, sir, what if it is marriage to between two teachers, sir? Then I said it as exempted, okay. But if nothing is given, it is to whom? If it is nothing is given means to others, therefore it will be definitely taxable, okay. Next, government services, we'll see little later. Look into renting. Have a look into renting services, page number 130. In this renting of immobile property building, already we discussed. Can you tell me this part? What is that we have seen? Two things are exempted. What are they? Today only we discussed. Residential purpose, residential building for unregistered person is exempted. Suppose if it is to registered individual for his family stay, then also it will be exempted. Correct? In all other cases it will be taxable. Then look into renting of immobile property which is land. For land, what is the exemption? Look into that. First point, upfront charges and annual lease rentals with respect to lease of land by government to government authority or government entity. So here actually it is pretty confusing. Sometimes they use government, sometimes they use government authority, sometimes government entity, sometimes government agency. Like that, different terminologies are being used. So what is the meaning of each and every terminology we need to understand so that you will not get confused in the exam, okay. So kindly make note of this somewhere in your notebook or in the book itself if you have the space. In the previous page you have some space, there also you can write. First, who is government? Central or state or local authority? Right there, government. Government hyphen CG, government hyphen CG slash SG, CG or SG or local authority. So whenever we are referring to government, either central government or state government or local authority. Then next one you write government authority, government authority. So who will be called as government authority? Government authority or board or body, same. All these three are interchangeable. Government authority or board or body. Anyway they can call. Government board, government body or government authority, anyway they can call, the meaning is same. See this first. Who will be called as government authority or government body or government board? Authority or board or body set up under an act of parliament. Example, ICI, ICI will be command under government authority because they are a body set up under an act of parliament. Anything else? SEBI, good. RBI, Reserve Bank of India. So, so LIC, these are all examples of body set up under an act of parliament or state legislature. Then or authority or board or body in which government has invested greater than or equals to 90% to carry out function under constitution. Not PSUs, PSUs will not come here because public sector undertakings are established not for the purpose of carrying out the functions under constitution. It is established for the purpose of doing business or commerce. But what are the bodies under government wherein more than 90% is invested by the government, but they are doing only certain constitutional activities? You would have heard of something called as Urban Development Authority, CMDA, Chennai Metro Development Authority. Then we have one more board called as Chennai Metro Water Supply and Sewage Board, CMWSSB, who will be engaged in water supply. That boards are established mainly for the purpose of doing certain activities as per the constitution. But that is also called as government body or government authority or government board. Okay. So write there 2 points. Government authority slash, what you have written? Government authority slash board slash body. You have written na? There you write down hyphen. Hyphen. First point. Authority, board or body. Authority, board or body. Authority slash board slash body. Established under an act of, established under an act of, A capitals, under an act, ACT, act of parliament, under an act of parliament or state legislature. A lot of points will come, space you properly write. So at least this space is required. Please write in this space in the book if you have. Otherwise you write in the notebook because many points are there. Okay. So first government you have written, central government, state government, local authority. Then government authority or government board or government body, common. Authority, board or body established under an act of parliament or state legislature. In that example, brackets you write down, example, SEBI, ICI, RBI, etc. SEBI, ICI, RBI, etc. Then second point, same definition, second point. Authority, board or body, right, authority slash board slash body in which government has invested, how much? Greater than or equal to 90%. In which government has invested greater than or equals to 90%. For what purpose? For carrying out functions under constitution. But listen and write. Don't see anything here. There is nothing here. You listen and write. For carrying out functions under constitution. For carrying out functions under constitution. What are the examples for that? CMDA. Example, CMDA. Then we have PWD, Public Works Department, for laying down roads, buildings, etc. and all. Okay. So that is an example of government authority or body or board. Okay, pa? CMR. Metro, no. Metro rail will not come. CMRL will not come. I will tell you why. Because CMRL is for commerce, business or commerce. Business or commerce. Metro is actually business or commerce. So I am talking about the public functions under constitution. Nowhere under constitution it is given that they need to provide transportation facilities to the people. No, that is not a constitutional activity. That is not there. And therefore, this metro, etc. and all will come under business or commerce. They will come under government entities which are established for the purpose of business or commerce, because that is the next definition actually. So far understood for two definitions. What we have seen, first one, government. Second one, government authority or board or body. Now, government entity. Government entity. Government entity. So, write down that second point is there na, second point, same, similar to that, that is, write down same as government authority, same as government authority slash board slash body, except that it is established for promoting, except that it is established for promoting business or commerce, except that it is established for promoting business or commerce, in brackets PSU, public sector undertakings. Okay. Next, there are many public sector undertakings na. So, Steel Authority of India Limited, then ONGC, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation, like that. Many PSUs, all PSUs will be covered there. Next, last, government agency. Last definition pa, government agency. Now concentrate. Usually, government is required to do certain activities as per constitution. Example, laying down road is the job of government as per constitution. But will the government lay down the road? No. They will outsource it to one contractor. That contractor is called as government agency. Is it clear? Again, sanitation is the job of the government. Sanitation conservancy. Sanitation conservancy means what? So, filling the drainages with chemicals so that mosquitoes and all will not breed. And then usually if you see one smoke machine will be there. One tractor, they will fit a smoke machine and throughout the place they will fill with the smoke. These are all called as sanitation conservancy. During COVID also you would have seen, so one lorry, in that lorry that spraying equipment will be there. Throughout the streets they used to spray and go so that the COVID virus will not spread. These are all examples of sanitation conservancy. This is the job of the government as per constitution. But what government will do? They will outsource it to some other person. That some other person is called as government agency. One more example, there is something called as solid waste management. Solid waste management is also job of the government, like clearing the garbage, waste, etc. and properly disposing it off. But again, government is not doing that. In Chennai, they outsourced it to an agency called as Urbaser. There is one company called as Urbaser. To that company they have outsourced. So that company will be called as government agency. Is it clear pa? So who is called as government agency? Any person who provides services to the government in relation to functions entrusted to them under constitution. Is it clear? Write down. Any person providing services, any person providing services to government in brackets, that is contractors or agents, any person providing services to government, that is contractors or agents, in relation to functions entrusted to government, in relation to functions entrusted to government under constitution, in relation to functions entrusted to government under constitution. In brackets, example, urbaser. You would have seen them here, lot of places they will be cleaning, see this urbaser Sumit, this is the, you would have seen their logo. In Chennai, lot of people are there, okay. So actually if Chennai is clean, we should not thank government, we should thank this company only. Government, what they are doing? Nothing. Just mayor sitting in one corner happily enjoying her life, making reels, and CM is also so happy visiting hospitals couple of the times, and Chinna CM is also so happy frequently visiting to Dubai and coming back. But who will take care of Chennai? Thanks to the decisions what they have taken, wherein they gave it outsourced to all the agencies. These agencies are only keeping our city clean, and they are called as a government agency. You understood? Now, coming back to this exemption, read this. There is a government which is giving the land on lease to government authority or government entity. You understood now who is government authority, who is government entity? Government authority for what purpose? Doing the activities under constitution. Government entity for what purpose? Business or commerce. Now who is the supplier? In this transaction, who is the supplier? Government. Who is the recipient? Government authority or government entity. What is given on lease? Land. What type of land? They did not tell. Means it can be agricultural land or it can be industrial land. What is exempted? Read that and tell me. Upfront charges and annual lease rentals. What is upfront charges? At the time when I am giving you the land on lease, you have to pay some money na upfront. Annual lease rentals means yearly you need to pay me some lease rentals. Both are exempted. Understood? Then look into the next point. I want you to read these two and tell me the differences that you can find in this. Come on. Read that once and tell me the differences. Both are related to land. Both are related to land only. That's why please see, because in exam you may get confused. First point is for short term lease or long term lease. They did not tell anything, they just said the word lease. But the second point is long term lease. Next difference. First case, the supplier is government, correct? Second case, the supplier is not government, it is State Government Industrial Development Corporation, correct? SIDCO, have you heard this word? SIDCO, State Government Industrial Development Corporation, they are the supplier, okay? Then, who is the recipient? First case, government authority or government entity, whereas in the second case, who is the recipient? So, development of infrastructure for finance business, okay? So, people who are engaged in the development of infrastructure for finance business or industries, okay? Then, what is the long term lease meaning? Greater than 30 years, greater than or equals to 30 years, greater than or equals to 30 years. In the first point, what is exempted? Both upfront charges as well as annual lease rentals. But in the second point, what is exempted? Only upfront charges, including preferential location charges, but annual lease rentals is not exempted. You could understand this difference, pa? You want to make note or you can, okay, right. Exemption with respect to lease of land. Exemption with respect to lease of land. Because this is an untapped area, definitely it can be tested in exam. Exemption with respect to lease of land. Exemption with respect to lease of land. You prepare a table with 3 columns. Particulars, exemption 1 and exemption 2. There are 2 exemptions related to lease of land. Particulars, exemption 1, exemption 2. First we will write who is supplier. Who should be the supplier? First case, which government? They didn't tell anything. So, government, which can be central government, state government or local authority. Then, in the second exemption, who is the supplier? SIDCO, State Government Industrial Development Corporation. State Government Industrial Development Corporation. Then, who is the recipient? In case of first exemption, who is the recipient? Government authority or government entity. Government authority or government entity. Whereas in the second exemption, so industry or developer of infrastructure. There will be some infra developers. They will develop the infrastructure for business. They mostly builders. Okay. Then type of lease. Type of lease. In the first exemption, what is the type of lease? Short term or long term? Short term or long term. Whereas in case of second exemption, what is the type of lease? Always long term. What is long term means? Greater than or equals to 30 years. Then next, type of land. Type of land. What is the type of land? First case, any land. But second case, it should be industrial land, industrial plots. Industrial plots, not agricultural land. Then last, what is exempted? What is exempted? In the first case, what is exempted? Upfront charges plus annual lease rentals. But in the second exemption, what is exempted? Only upfront charges. And these upfront charges includes preferential location charges. Preferential location charges. Preferential location means in order to get, near the roadside or near the highway, we need to pay some extra amount. That is called as preferential location charges. Yes, sir. In the first exemption also, this upfront charges includes preferential location charges. So this preferential location charges is actually part of upfront charges. Like upfront when you are paying, in order to get the land in a preferential area, we will pay some preferential location charges, that is this. But in the second case, annual lease rentals are not exempted, okay. Mark this as very, very important for the forthcoming exam. Okay, I just wanted to ask you one personal question. Already last time I did the class fast track batch and I have uploaded the videos in my YouTube. It is already there. Then why are you again coming? Huh? Face to face. No, that's why I am asking you truly out of your heart. Huh? I'll make you to repeat in the class. Okay, fine, nice. And YouTube, what is the issue that you are facing in YouTube? Distraction, not in a flow, distraction, etc. and all. Okay. Now, because this is a question every time, everyone will be asking me, all your content is there in the YouTube only, but still why students will be coming for you? I will say I don't know, really I don't know. So my job is what, you know, without any expectation I want to come and take the classes. Even if 4 students are there also I will take class, and even if 400 students are there also I will take class. There is no difference in that actually, okay. But I wanted to understand what is the limitation that you are facing in terms of these video lectures, etc. So that's why I just asked. Fine. Coming back to this, you understood the immovable property related exemptions. Land, two exemptions for land. For building also 2 exemptions. Correct? For land these 2 exemptions just now we discussed. For building also 2 exemptions. What are those 2 exemptions for building? Residential property, residential purpose, unregistered person exempted, residential property, residential purpose to registered individual for family stay exempted. Correct? Remaining and all will be same way. For movable property we have 4 exemptions. For land 2 exemptions, for building 2 exemptions, for movable property there are 4 exemptions when it comes to renting. What are the 4 exemptions? See the first point. Hiring of means of transport to carry more than 12 passengers to a state road transport undertaking. That is, I have a vehicle that can carry more than 12 passengers. I am giving it on rent to a state road transport corporation. Usually state government will take the private buses on rental basis. Now I get some rent, that will be exempted. So what is the first point? I have a motor vehicle that can carry more than 12 passengers. To whom I am giving it on rent? State Road Transport Corporation. See the third point. Hiring of electric vehicle more than 12 passengers to a local authority. What is the difference you can find between first and third point? First point, any vehicle. Correct? It can be electric vehicle or a normal vehicle. But in the third point, it should be electric vehicle. In the first point, it should be given on rent to a state road transport corporation. But in the third point, we need to give it on rent to a local authority. Then second, I have a motor vehicle that can carry goods. I am giving it on rent to a goods transport agency. Who is a goods transport agency? A person who is engaged in transportation of goods by roadways. Lot of goods transport agencies are there, like VRL road lines, TVS road lines, then Agarwal packers and movers. These are some people who are into the business of goods transport agency. They will be engaged in transportation of goods by roadways. Sometimes when they don't have the lorry, they will take lorry on rental basis. Now you are having a lorry and you are giving your lorry on rent to them, for which you get some rental income, that will be exempted. Okay. Then next, number 4, hiring of bus to a person providing transportation service to education institution up to 12th standard or equivalent. This has got some connection to whatever we have seen so far. You read it once again. Say this. Have a look into this. There is a school. That school provides transportation services to students, faculty and staff. Now that school outsources this work to one person, that is ABC Travels. Already we discussed now that one. Now this ABC Travels needed the bus. So they take the bus on rent from XYZ Motors. From XYZ Motors, they take the bus on rent. Now carefully listen. What is the service provided by XYZ Motors to ABC Travels? Renting of bus. And what ABC Travels will do to the school? Provides transportation. Again, what school is doing to the students, faculty and staff? Transportation. Now tell me whether this service provided by school to students, faculty and staff is taxable or exempted. Why? Any service provided by education institution to its students, faculty and staff is exempted. Already we know that. Now ABC Travels provide transportation service to school. Is it taxable or exempted? Why it is exempted? Service provided to education institution, category 1, therefore it will be exempted. Now what they are telling in this point is that this renting of bus is also exempted. Is it clear? So what is that exemption? Renting of bus to a person who in turn provides transportation service to education institution up to 12th standard equivalent. What is education institution up to 12th standard equivalent? School. So to that they are providing transportation services, so this renting will be exempted. Now a slight modification here. What if this ABC Travels directly provides these services to the student, faculty and staff? That service will be taxable, na? Now they are taking the bus on rent. That is, in this, the school discussion is not there. So directly the services of transportation is provided to the students, faculty, staff. Is this transportation taxable or exempted? Taxable. Okay. This transportation is taxable. Now ABC Travels is taking the bus on rent. Is this renting taxable or exempted? Taxable. Why taxable? Read that point again. If I am giving bus on rent to a person and that person is providing transportation service to educational institution, then only it will be exempted. If that person is directly providing the service to the students, if he takes the bus on rent, that will be taxable. You understood here? Now tell me, what are the 4 exemptions for renting of motor vehicles? Hiring of motor vehicle that can carry more than 12 passengers. 2, state road transport undertaking. Second point, electric motor vehicle, you remember. Electric motor vehicle, more than 12 passengers. 2, local authority. Third one, motor vehicle that can carry goods to GTA, Goods Transport Agency. 4, hiring of bus. 2, person who provides transportation service to educational institution up to 12th standard. Done? So can you remember this entire chart? Total you have to remember 8 points in this. First 2 points for immovable property and next 2 points for land, first 2 for building, next 2 for land and 4 for movable property. Apart from this, any other renting, renting of furniture, renting of camera, renting of projector, everything will be taxable. Okay, yes. Passengers means, can we sit in the driver's seat? No. So therefore it is excluding driver. The moment when we say 12 passengers means passenger seat. Driver seat don't count as passenger seat. If passenger goes and sit in driver seat, then who will drive? Okay. So therefore all these are excluding driver. The moment when we say passengers, it is excluding driver. Okay. Then look into the another exemption for renting here. Renting of precincts of a religious place meant for general public. So what is a religious place meant for general public? Temple, next, church, mosque, etc. Gurudwara, these are all called as religious place meant for general public. For what purpose they will be giving that religious place on rent? Marriage, first marriage, okay. So that is hall, correct? For social functions. Not only marriage, after marriage there is something called as name keeping ceremony, then before marriage engagement is there and lot of functions and all is there. 60th marriage, okay. So all public functions they will be giving their hall on rent. So renting of halls, next. Renting of shops, next. Main point you forgot, accommodation. Accommodation. So for 3 purposes, they are giving their premises on rental basis. Whose premises? That religious place meant for general public. Now, if it is for accommodation, less than 1000 rupees per day, you remember as 999. You don't remember less than 1000 because you will get a confusion. What if it is 1000, etc. 999, up to 999, it will be exempted. What if it is 1000 and above? Taxable. Then next, for marriage hall or etc., how much should be the rent per day so that it is exempted? Less than 10,000 means 9,999 per day, it is exempted. Exactly 10,000 or above 10,000 it will be taxable. Shop rent also 9,999 per day or per month? Per month. Usually shop rental will be on monthly basis, but accommodation and hall will be on a daily basis. So renting of precincts of a religious place meant for general public, registered as a trust under Income Tax Act, that is important condition. So that particular religious place should be registered as a trust. Example, Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam. So that temple is registered as a charitable trust and a religious trust. So they will be giving their place on rental basis. There are many rooms which are less than 1000 rupees per day, exempted. There are some rooms which are 1000 rupees or more than 1000 rupees also, that will be entirely taxable. Same way, they will be giving a hall on rent for marriage or any other function. If it is less than 10,000 rupees per day, it is exempted. Greater than or equals to 10,000 per day, taxable. Then you can see lot of shops also they are giving on rent. Less than 10,000 per month exempted, greater than or equals to 10,000 per month entirely taxable. Now listen, in Tirumala what they do is that for 20-30 couples, they will carry the marriage at a time. There is a very big hall. In that hall, 20 or 30 couples at a time they will conduct the marriage function. Each couple they have to pay a ticket of 1200 rupees. Now in this case, whether it will be taxable or exempted. Why exempted? If you see 20 couples into 1200, that is 24,000, but you should not see that. You should see per person. Per person is how much? 1200, which is less than 10,000. Therefore, it will be exempted. Is it clear? Yes, sir. Super question. Why it is mentioned for general public? Simple. This is one hall. I will construct one temple here. Okay. I will construct one temple here, so that this hall renting will become exempted. You understood? I will ensure that it is less than 10,000 pa. How much rent? Cash you pay anything, but account 9,999. You understood? Account 9,999. One small temple I will construct here, so that it will come under renting of religious place. But is it religious place for general public? No. So lot of marriage halls, if you see, they will construct one small temple inside the marriage hall, and they will tell that it is renting of religious place, therefore they will enjoy the exemption. Now to avoid that exemption only, they use the word renting of religious place meant for general public. So that marriage hall temple is meant for owner only. You understood or not? Not for general public. That is the meaning of that. Now see this. That should be precincts, means surroundings of the religious place. It should be owned by the religious place, means it should be owned by the trust. For example, Shirdi temple is there. In Shirdi, Sai Baba temple is there. And in the temple premises, there is like accommodation. Outside the temple also a lot of private hotels are there. But those private hotels will not come under this exemption. So only those rooms which are provided on rent by the temple, that only comes under this. Okay, see this. Look into the first one, renting of commercial properties. What is your answer? Why? We don't have any exemption for commercial properties. Licensing of building with facilities like parking, lift, AC, furniture, etc. Taxable. Why? So it is not a residential property. We don't have any exemption for this. Then rent earned from a inn. Inn means hotel. Okay. So taxable or exempted? Why? Commercial. Hotel means it's a commercial property. Rent earned from another inn, same, commercial property. Renting of residential dwelling for use as residence. Residential dwelling means residential property. For use as residence, what is your answer? If it is to unregistered person, it is exempted. If it is to a registered person for other than family stay, then it will be taxable. So plainly we will not be able to answer. So we need to get the extended information. Sir, in exam, if they are giving a question like this, how should we answer? Put a if condition. Put a if condition. If it is given on rent to a unregistered person, then it will be exempted. Like that you write. But mostly don't worry, they will not give like this. Clearly they will mention to whom it is given on rent. Renting of non-residential building for use as residence. Non-residential means what building? Commercial building. What is your answer? Taxable. Renting of residential dwelling for commercial purpose. Taxable. Renting of building located in Jammu and Kashmir. Do we have any exemption? So taxable. Renting of vacant land for agricultural purpose. Where? Agriculture services. Okay. So any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce, there it will be coming. Renting of land for circus. For circus some exemption is there. That is entry ticket. That is entry ticket. This point will not be covered, so it will be taxable. Permitting placement of vending machines at the premises. Vending machines means like if you put coins, So water bottle will come or biscuit packet will come in airports and railway stations, you will see now, that is called as vending machines. Do we have any exemption? So allowing mobile tower to be placed on rooftop, anywhere in the exemption, taxable. Given on residential land on rent to a parking contractor who has set up a parking facility on the said land, taxable. For land, we have two exemptions, but it is not covered under that. Given residential property on rent to Mr. C for a monthly rent, Mr. C uses the same as his residence, exempted. Don't bother whether C is registered or unregistered. Why? Even if Mr. C is registered, he is using for his residence. Therefore, it will be coming under exemption. Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam Trust has given their shopping complex on a rent of 19,000 per month. Why? Greater than or equals to 10,000. Shirdi Sai Baba Temple Trust has provided accommodation to pilgrims for a daily rent of 1,000. Taxable. Exactly 1,000, so taxable. A hostel collected a monthly rent of 7,000 for providing accommodation and food. Taxable. We don't have any exemption, but actually in the Finance Act, new Finance Act, they have brought in an exemption for hostels, but for your exam, it will be taxable. Okay. Next, 18, renting of house property to a doctor who is using the same partly for residential and partly for running his clinic, single rent deed. Why? We will apply the concept of mixed supply. So, partly taxable, partly exempted. First, doctor pa means individual. Will the doctor be registered or unregistered? Unregistered. Mukle kutva. Healthcare services. Healthcare services, yaar, authorized medical practitioner is exempted na. If they are making only exempted supplies, why they need to register? They are not at all required to get registered. Doctor is not required to get registered. Oh, you know any doctor who is registered? Doctors will not be required to get registered because we have an exemption na. Any service provided by clinical establishment or authorized medical practitioner or paramedics is exempted. When they are making only exempted supplies, they are not required to register. So, doctor is unregistered. Means when he is using it for residential purpose, is that rent taxable or exempted? Exempted. But when he is running a clinic, whether that rent is taxable or exempted? Taxable, because it is for commercial purpose. Now for the property owner, part of the rent is taxable, part of the rent is exempted. So it will come under mixed supply, And what is the highest rate taxable? So entire rent will be taxable. What if the property owner collects two separate rent, one for residential, another for commercial? Then it will become individual supplies. Accordingly, it will be taxable and exempted. Is that clear? Next, say this. Look into sports related services. In this sports related services, first part, any sponsorship money collected by recognized sports body is exempted. Any sponsorship money collected by recognized sports body is exempted. What is a recognized sports body? You can see below that I have given the definition of recognized sports body. Total 6 points are there. That is, any body or association under National Sports Federation. So, National Sports Federation, we have BCCI, Indian Hockey Federation. These are all some examples of National Sports Federation. Then, Inter-University Sports Board, which will conduct the tournaments between the universities. Then, Paralympic Committee, which will conduct the sports and games for physically challenged people. Then, Central Civil Services Cultural and Sports Board. So, mainly for government employees, they will be conducting this. Example, cricket, railway team. So, if you have watched Dhoni movie, you would have observed that. So, Dhoni played for the railway team. From there, he will be selected into the nationals. So, that is that. Then, National Games, Indian Olympic Association and Panchayat Sports Board. So, Panchayat Sports Board will be conducting the sports and games at the rural village level. So that is this Panchayat Sports Board. These are the 6 recognized sports bodies. If they collect any amount of sponsorship money, that will be exempted. Is it clear? So tell me, what are the 6 recognized sports bodies? Come on. National Sports Federation. Next, Inter-University Sports Board. Then Paralympic Committee. Next, Central Civil Services Cultural and Sports Board. Then 2 more, National Games. Then finally, Panchayat Sports Board. Any sponsorship money collected by them is exempted. Now listen carefully. BCCI is an example of recognized sports body. They are collecting sponsorship money from Tata, body, corporate or firm, example. Whether that sponsorship money is taxable or exempted? Exempted. Suppose if they collect sponsorship money from THARUN'S Branding, we will also do sponsorship. We should grow to one level that day, okay? And so we will grow here. Yes. So therefore, nothing is in my hands, okay? So everything is in your hands only. So therefore, and why we will grow here to that level and all. If we grow to that level also, I will try to spend some money for the welfare of the people. Why will I give sponsorship money to BCCI and all? Already they are earning crores and crores of money. So therefore, why we should spend money to them? Suppose for example, we are giving the sponsorship money, taxable or exempted? Exempted. What if the same sponsorship money is given for IPL? IPL is not a recognized sports body. In the list, IPL board is not there, which means money, sponsorship money collected by them will be taxable or exempted? Taxable, but we need to see who is the recipient. Listen, in case of sponsorship services, remember this point, if the recipient is body, corporate or firm, it will come under RCM. If the recipient is other than body, corporate or firm, it will come under FCM. So now, if Tata gives sponsorship money to IPL, it will be taxable. But who will pay GST? Tata. Suppose if I give sponsorship money for IPL, it is taxable. Who will pay? IPL. So because it is covered under FCM. But what is the exemption that you need to remember? I asked you to remember only exemption. What is the exemption you need to remember? Sponsorship money collected by recognized sports body is exempted. Then another exemption, that is services provided by individual as a player, referee, umpire, coach and team manager to a recognized sports body is exempted. Who are the 5 people? Player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager to recognized sports body. Who are others? Commentator, pitch curator, technical expert or any other person providing services to recognized sports body will be taxable. What if these people provide services to unrecognized sports body? That will also be taxable. For example, Virat Kohli gets money from BCCI. What is your answer? Exempted. He gets some money from RCB. If he continues in RCB. So taxable or exempted? Taxable. Why? IPL. Then same way, so what happens is that umpires, if you see IPL umpires, they will get money from Mumbai Indians team. No. Really, almost all umpires will be paid by Mumbai Indians team only. That's there, okay. So why sir like that? You can see whenever they are giving the decisions etc. and all, okay, you don't get hurt because one person is there here, our office person who is a fan of Mumbai Indians, so he is getting hurt and all, but actually speaking, so people will be purchased lavishly, okay. Umpire, how much is your rate? In 1-0 one umpire may fall, correct? Some people will fall for 100 rupees, some people will fall for 1000 rupees, some people may fall for 10,000. If you keep on increasing 0, in 1-0 one person will fall, agree or not? Therefore, they will buy them. So whether this money received by umpires from Mumbai Indians team, taxable or exempted? Taxable. So that is about this sports related services. So tell me what are the two exemptions for sports related services? Sponsorship money collected by recognized sports body. Number 2, services provided to recognized sports body by player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager. Then one more point you just write down here. Services provided by one recognized sports body to another recognized sports body is exempted. Write down. Services provided by one recognized sports body to another recognized sports body. Is exempted. Usually what happens, inter-university sports board is conducting a cricket match, and that cricket match is conducted in international standards. So therefore they are taking the support of BCCI. Now BCCI is providing service to inter-university sports board. Whether this services provided by BCCI is taxable or exempted? Exempted, because BCCI is also recognized sports body and inter-university sports board is also recognized sports body due to that reason. Understood? Then next one, look into services of an unincorporated association to its members. So there is an unincorporated association which is providing services to its members. If it is a trade union, what is a trade union? For all related traders, they will form an association. For every business, there is an association. All pharmacy shops, one association will be there, and all gold merchants, one association will be there. Jewelry shops, one association will be there. What is the need of that association? Whenever any one particular trader is facing any issue, like they gave money on credit, they sold goods on credit, but they are not able to recover, or some issue. Even producers also will have an association, na? All producers. If an actor is not coming on time to the movie set and all, so they will complain to the producer association. Like that, every business there will be one association, that is called as a trade union. Now to become a member of that association, you will pay some membership fees. That membership fees will be exempted. Any amount given in that point? No. Which means whatever may be the amount, that will be exempted. You understood this trade union point? Next. Suppose if it is a industrial or agricultural labor union. What is industrial agricultural labor union? That is, there will be group of laborers, industrial laborers, they will form a labor union. Whenever the employer is not paying them properly the salaries, bonus, etc. and all, this labor union will fight for their rights. So to become a member of that labor union, again we need to pay some membership fees, that is also exempted. So what are the three unions for which membership fee collected is exempted irrespective of the amount? What are they? Labor union, that is which labor union? Industrial labor union or agricultural labor union or trade union. Then suppose if they are providing exempted services, then also it will be exempted. For example, there is an association, housing society, which is providing vaccination to its members. Generally vaccination provided by hospital is exempted, na? So when they are providing vaccination to their members of the association, that is also exempted, because the service itself is exempted. Okay. Next, suppose if it is a resident welfare association. What is a resident welfare association? Apartment owners association. That apartment owners association is providing services to their members. There is an apartment owners association which is providing service to their members. And how much should be the maintenance charges per month so that it will be exempted? If the maintenance charges is up to 7,500 per month per member, then it will be exempted. For example, there is one person who is having 2 flats because he is having 2 wives. So therefore, what that person did, so in the same apartment, because he cannot go between 2 houses and all, so lot of torture will be there. So what he did, 2 flats he took in the same apartment, okay, and for these 2 flats together he is paying a maintenance charges of 12,000 rupees. Is it taxable or exempted? You understood the question? One person, 2 flats, total maintenance charge is 12,000, taxable or exempted? Exempted, because here 2 flats means it should be counted as 2 memberships. So 12,000 divided by 2, how much it is? 6,000, which does not exceed 7,500 per month, therefore it will be exempted. Is it clear? Next, apart from these 4, any other association or society etc., if they are providing services to their members up to an amount of 1,000 rupees per member per annum, then it will be exempted, but it is per annum as an entity for promotion of trade, commerce or industry. Now listen carefully, I am having a shop in one complex, for example Express Avenue Mall or Phoenix Mall, like that. In one mall I am having a shop and I have to pay maintenance charges for having a shop in the mall because there are a lot of common area expenses like lift, parking etc. and all, for which I need to pay maintenance charges, and every month I am paying a maintenance charges of 5,000 rupees. Is it taxable or exempted? Why taxable? So this exemption is only for resident welfare association, means what type of property? Residential property. This exemption is not for commercial property. For commercial property, whether the last point will be applicable? Yes, but in this case 5,000 rupees per month I said. So exemption is available only when it is 1,000 rupees per annum. Understood for these points? Now related to this, there is one circular which is a very important circular. Please concentrate. After this we will take a break. Listen, concentrate. Usually resident welfare association will be incurring the common area lighting expenses. So if you see in an apartment, staircase, front side, these are all common area lighting. For common area lighting also there will be electricity charges, yes or no? This electricity charges who will pay? Government will pay. For your apartment, why government will pay here? So you will have an association, apartment owners association. That apartment owners association will pay the common area EB bill. Agreed? But there is an apartment with some 10 flats. Now there will be common area expenses like lift, common area lighting, then water, meter charges or generator charges. These are all something which is actually common expenses. Now this common EB bill, how they will divide it between the members? How they will divide it between the members is important. For example, EB bill is 10,000. Please concentrate. EB bill is 10,000. That 10,000 divided by 10, that is 1,000 rupees, is collected from each and every flat owner. Then no need to pay GST on this 1,000 rupees. Is it clear? However, if the EB bill is 10,000 but 1,100 rupees is collected from each and every flat owner, then GST will be payable on this entire 1,100. Is it clear? That is the circular part. Electricity supplied by malls, airport operators, real estate owner or real estate developer or resident welfare association. This point is not only for resident welfare association, even for others. Suppose if they pay electricity charges on behalf of the members and claim reimbursement of actual electricity charges from members, then they will be called as pure agent and it shall not form part of value. Suppose if they collect members on actual basis for electricity charged by state electricity board, then also they are deemed as pure agent, it shall not form part of value. Suppose if they collect charges from member on ad hoc basis which sometimes exceeds the actual electricity charges, then it shall form part of value entirely. Now kindly make note of this as an example in your notebook. Write down Blue Heaven Housing Society, Blue Heaven Housing Society is a resident welfare association having 10 flats. Blue Heaven Housing Society is a resident welfare association having 10 flats. Full stop. During July 2024, they collected following amounts from its members. They collected following amounts from its members. First one, maintenance charges of rupees 6,000 from each member. Number 2, EB bill, that is electricity bill of members paid by association, electricity bill of members paid by association and recovered from each member rupees 3,000. Common area electricity bill of rupees 10,000 which is recovered from each member with respect to 1,000 per member. Compute value of supply, and GST payable if rate of GST is 18%. Come on, try this. compute value of supply and GST payable if rate of GST is 18%. If you have doubt, refer to the chart, read that chart. What you could get? Huh? 90,000 GST. Huh? Value of supply is 90,000. Each flat GST 3,420. Okay. See this pa. Value of supply, kindly write down with respect to each member. Value of supply with respect to each member. Maintenance charges. Maintenance charges. How much is the maintenance charges? 6,000. EB, that is electricity bill of member paid by Resident Welfare Association. How much per member? How much per member? Don't include it. Why you should not include it? This is coming under pure agent. Yesterday I said yesterday, recipient liability, if supplier incurs, it should not be included in the value. And you have done one question also on that. Filing fees, MCA filing fees, which is paid by the consultant and recovered from the client, should not be included. I also said one example. Chartered accountant filed the income tax return, the income tax liability of the client paid by the chartered accountant and recovered. There I told you, mostly statutory fees or statutory amounts, whatever we are paying, will be the liability of the recipient, so it will not be included. Actually, this EB, electricity bill, is of whom pa? Association electricity bill, member electricity bill. Members electricity bill. Who is paying? Then they are acting as a pure agent. So recipient liability incurred by the supplier, should it be included in the value or not included in the value? Not included in the value. That only it is given here. Resident Welfare Association pays electricity charges on behalf of the members and claim reimbursement of actual electricity charges from members, then they are acting as a pure agent. It shall not form part of value. Got it? So don't include it in the value. Now you understood this. Next. Second one. Common electricity bill. Apportioned. How much? Apportioned 1,000. Is it on actual basis or ad hoc basis? How you know that it is actual basis? 10,000 divided by 10, that will be 1,000. That is on actual basis. Should it be included or not? Not included. That is the next point. Resident Welfare Association collects from members on actual basis for electricity charged by State Electricity Board deemed as pure agent, because again it is whose liability? Recipient liability only. So therefore don't include is what they are telling. So now what will be the value of supply? So what is your answer? Huh? Exempted, as the value less than or equals to 7,500 per month per member, it is exempted. Clear here? Like this they will coin a question. So you will read something and you will go, and thereafter you will message me in Telegram. Okay. So, sir, I wrote superly, sir. Like that you will message. Because according to you, you wrote better only. Correct. But after exam only, no message will come from you. You understood? Reason, you expected something, but the reality is different. Okay. So not everything that you write in exam needs to be correct. Be careful. Now, one more point you add to this. What will be your answer in the above question if? Right. What will be your answer in the above question if? What will be your answer in the above question if? Common electricity bill of 10,000. Common electricity bill of 10,000 is recovered from each member, with respect to 1,050 per member. 1,050 per member. Okay. 1,050 per member. Then what will happen to the value? We need to add. So write the value of supply. Value of supply equals to 6,000 plus 1,050 or only 50? 1,050 entirely. 1,050, that equals to 7,050. Still it is exempted. Less than or equals to 7,500 and it is exempted. But what we have learnt in this is that 1,050 needs to be added. That is the third point. If they collect charges from members on ad hoc basis, which sometimes exceeds the actual electricity charges. What is the actual electricity charges levied by the board? 10,000. But how much they are collecting from the members? 1,050 into 10 is more than 10,000. Correct? Which means it shall form part of value entirely. Got it? Mark this as very important for the forthcoming exam. Definitely this point can be tested. Okay. Fine. We'll take a break and then we will continue with the remaining exemptions. Okay. We'll start. So look into page number 126. Look into page number 126. Services provided by government. We are going to discuss now what are the various services provided by government which are taxable and exempted. Services provided by government divided into two. There are four specified activities of the government which is treated as supply. What is that? Department of Post, transportation of goods or passengers. Next, where we studied this? Exclusion from supply. Department of Post, transportation of goods or passengers, aircraft or that is airport or port services, services provided to business entity. So these four are covered under supply and all other activities are excluded from supply. Okay. Now look into this Department of Post. So see there, what are the three things which are exempted for Department of Post? Postcard, inland letter, and book post or ordinary post of envelopes weighing less than 10 grams. There is no point in giving this exemption also, because postcards and envelopes with less than 10 grams, right now postcards are not there. With the advent of SMS, WhatsApp, somewhere where we are using postcards, we are not using. Inland letters also not there. Envelopes less than 10 grams, usually it will not happen. One wedding card also will be more than 10 grams here, correct? So therefore, this is actually worst exemption they gave, unnecessarily we need to remember. So what we are trying to understand now is that first government activities, concentrate, please listen. Government activities divide into two, that is specified activities and other activities. What are the four specified activities which are covered under supply? Department of Post, airport or port services, transportation of goods or passengers, and services provided to business entities. All other activities of government will be excluded from supply or also called as exempted supply. In the Department of Post, only one exemption we have. What is that? Only first part. What is that? 3 points. Postcard, inland letter, and envelopes with less than 10 grams is exempted. All other things will be taxable. Then for transportation of goods or passengers, we have a separate chart that we will see after completion of this. Then look into airport or port. Is there any exemption for airport or port? No. Means it will be taxable. Then services to business entities. With respect to services to business entities, we have 14 specific exemptions and 2 general exemptions. In remaining cases, it will be taxable. So you need to know this 14 specific exemptions. What are they? See the first point. Charges under RTI Act. Charges under RTI Act means usually you apply, na? Under Right to Information Act, you apply some certified copies of yours. That charges collected will be exempted. Then next, interdepartmental services. Interdepartmental service means one department of central government or state government to another department of central government or state government. For example, Income Tax Department is conducting a raid. When Income Tax Department conducts a raid on some highly influential person, so definitely they take the support of Police Department. Now Police Department is providing service to Income Tax Department, one department of CGRSG to another department of CGSG, that is interdepartmental service which is exempted. Is it clear? Now what is the first point? RTI charges. Number 2, interdepartmental services. Number 3, so for third point, fourth point, you read and tell me what is the difference that you can find in this. First one is what? Spectrum license, telecom license. Another one is what? Any other natural resources. In the first case, what is exempted? Both one-time charges as well as annual royalty. In the next case, what is exempted? Only one-time charges is exempted. Both cases, when it should have been assigned? Before 1/4/2016. So assignment of right to use telecom spectrum or other natural resources, here both one-time charges and annual royalty, here only one-time charges is exempted. Both should be before 1/4/2016. Now what is the difference that you can identify in the fifth point compared to this 3 and 4? So fifth point is assignment of right to use natural resources to an individual farmer, and any time it can be assigned. And they did not tell anything about one-time charges or annual royalty, therefore it will always be exempted. Now question number 1, how individual farmer will come under business entity? Any person engaged in business is known as business entity. Right now we are discussing under which heading? Services provided to business entity. How individual farmer will come under business entity? Any person engaged in business is known as business entity. Okay, you just write down somewhere over there. any person engaged in business is known as business entity. Any person engaged in business is known as business entity. Now, is farming coming under business? Farming. Yes. Occasion. Farming will come under occasion. Is occasion business? Yes. That's why individual farmer also will come under business entity. Is that clear? So, business entity means any person engaged in business. Okay. So, now what are the 5 points that you can remember? First one, RTI. Second, interdepartmental service. Third, spectrum. When? Before 1/4/2016. What is exempted? Both one-time charges, annual royalty. Next point, other natural resources. When? Before 1/4/2016. What is exempted? One-time charges. Then next one, assignment of right to use natural resources to individual farmer. When it should be assigned? Any time. Then look into point number 6, registration charges under any law. Can you give me example for this? Companies Act, when you are incorporating a company, you need to pay some registration charges, that is exempted. Vehicle registration charges, exempted. Even land or building registration charges, that is also exempted. So, registration charges under any law for the time being in force is exempted. Then look into the next point, safety certificate charges. What is this safety certificate charges? Generally, establishments which are dealing with public at large should have proper safety measures. Like this malls and all, you will see there will be like water lines wherein suppose if there is a fire accident, so that water line, from the water line the water will come to put off the fire. So that fire extinguishers and all should be there. So these are the safety measures that they should be having. If they are not having the safety measures, the safety officer will not give the safety certificate. If the safety certificate is not there, they will seal the buildings. Recently you would have seen in Delhi, lot of coaching centers got sealed because they were operating in the basement. When they were operating in basement, some 3 IAS aspirants, they have died because of the water logging, and that's where they have immediately came and they have sealed a lot of basements because they were not having proper safety measures. So that is what safety certificate is. Usually we need to obtain a safety certificate from the safety officer, for which we need to pay some safety certificate charges, that is exempted. Understood? The next one, fee for birth certificate, death certificate, driving license, passport, visa. But these are all for individuals now. Why is it given under business entity? Because these are all provided to business entity on behalf of their individuals. So who are the members? That is employees of the company. For example, a company is sending their employee for foreign. For that purpose, the company only will process the passport and visa, etc. Correct? So therefore, visa charges or passport charges paid by the company on behalf of their employee. Or if a company is taking keyman insurance policy, so they need to get the birth certificate and get death certificate, so that certificate charges. Or if the company is into transportation, they need to apply for the driving license of their employees, that. So what are the 5 certificates that is covered here? Birth certificate, death certificate, driving license, visa or passport. And then next one, consideration for tolerating an act. Example, you enter into contract with government, you breach the contract for which they are asking you to pay the damages. That damages collected by the government will be exempted. Then next, merchant overtime charges under customs. Customs department will be working after office hours also. When they are working after office hours, when you want to do the clearances after office hours or Sundays or holidays, you need to pay some extra charges to the customs, that is known as merchant overtime charges. Then profit petroleum. Profit petroleum means a share of profit will be received by the government for assigning the right to extract petroleum, crude or natural resources to the leaseholder. That share of profit received will be exempted. That is this profit petroleum concept. Then guarantee commission for guaranteeing the loans taken by public sector undertaking. That is, usually PSUs will take the loans from banks. Those loans are guaranteed by the government. Public sector undertaking will take a loan from bank. That loan is guaranteed by government. For guaranteeing this loan, the public sector undertakings has to pay a commission to the government. That commission earned by the government is exempted. Then service provided by state government to excess royalty collection contractor by way of assigning right to collect royalty. That is, I am a leaseholder. There is a state government. Now I have to pay some royalty to state government. Whether this royalty is fixed royalty or variable royalty, whether this royalty will be fixed royalty or a variable royalty, variable, it's not a fixed royalty. Depending upon the quantum of resources that I am extracting, I need to pay some royalty to the government. For example, I got a mining license. How many tons of coal or how many tons of mines I am extracting, that much I need to pay. For example, 10,000 rupees per ton is a royalty. If I am extracting 100 tons, 100 into 10,000. If I am extracting 200 tons, 200 into 10,000. Are you understanding this? So this is the royalty that I will pay to the government, which is variable in nature. That's where government will be appointing one intermediary called as excess royalty collection contractor. So what this excess royalty collection contractor will do? They will collect the variable royalty and they will pay the fixed royalty. Have a look into this. No need to make note. State government of Andhra Pradesh. State government of Andhra Pradesh assigned the right to extract natural resources to a leaseholder. State government of Andhra Pradesh assigned right to extract natural resources, right to extract natural resources at rupees 10,000 per ton. Clear? Understood this contract? Government is assigning the right to extract natural resources at 10,000 rupees per ton, for which the type of royalty that leaseholder will pay to government will be fixed royalty or variable royalty? Variable royalty. Why variable royalty? Sir, 10,000 per ton, but if they are extracting 80 tons, 80 into 10,000. If they are extracting 100 tons, 100 into 10,000, like that they need to pay. But the type of commitment what state government is having is a fixed commitment, because usually the budget of the government will be a fixed budget. So because their expenses will be fixed. So the state government of Andhra Pradesh appointed one person, say Mr. X, as a excess royalty collection contractor. What X will do is that he will be collecting variable royalty from the leaseholder. He will be collecting variable royalty from the leaseholder and he will be paying fixed royalty to government. For example, if the fixed royalty is 40 lakhs, if the fixed royalty is 40 lakhs and they collected a variable royalty of somewhere like 30 lakhs. Now what will happen in this case? So Mr. X has to pay extra 10 lakhs out of his pocket, agreed or not? Now on this 30 lakhs, who will pay GST to government? To government on 30 lakhs, leaseholder will anyhow pay GST. Why he will pay GST? Because government service is covered under RCM. So GST on 30 lakhs paid by the leaseholder. But how much money state government has earned? 40 lakhs, which means ERCC should pay GST on what amount? 10 lakhs. That's it, pa. ERCC should pay GST on 10 lakhs. Are you understanding this? Clear? So ERCC is exempted to what extent? 30 lakhs. Why ERCC is exempted to the extent of 30 lakhs? Because on the 30 lakhs leaseholder already paid GST. That's why he is exempted to the extent of variable royalty. Means you need to pay GST on 10 lakhs. Got it? Suppose in this case, what if the fixed royalty is 40 and the variable royalty is 60? Then say this. What if here the variable royalty is somewhere like 60 lakhs? Then what will happen? Respond. On 60 lakhs, who would have paid GST? Leaseholder would have paid GST on 60 lakhs. Therefore, ERCC is required to pay any GST? No. ERCC not required to pay any GST, because what is the fixed royalty? 40 lakhs. So, ERCC not at all required to pay any GST. Sir, extra 20 lakhs GST paid, will they get refund? No, no such concept. Government is always one way. You pay. If there is extra, you will not get anything. You understood here? So, therefore, whenever fixed royalty is the money that government gets to the extent of 40 lakhs GST is payable, in that already 30 lakhs leaseholder is paying, so on remaining 10 lakhs ERCC will pay. Here also government gets 40 lakhs, already leaseholder will pay GST on 60 lakhs, so ERCC is not required to pay any GST. From these two charts, what is that you can understand? Come on, ERCC, services provided by government to ERCC, is exempted to the extent of what royalty? Variable royalty. That is only what I have given. Services provided by state government to excess royalty collection contractor by way of assigning right to collect royalty is exempted. Okay. Then national permit or permit charges for travel from one state to another state. Usually when you travel from one state to another state, you need to pay some permit charges for commercial vehicles. That permit charges will be exempted. Now, this variable royalty, fixed royalty point already I gave in the next to next page. You can see page number 128. Whatever example that I gave you, that already I have given in the book, look into that. That's why I did not ask you to write. State government of Andhra Pradesh assigns the right to use natural resources to Reddy brothers for a royalty of 10,000 per ton. Now they appointed a ERCC. That ERCC is required to pay a fixed royalty of 60 lakhs and variable royalty of 50 lakhs. Now on that 50 lakhs, already Reddy brothers paid GST under RCM, correct? But what is the fixed royalty to the government? 60 lakhs. So ERCC will pay GST on 10 lakhs. What if variable royalty is 65 and fixed royalty is 60? On that 65 lakhs, anyhow Reddy brothers would have paid GST. So ERCC is exempted to that extent and they are not required to pay any GST. Then look into previous page for the concept related to cost petroleum and profit petroleum. So what is the difference between cost petroleum and profit petroleum? Listen, usually there will be a production sharing contract between the government and the leaseholder. Example, Reliance Industries Limited is extracting the crude oil. What they will do with the extracted crude oil? They will make huge profits and they will pay a small amount as royalty to the government. Then government will not be at gain. So Reliance Industries is only growing, for which government now comes out with an offer. What is that offer? I will give you the right to extract the crude oil, but you should not only pay me royalty, but you should also give me a share of profit. Accordingly, so Reliance Industries Limited will invest money in extracting the crude oil, and whatever profit they get, they will be paying a share to government. This is called as a joint venture agreement between government and the leaseholder. Please read the first point. Production sharing contract between government and leaseholder, where government assigns right to extract petroleum, crude or natural gas to the leaseholder. Apart from royalty, government receives a share of profit from the joint venture, correct? Now, there is some revenue. From that revenue, a portion will go towards the recovery of expenses. That recovery of expenses is known as cost petroleum. Understood, appa? Who is incurring money? Leaseholder. So as they are spending the money, they will recover their money. That is called as cost petroleum, and that will be exempted. After recovering their money, even they need to pay royalty to government, and that royalty will be taxable. Why royalty is taxable? We don't have any exemption for royalty. Go to fourth point. Go to fourth point. In that fourth point, what is it you can see? Assignment of right to use natural resources before 1/4/2016. That too, what is exempted? One-time charges is exempted, but annual royalty is exempted? No. So therefore, annual royalty will be taxable. Now the leftover portion is there na? From revenue, they are taking out cost petroleum, they are taking out annual royalty. The balance is known as profit petroleum. In this profit petroleum, a percentage will go to the leaseholder, a percentage will go to the government. That percentage which is received by the leaseholder is his profit, no GST on that. That percentage which is received by the government is for assigning the right to use natural resources, that will be exempted. Is it clear? So there are total 4 points you should remember in this. Number 1, what is the treatment of royalty collected by government? Taxable. What is the treatment of cost petroleum, recovery of expenses by the leaseholder? Exempted. What is the treatment of share of profit received by the leaseholder? Not a supply. What is the treatment for share of profit received by the government? Can you remember these 4 points, pa? So cost petroleum also exempted, profit petroleum also exempted. Okay, just remember this. Cost petroleum also exempted, profit petroleum also exempted, and profit received by leaseholder, not a supply. Annual royalty earned by the government will be taxable. Clear? Now, these are the 14 exemptions that we have. Apart from these 14 exemptions, we are having 2 general exemptions. So see the first general exemption. Services is provided by government to business entity whose turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit. That is, I am providing services, government is providing services to business entity. That business entity turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit for registration, then that service will be exempted. However, this exemption is not applicable in case of renting of immovable property. Read that. Business entity aggregate turnover during previous year does not exceed threshold limit for registration. This is not applicable in case of renting of immovable property. One more general exemption, if the value of invoice does not exceed 5,000, then also it will be exempted. So is these 2 general exemption in addition to these 14 exemptions? Yes. These 14 exemptions don't see anything, always it is exempted. Apart from these 14 exemptions, you need to see these 2 general exemptions. Accordingly, we need to determine whether it will be taxable or exempted. Okay? Now, before moving on to the Q&A related to this, I want you to quickly go through these 16 points. Come on, just I will give you 5 minutes time. Quickly go through this 16 points, 14 specific exemptions and 2 general exemptions. Done? So look into the screen here. First one, the Karnataka Cricket Association, Bengaluru, requests the Commissioner of Police, Bengaluru, to provide security in and around the cricket stadium for the purpose of conducting the cricket match. The Commissioner of Police arranges required security for a consideration of 15,000. This Karnataka Cricket Association turnover during the previous year exceeds the threshold limit for registration. First, is this security by police given anywhere in the 14 exemptions? RTI, assignment of right to use, registration charges, safety certificate charges? No, it's not in the 14 points. Correct or not? Just like that you are telling no, or really you know 14 points. We never come across this, okay, in 14 points. First general exemption is applicable or not applicable in this case? Why not applicable? Turnover during the previous year exceed threshold limit, okay. Second general exemption, applicable or not applicable in this case? Why not applicable? Because the value exceeds 5,000. Therefore, what is your answer? Understood. Second, all these are government services only. All these are services provided by government, okay. Second one, services to A Limited, Jammu and Kashmir, whose aggregate turnover of the previous year is 20 lakhs and applicable threshold limit is 20 lakhs. What is your answer? Why exempted? So turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit, therefore it is exempted. Then fee charged from B Limited for regulation of land use in Union Territory, turnover of B Limited during previous year is 19 lakhs and applicable threshold limit is 20 lakhs. Exempted. Why? Business entity turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit. Services to State Government of Bihar and Municipal Corporation of Rajasthan in relation to some business activity of the recipient. Exempt. Where? Very good. Interdepartmental services. There it will be coming under exemption. Then fee for passport and visa. Where? Fee for certain certificates, driving license, visa, passport, birth certificate, death certificate there. Services to C Limited, whose turnover during previous year is 30 lakhs and applicable threshold limit is 20 lakhs. Why? Turnover during the previous year exceed threshold limit, therefore it will be taxable. Fines and damages collected from D Limited for non-performance of contract. Exempted. Where? Very good. Tolerating an act. Are you understanding, pa? See, first time when you are reading, it will be like boring only. But actually when you apply, you will understand how this can be tested in exam, okay. Next, fee for safety check relating to protection or safety of workers working in factory. Why? Safety certificate charges. Then fines and penalties for violation of various law. Actually, violation of law, when the fines and penalties are collected, first of all that is not consideration. Fines and penalties collected. For example, traffic fine they are collecting. If you cross the signal, you have to pay. Red signal if you are crossing, you have to pay a traffic fine. Is that traffic fine like I can pay money and cross the signal? No. Actually, when you are driving a vehicle and when you hit a person and if that person dies, you know how much is the fine? 5,000 rupees. Does it mean we can pay 5,000 rupees and kill people? That is not the intention here. So you pay 5,000, go and kill, no issue. That is not the intention. So therefore, this fine shall not be treated as consideration. Understood? So therefore, this is not treated as consideration first of all, not a supply. Assignment of natural resources to farmers for agricultural purpose. Where? Assignment of right to use natural resources to an individual farmer. Overtime charges collected by customs for clearance on holidays or during night. Exempted. Which point? MOT, merchant overtime charges. Distribution of mutual funds, bonds and passport application by Department of Post. For Department of Post, what is taxable? Okay, what is exempted? Postcard, inland letter, envelope less than 10 grams. Is that postcard envelope? So, next. Rural postal life insurance service by Department of Post. It's not covered under those 3 points, therefore it is taxable. Collection of telephone and electricity bills by Department of Post. Again, it's not in those 3 points, so taxable. Express parcel post service, taxable. It's not covered under those 3 points, so taxable. Is it clear? So we completed services provided by government. Now look into some more illustrations in the next page in the book. State government of Tamil Nadu gave immobile property on rent for 10,000 rupees per month to flower vendor Mr. Rahim, whose aggregate turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit, and Mr. Rahim is an unregistered person even during the current year. First part. Do we have any specific exemption for renting of immobile property? For renting of immobile property, do we have any 14 specific exemptions? No. Whether the first general exemption is applicable for renting of immobile property? No. Second general exemption is applicable, that is 5,000, but what is the rent here? 10,000. Therefore, the rent exceeds 5,000. Therefore, it will be super. Then, state government of Karnataka provides advertising service to an ad agency whose turnover during previous year exceed threshold limit. Invoice value is 4,500 and such ad agency is not registered during current year. Now, is this advertisement services to ad agency given in the 14 specific exemptions? No. Is it covered under the first general exemption? No, because their turnover during previous year exceed threshold limit. But will this be covered under second general exemption? Yes. Why? Value does not exceed 5,000. Therefore, it will be exempted. What will be your answer if the invoice value is 6,000? Taxable. So we have seen these two parts also. Now look into service provided to government. Service provided to government. So far what we have seen is service provided by government. Now we are looking into service provided to government. Government is required to do certain functions to general public or business entity as per constitution. I gave you example na, solid waste management. What is solid waste management? Cleaning the roads and clearing the garbage. This is the work of government. But are they doing that work? No. They outsourced it to an agency. Am I right? That services provided to government in relation to function entrusted to it under the constitution is exempted. Means in simple words, you remember, government agencies are exempted. Correct? Who is a government agency? See the definition. Already we discussed. Who is a government agency? Next page you turn. Already we discussed. Who is a government agency? Any person who is providing services to government in relation to functions entrusted to them under constitution. Correct? So government agency services is fully exempted. What if it is a composite supply that involves both goods and services? Suppose if there is a government agency which is providing services to the government, if it is a pure service, it is exempted. Example, solid waste management. What if it is a composite supply of goods and services? Now check what is the value of goods. If the value of goods does not exceed 25% of the total, then also it will be exempted. Example, sanitation of streets. In sanitation of streets, what will be taken as the goods element? What is that? Chemical. I am doing sanitation pa. Sanitation means putting the sprays etc. and all on the drainages. This is sanitation. Now, what is the goods element in that? Chemical used is goods element, and one person will carry one drum and he will put the spray, na, that is service. But what will be the goods element? Is it more than 25% of the total or does not exceed 25% of the total? Does not exceed, because the chemicals value is very less compared to the labor effort that is involved. Therefore, this sanitation of streets will be exempted. What if the value of goods exceeds 25% of the total? Example, laying down cement road. In laying down cement road, what is the goods element? Cement and concrete is the goods element. And what is the service element? Construction. Laying down the road is the service element. Now, goods element definitely exceeds 25% of the total, therefore it will be taxable. Tell me what are the 3 points that you should remember, come on. Government agency, pure service is exempted. Government agency, partly goods and partly service is also exempted. When? If the value of goods does not exceed 25% of the total. If it exceeds 25%, clear. But you remember only exemption, 2 exemptions. What are the 2 exemptions? Pure service exempted and value of goods does not exceed 25% of the total is also exempted. And this exemption is only to government, not to government authority or government entity. And government includes public works department also. Then next they have given some circulars related to this. Composite supply of service by way of milling of wheat into wheat flour. Usually in North India and all, in ration shops, they will be distributing atta, wheat flour. They will be distributing atta to the people, like how here rice is distributed, their atta is distributed, because they will eat chapatis, we eat rice. So therefore, their atta will be distributed. So what government will do, they will procure the wheat and they will get the wheat converted into wheat flour, you understood, powder. And now in the sale of wheat flour, what is a goods element? Wheat. What is a service element? Conversion, grinding into wheat flour. Definitely the value of goods exceeds 25% of the total, agreed? But converting wheat to wheat flour is just a small activity. But what is a major component in that? Wheat. So that's why the exemption is not available. Is it clear? Quickly read that once. Composite supply of service by way of milling of wheat into wheat flour along with fortification by any person to state government for distribution of such wheat flour under public distribution system is not eligible for exemption as the value of goods involved exceeds 25%. Then next, generally some services provided to government authority is exempted. What is the difference between this chart and this chart? The first chart and the last chart, what is the difference? First chart, service provided to government. Last chart, service provided to government authority. What is the difference between government and government authority? Already you have written the definition, see there. Government means central government, state government, local authority. Government authority means any body established under an act of parliament or state legislature, or any body where government has invested more than or equals to 90%. So that is the difference. Any service provided to government is exempted, correct? But not any service provided to government authority is exempted. Only these 6 services provided to government authority is exempted. What are these 6 services? You have to remember. You have to remember this: water supply, public health, sanitation and conservancy, solid waste management, and slum improvement and upgradation. What is slum improvement and upgradation means? There will be a lot of slum people who are living. You will be doing a construction for them. One big building you will construct. One movie you would have seen, Maaveeran, like that one movie. In that movie, what they will do, so they will construct one big building, some 40-floor building, and they will clear all the people who are living in this area to that building. That is called as slum improvement and upgradation. Solid waste management, Kuppal Ravelapa, already we discussed, solid waste management. Sanitation and conservancy, that pesticides, etc. and all they are putting that. Public health and water supply. These 6 activities provided to whom? What if these 6 activities are provided to government? Anyhow exempted. Not only these 6, any other activity will be exempted. But for government authority, only these 6 activities. Come on, tell what are those? Water supply, public health, sanitation conservancy. solid waste management, slum improvement and upgradation. Okay, so these 5 cases. Apart from this, anything else will be taxable. Now listen, there is one circular here. Indian Army is receiving sanitation and conservancy services. You are providing that service to Indian Army. Is it taxable or exempted? Is it taxable or exempted? Should we refer first chart or last chart? Oh, Indian Army will come under last chart. Indian Army is government authority. Yeah? Indian Army is government authority or government? Government. So you need to refer to first chart or last chart? First chart. First chart. And apply this and tell me whether it is taxable or exempted. You understood the question? Sir, I am providing sanitation, that is providing the toilet cleaning or putting the pesticides, etc. to Indian Army. Is it covered under the exemption or not? How many of you agree that it is covered under the exemption? Okay. Reason may I know? Pure service. Actually your focus is on this, but you miss this point that first of all, is it the work of Indian Army under the Constitution? No. It is not the work of Indian Army under Constitution to do the sanitation. So for that purpose, if they receive, then only it will be exempted. So basically Indian Army work is not to do the sanitation. As per Constitution, what is the work of Indian Army? To protect the country. So if they receive sanitation service, that will not come under this point. Due to that reason, it is taxable. Read this. It is clarified that if such service are procured by Indian Army or any other government ministry or department which does not perform any functions listed under Constitution, then the same are not eligible for exemption. Then this third point already we discussed. Any training program for which greater than or equals to 75% of the total expenditure is borne by government. Okay, where we discussed? Education services, we have discussed this. And service provided by institutions or NGOs for scholarship for students with disabilities where the total expenditure is borne by government. What is the difference between third point and fourth point? Read and tell me. Third point, expenditure borne by the government greater than or equals to 75%. And fourth point, the expenditure borne by the government should be 100%. But for the fourth point, it is to which students? Students with disabilities. Whereas in case of third point, it will be any students. That's it. So we completed government services also. We are left with some more services, and too much no, it is. That's why we will put a comma for this today. And we will continue with the remaining exempted services in our next class. Now, whenever you get a question like this, that is called as a comprehensive question. For that comprehensive question, you need to prepare the answer in 4 statements. So, please make note of those 4 statements in your book so that you will know how to present it in the exam. The first statement that you need to give is statement showing computation of gross GST on outward supplies. Gross GST payable on outward supplies. Statement showing computation of gross GST payable on outward supplies. So therefore, whatever is the outward supply on which you need to pay GST under FCM, that we need to put it in this statement. So we need to take particulars, then value, particulars, value, CGST, SGST and IGST. Particulars, value, CGST, SGST and IGST. First you see the transaction. That transaction is not a supply. What you will do? You will write the note. You will write the note that it is not a supply. And will you take the amount? No, you will not take the amount, because first of all, when it is not a supply, it will not be coming in your aggregate turnover, na? It will not come in your turnover. So don't take in the amount column. Even CGST, SGST, IGST also nothing. Okay. Amount column also you should not take. Why, sir, we should not take an amount column? Because first of all, we do this value column mainly for the purpose of identifying the turnover. That turnover will be useful for computing the ITC, proportionate ITC, total ITC into taxable turnover by total turnover. We will be able to take ITC, there it will help us. So due to that reason, don't take the value here, because first of all, when a transaction is not a supply, it should not come in the value. Then next, what if the transaction is supply but it is exempted? But it is exempted. Whether you will take it in the value? Yes, you will take it in the value, but there won't be any GST. Why there won't be any GST? You are not required to pay any GST on that, because it is exempted. Then when there is a transaction which is taxable but covered under RCM, means what? Who will pay? Your recipient will pay. When your recipient will pay, whether you need to add it to your liability? No. But you take it in your turnover. You take it in your turnover. I told you today only aggregate turnover definition. Whenever you are making some outward supply covered under RCM, that will be added to your turnover. So take it to your turnover, but don't pay any GST. Then suppose if there is a transaction which is taxable but it is covered under FCM, consider it in the value, even consider the GST also, okay, because it will be taxable covered under FCM. Now you will get the total, and that total will be called as gross GST payable under FCM or RCM? FCM. Understood the first statement here? So in the first statement, what detail should come? Only outward supplies. Then the second statement. Done here? Then second statement, statement showing computation of GST payable on inward supplies. So whatever GST that you need to pay on your inward supply, you need to put it in the second statement. Basically, second statement is your RCM liability. Second statement is your RCM liability. Again, same particulars. But for inward supplies, we don't have to bother about value, because we need to take only outward supplies in the turnover. Inward supplies will not come in turnover. Yes or no? So therefore, inward supplies we don't have to take value column, just the three columns, that is CGST, SGST, IGST. CGST, SGST and IGST. Particulars, CGST, SGST, IGST. in that particulars, first you need to see the transaction, inward supply. That inward supply, again you check, is it supply or not a supply. Suppose if it is not a supply, whether you will take it here? No. Suppose if the transaction is exempted, will you take it here? Pa, it's your inward supply, pa. That inward supply is exempted. Are you required to pay any GST under RCM? No. Suppose if there is a transaction which is covered under taxable, but it is FCM, who would have paid GST on this? Your supplier. So whether it should be added to your inward supply liability? No. Don't take. Then there is a transaction which is taxable, and this will be taxable under RCM. Should that be added to your liability? Yes. Now this total is called as your RCM liability. Okay? RCM liability. Understood the second statement also? First statement is GST payable under FCM. Second statement is GST payable under RCM. Now third statement, computation of input tax credits. Computation of input tax credits availed and reversed. What is the meaning of availment of ITC? Taking the credit. What is the meaning of reversal of ITC? Reducing the credit. What is the meaning of reversal of ITC? Reducing the credit. Now in this statement, again we don't have to bother about value, just take particulars, CGST, SGST and IGST. Concentrate, pa. Sir, whatever GST that we have paid to our supplier under FCM, will it come in input tax credit? That is, go to the previous statement. Go to the previous statement. We paid some GST under FCM to our supplier. Can we take this as ITC? No. Pa, your inward supply, pa. What is input tax credit? What is input tax credit? GST paid on inward supply. What is input tax credit? GST paid on inward supply. So these two are your inward supplies on which whether you pay GST under RCM or your supplier pay GST under FCM, on both of this you can take ITC. Clear or not? So both these two inward supplies we can take ITC. So therefore you have an inward supply. You have an inward supply, and on that inward supply, whether the tax is paid under FCM or RCM, you can take. But for that, you need to check whether it will be coming under eligible or ineligible. Okay. Suppose if it is eligible, why it will be ineligible? Maybe there will be some blocked credits or in personal purpose or inward supply used for exempted, like that. If it is there, you should not take. So inward supply, taxable, FCM or RCM, eligible, you take the credit. Suppose if you have some inward supply, that inward supply is taxable, let it be under FCM or RCM, but it is ineligible. Just write the note, don't take any ITC. Now this will be called as ITC availed. This will be called as ITC availed. From this ITC availed, you need to reduce ITC reversed. Why we need to reverse the ITC? I told you already, when we have some inward supplies which is commonly used for taxable and commonly used for exempted, we can take only the proportionate credit. For example, say this, I am making a purchase, so 1 lakh worth of goods and excluding 12% GST. Now these goods partly used for taxable, partly used for exempted. My taxable turnover is 8 lakhs, my exempted turnover is 2 lakhs. Now tell me, how much is the ITC availed? How much is the ITC availed? 1 lakh into 12%, that is 12,000, minus how much will be the ITC reversed? How much will be the ITC reversed? 12,000 into what by what? 2 by 10, very good. So, simple pa, I am purchasing inputs worth rupees 1 lakh excluding GST at 12%. And what is my turnover, taxable turnover 8 lakhs, exempted turnover 2 lakhs. Now, how much is the ITC availed? First on this 1 lakh, whatever GST I paid, I will take as ITC, that is called as ITC availed, minus ITC reversed. What is ITC reversed? Out of this 12,000, proportionate to exempted, I should not enjoy the ITC, correct? Long back we saw, first class itself, what is that? If inward supply used for outward supply which is exempted, we cannot take ITC. Inward supply used for taxable outward supply, we can take ITC. So how much proportion you cannot take ITC? 2 by 10. Therefore, what is 2 by 10 of 12,000? 2,000? 2,400, you reverse. Now the balance is called as net eligible ITC. Is it clear? Now this only I am telling you. First you have availed ITC. Yeah? Now ITC reversed. How much is the ITC reversed? Formula tell me. ITC avail into taxable turnover by total turnover, exempted turnover by total turnover. Exempted turnover divided by total turnover. How do you know whether you have exempted turnover or not? First statement. First statement, when you see, you will know whether you have exempted turnover or not. Check the first statement. In the first statement, there are some outward supplies which are exempted na. That is your exempted turnover. From that you will know whether you have exempted turnover or not. Okay. So ITC availed multiplied with exempted turnover divided by total turnover. Now this you need to reverse as ITC. Now the balance what you get is known as net eligible ITC. Net eligible ITC. Net eligible ITC. So tell me how we will get the net eligible ITC? ITC availed minus ITC reversed. What is ITC reversed? ITC availed into what by what? Exempted turnover divided by total turnover. Now it is called as net eligible ITC. So 3 statements we completed. Now we are moving on to the 4th statement. 4th statement is computation of net GST payable. Computation of net GST payable. In this computation of net GST payable, I want to give you some information. Just listen. Now, my gross liability under FCM my gross liability under FCM is 1 lakh. Carefully listen. My gross liability under FCM is 1 lakh. My liability under RCM on my inward supply is 20,000. Okay. And I have a input tax credit of 3 lakhs. Now, what is my net liability? What is my net liability? Why 20,000? Very good. ITC cannot be used for RCM liability. ITC can be used only for FCM liability. Is it clear? Whatever input tax credit that we have, we cannot adjust against the RCM liability. We can adjust against FCM liability. Means how to compute the net GST payable? Gross GST payable under FCM minus input tax credit utilized, add RCM, then you will get net GST liability, that is 1 lakh minus 3 lakhs, that is 1 lakh we will utilize, correct? Then we will be getting add RCM liability 20,000, that's where we will get net liability 20,000. You understood? What is this 1 lakh? FCM. What is this 1 lakh? ITC utilized. So plus RCM liability, that is the net GST payable. Is it clear? And what is the ITC carried forward? 2 lakhs, already 3 lakhs we have, 1 lakh we have utilized. So ITC carried forward will be 2 lakhs. So that's what I am telling you. First, we need to take in particulars CGST, SGST, IGST. Particulars CGST, SGST, IGST. In the particulars, you will take gross GST payable. From which statement? From which statement you will take this information? From the first statement. From the first statement. This is gross GST payable under which charge? FCM, that you will take from the first statement. Minus ITC utilized. Minus ITC utilized. What is the meaning of these three terms? ITC availed, ITC reversed, ITC utilized. Tell me, ITC availed means how much credit we can take. ITC reversed means credit that is reduced. Utilized means set off against the liability. Okay. Now, ITC utilized, there is one point, that is rule 86B. Concentrate. First listen. There is one rule called as rule 86B. This rule 86B says that when your turnover, when your taxable turnover is more than 50 lakhs. How much per your turnover? More than 50 lakhs. They are telling you have to pay 1% of your liability through cash ledger, 99% of your liability only can be paid through credit ledger. You understood? So, your taxable turnover exceeds 50 lakhs. Your gross liability is 1 lakh. Your gross liability is 1 lakh. And you have an ITC of 1,10,000. Now, what they are telling is that out of this 1,10,000, how much we can use? Only to the extent of 99% of your liability, which means gross liability 1 lakh, gross liability 1 lakh. How much of the ITC can be utilized? How much of ITC can be utilized? They are telling 99% of your liability only you can utilize. What is 99% of liability? 99,000. Remaining 1,000 you have to pay by cash. Net liability. Why? Because government don't have cash inflow. When everyone starts using this ITC, they will not have any money left with them. So therefore they will need a cash inflow, for that they are making this provision. But to whom this will be applicable? Huh? Turnover more than 50 lakhs. This is a hidden point which usually we miss in the exam. Usually we will not consider this in exam, because in exam under a heavy pressure we need to arrive at the answer. In that this point will miss, and later on after arriving at the answer, outside when you are coming, one idiot will tell you that did you take 1% of your liability, or you gone. Okay, that will have an impact on the next exam, group 2 exam. You understood? That's why after exam, don't listen to any idiot who is discussing the answer sheet, including your faculty. You understood? Really, pa? After exams, you see that. I made myself clear that every time after exams only I will put the suggested. Immediately after exam, that is taxation exam, I will not do. All the 6 papers will get over, na? Then only I will discuss the suggested answer. Until that point of time, I will not discuss, because the student will be curious to know about the answer. And suppose if they know that they have done the mistake, that is going to impact the next paper. That's why don't listen to any answers immediately after your exam. You wait. Let all the exams get over, and afterwards you see the video of each and every faculty who is posting, you should have done this, you should have done that, like that and all they will tell, na, everything you see at a later point of time. Got it? Now, so first you need to see here, while doing the ITC utilized, whether fully we can utilize or not. For that, divide it into 2. Rule 86B applicable. Rule 86B applicable, or Rule 86B not applicable. If Rule 86B is applicable, what we should do? How much of ITC can be utilized? 99% of liability utilized. Suppose if Rule 86B not applicable, 100% of liability we can utilize. Is it clear? We have enough credit, pa, but how much credit we can utilize depends upon whether Rule 86B is applicable or not to you. Suppose if Rule 86B is applicable, then out of your liability, how much can be utilized? Only 99% can be utilized. Suppose if you have, that is Rule 86B not applicable, then 100% of your liability you take from the ITC balance, whatever you have. You understood? Then next we need to add which liability? RCM liability. Then we need to add our RCM liability. Now whatever the final answer that you get is known as computation of net GST, that is net GST payable. So this RCM liability from which statement we will be able to get? Second statement. Already you are doing the computation, na? That second statement. And ITC utilized, from which statement you will be able to get this ITC utilized? From the third statement. ITC utilized you will be having in the third statement. Then net GST payable is the final answer. For respond per, you understood this or not? Tell me what are the 4 statements that you will be putting. First statement, gross GST payable under FCM. Second statement, GST payable under RCM on your inward supplies. Then third statement, ITC utilized. ITC utilized. Then you need to add, that is net ITC eligible. Net ITC eligible, that is ITC credit availed and reversed. So therefore, first you need to avail the ITC, then you need to reverse the ITC, then net eligible ITC, and finally you will do the computation of net GST payable. This is the fourth statement. In net GST payable, remember the steps involved. First, gross GST payable minus ITC utilized. But while doing the ITC utilization, what you should do? If rule 86B is applicable, so 99% of your liability only you utilize. And if rule 86B not applicable, 100% of your liability utilize. Not 100% of ITC, 99% of ITC. 99% of liability. 100% of liability we will utilize from ITC. So then you add the RCM liability, the balance is called as net GST payable, and finally you will give a note as to input tax credit carried forward if any. So maybe some excess balance of ITC could be there, that you will carry forward, that you will mention in the note. Now, you present this way, let's see how you will not get marks, okay. So, this is how you need to put it in the answer. Honestly, you tell me whether you did this kind of things in the past. Okay. So, therefore, learning the subject is one art, but presenting it in the answer sheet is a different aspect, okay. So, we need to balance both. Fine. Today we could not discuss that worksheet. So because I have not completed the exemptions, because I went little low today, slowly only I said exemptions, I did not rush because I could see from your face itself that you did not read anything related to exemptions. And tomorrow we will complete the remaining exemptions, and liability to pay GST also will complete tomorrow. Thank you.